Regime Change Audiobook. Regime Change, author by Maggie Haberman and Jonathan. Swan Audiobook by PSB. Subscribe to our channel for more amazing audiobooks and storytelling content. Regime Change. Inside the Imperial Presidency of Donald Trump. Introduction. History is full of ironies. For Democrats, there could be no irony more painful than the realization it was their own success in removing Donald Trump from the White House in the 2020 election, and their subsequent determination to ensure he would never return, that has made him the most consequential and feared president of our lifetimes. Had Trump eked out a victory over Joe Biden in that election, he would have begun his second term in a sorry state. The pandemic was still raging in early 2021, still killing Americans by the thousands, warping the economy and disrupting global trade. Inflation would soon arrive, as it did across major economies worldwide, dragging down the approval ratings of incumbent leaders in nearly every liberal democracy and fueling the rise of right-wing populists. There is no reason to think Trump would have been the exception. He has insisted that inflation would never have happened on his watch, but that claim, while impossible to disprove, was equally impossible to take seriously. That spring, Trump was set to withdraw American forces from Afghanistan. He had wanted to move much faster than that, and it had required a concerted effort by his military leaders and national security advisor to stop him from initiating a wildly precipitous withdrawal of all U.S. troops from the Middle East and Africa before he left office on January 20, 2021. Who knows whether Trump's withdrawal from Afghanistan would have been smoother, more competent, than Biden's disastrous exit. But the withdrawal was never going to be easy and would have added yet another burden to a consecutive term. Where Trump envisaged success in a second term, it is not hard to instead imagine him hobbling through those 4 years, reacting to the pressures that would soon pile up, throwing him off balance, and preventing him from ever taking full command of the presidency. Trump had felt stymied for much of his first term, starting with the investigation into Russian meddling in the 2016 election, then impeachment, and then COVID. By the end of Trump's first term, he was deeply unpopular, with his approval rating in the 30s. And given the trajectory he was on, it was certainly feasible that he might have finished a consecutive term with an even lower approval, which would have made him an historically unpopular president. Had that happened, Trump's MAGA movement would have been greatly weakened, and the old-line Republican establishment would have had a fighting chance to yank the party away from the populism that Trump had channeled and fueled so masterfully. All those what-ifs. Instead, Joe Biden won the 2020 election, a fact Trump would never concede. When in early 2021, Trump's aides sent out a press release from the office of the former president, he made sure it never happened again. For months, he inhabited a fantasy world where, encouraged by oddballs and diehards, he would insist that what he portrayed as the greatest crime in American history, the supposed theft of the 2020 election, would soon decisively be proved, and he would return to office as early as August of 2021. To admit he had lost, not to mention that he had lost to an aging politician who struggled on the stairs, would have been psychologically impossible for this New York developer and reality TV star who had spent his life trying to avoid humiliation, trying to brand himself as the world's greatest winner. Another irony, some Trump aides eventually would concede, though only privately, that it was precisely because of Trump's unique pathologies, especially a delusional capacity that they thought at the time was entirely self-destructive, that he pulled off the improbable feat of returning to the White House just 4 years after the infamy of January 6. The elites of both parties and the national media, and indeed most of Trump's own advisors, considered him dead and buried in early 2021. Trump himself saw something different, and it wasn't just his typical bluster. He had a feeling that his core supporters were bonded to him every bit as tightly, maybe even more tightly, than they were before hundreds of them had stormed the Capitol to try to prevent the transfer of power. Trump had always endeavored to author his own reality and then force others around him to submit to his version of events. Trump lied, of course, endlessly and preposterously, but what started as fantasies often blurred and morphed into a reality of his making. With jarring frequency and the help of his devotees, Trump spoke his worlds into existence. Straight after the 2020 election, Trump embarked on his most ambitious and destructive campaign of reality bending. Insisting he had won the election, even as nearly all his closest advisors privately accepted he had lost, Trump mobilized his followers in a desperate effort to overturn the results. And even when he left office, he refused to let it go. Whether it was his decades-long adherence to the power of positive thinking, A Habit, born from the best-selling book of the clergyman Norman Vincent Peale, in whose church the Trump family worshipped for years, or whether it was something beyond that, something that seemed to his closest aides to be a form of mental disorder, Trump refused to accept the title of loser. By 2023, through the power of repetition, he had converted most Republicans to his false gospel. Looking back, many of his allies now concede, it was Trump's adamant refusal to accept reality that laid the foundation of his comeback. Many of the people in Trump's inner and outer circles have rewritten their own histories since his return to power. Now they insist they never left his side, they always knew he'd be back. But the truth is very different. Several who had worked for Trump in his first administration kept their distance during his first year out of power. They did so not only to protect their professional reputations, many simply found him impossible to be around. No matter how hard they tried to divert his attention to more productive matters, they could not get him to stop talking about 2020. Trump was so insistent with his stolen election mantra that time spent with him during his early post-presidency meant nodding along to keep the peace. To suggest even gently that he couldn't be reinstated to the presidency, as his former advisor Jenna Ellis did on social media, risked excommunication. There was no point trying to fact-check him. They stole it from us, he would say. And when he sensed he was talking to a skeptic, journalist from any mainstream publication, for instance, he would add with an insistent edge, "You do know that, right?" Even his voice had been relegated to the outskirts of American life. In early 2021, the social media giants, Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram, had banned the 45th president from posting on their platforms. The most powerful proprietor of conservative media, Rupert Murdoch, had privately told a confidant that Fox News was very busy pivoting, and we want to make Trump a non-person. Soon, the once omnipresent Trump was nowhere to be found on the mainstream conservative news channel. When Biden entered the White House, he deemed Trump such a non-person as to publicly refer to him only as the former guy, refusing to even utter his name. It was a small and motley crew who stuck with Trump in those dark days of 2021 after he returned to Mar-a-Lago. Most vital was Susie Wiles, a veteran operative and lobbyist from Florida, whom Trump brought in to run his political operation when he was at his lowest ebb. She did more than restore order. She earned Trump's trust and built a team that would be the most stable of any of Trump's 3 campaigns. Others had a rockier 4 years. Some would be indicted, like his body man Walt Nauta and his Mar-a-Lago property manager Carlos de Oliveira, who were both charged with helping Trump obstruct justice. Some would go to prison, Steve Bannon and Peter Navarro, for contempt of Congress. And nearly all would receive subpoenas over the next 3 years as a bevy of prosecutors, both federal and state, pursued Trump and his businesses and many of his associates. The allegations ranged from civil to criminal, from the sexual abuse and defamation allegations by a New York-based writer, to the inflation of property values by the Trump Organization, to the hoarding of boxes of classified documents, to engaging in a conspiracy to overturn the results of the 2020 election, all the way to the 34 felonies on which he would be convicted. These last charges related to a hush money payment to a porn actress to buy her silence when her story of their alleged affair could have imperiled his first presidential campaign in 2016. Just one of those charges would have buried almost any other politician. But by 2024, the public had become desensitized, and Trump, with his preternatural capacities for survival and for branding, grasped immediately and instinctively that he could repurpose his legal peril as a powerful political asset. He had announced his candidacy earlier than expected, in part because he was under siege and recognized he could use his status as a leading presidential candidate to strengthen his legal defense. Trump spun a story of a grand conspiracy orchestrated by Joe Biden from the Oval Office, and enough voters found it plausible. New York Attorney General Letitia James had openly campaigned on a promise to target Trump in 2018, and she had delivered on her promise with a civil suit that went at the heart of his self-image and his wealth. Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg tried to avoid the topic of prosecuting Trump, save for an event where he referenced Trump's pattern of criminality during his own campaign in 2021. He later brought a novel legal case that some commentators believed would not have surfaced had the defendant been anyone else. There were weightier cases, of course. It was hard to find anybody in Trump's orbit who would try to argue with a straight face that he hadn't brazenly mishandled classified national security materials, or that he hadn't obstructed efforts by the government to get them returned. But the seeming legal pile on one case on top of the next, then another, and all within 2 years would ultimately prove a gift to Trump, who had spent decades conflating legal problems with public relations. He would crowd the cases together in the public's mind under a single banner: witch hunt. To many Democrats, Trump was finally getting some of the accountability he had evaded throughout his life. As Hillary Clinton put it, these prosecutions and civil cases were just the tip of what he should have faced. "I thought they were all well-founded cases," she said. "I can't help it if the guy's a criminal. I mean, that's not my problem. He is a criminal. He has broken the law numerous times and has gotten away with it, and finally somebody was holding him to account." Trump had learned vital lessons during his years in and out of power. And his second term in office would be nothing like a second term he might have commenced in 2021. In 2025, he wouldn't have to worry about investigations. The Supreme Court that he himself had transformed had granted the President of the United States broad immunity from prosecution for actions taken while in office. He had had 4 angry years to contemplate what else he would do differently. Some of his key advisors had also spent those years studying the levers of federal power, figuring out how to get Trump exactly what he wanted, from mass deportations to a campaign of retribution unlike anything before directed by an American president. Trump had 4 years to assemble a team of true loyalists. Most important, the events of the interregnum, the indictments and the conviction, the threat of prison, the 2 assassination attempts all served to enlarge the Trump brand and mythology. This was especially true of the shooting in Butler, Pennsylvania. A man who was not known for his physical courage, who was known, in fact, for the opposite, for using his connections to dodge the draft in Vietnam on account of bone spurs, had the presence of mind to stand and raise his fist and yell, "Fight, fight, fight." While blood was trickling down his face, a moment even his enemies were forced to concede was remarkable. Who could stop him now? Whereas before he had a strong grip on the Republican Party, in the first year of his second term Trump's command would be almost absolute. Congress would be nothing like a co-equal branch. Its leaders, who once jealously guarded their independence, would effectively serve as Trump's staffers. Trump knew that if he returned to the presidency, he could get away with so much more than he did the first time. The culture had changed, and he had played a big role in changing it. No longer would top Trump officials and donors be routinely chased out of Washington restaurants by protesters with bullhorns screaming about how racist they were. Now they would have their own safe space, the executive branch, a pricey members-only club part owned by Donald Trump Jr. Late in the 2024 campaign, the Trump family had gotten started in the crypto industry, and now, as president, Trump was set to turbocharge that industry. There were many, many billions to be made, and this time the Trump family seemed determined to realize the vast financial potential it saw in the American presidency. Trump entered his first presidential term as a novice, uncertain of how Washington worked and frightened of a special counsel investigation whose dimensions he couldn't quite make out. And while much was written about the disruptions of his first presidency, and all the norms he violated, those concerns now seem quaint. He filled his cabinet with well-credentialed strangers, generals like James Mattis and John Kelly, who regarded him and his worldview as dangerous and detestable. When they told him he needed to keep U.S. troops in Afghanistan and off the streets of American cities, he submitted to their counsel. But by the end of his term, he deeply resented the effect they had had on his presidency. He resolved to govern differently the next time if there was to be a next time. The faint outlines of Trump 2, what his former chief strategist Steve Bannon would call pure Trump, had become visible by the end of 2019. Trump had learned vital lessons from his first 3 years in office, about the degree of loyalty he wanted in his government, about what additional powers he could grab, what norms he could shatter, what laws or institutions he could bend, and what the markets would bear. He was ultimately stymied by the pandemic, by remnants of Republican resistance on Capitol Hill, by many of his own aides and cabinet secretaries, and eventually by a vice president who refused to abandon his constitutional duty to certify the election. But the trajectory was clear to anyone paying attention. One private scene that sticks out in our minds: Trump, in November 2019, sitting in the dining room adjoining the Oval Office, watching the televised hearings that would lead to his first impeachment. Aides who wandered in and out of that small dining room described to us at the time a rage that was building inside Trump. They saw that this rage was quickly hardening into purpose, a determination to make drastic changes to his presidency. Trump was being impeached for a phone call that he had branded as perfect, but that was, in fact, very far from perfect. He had urged Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky to investigate Joe Biden, his possible rival for the presidency in 2020, and Biden's son Hunter. As Trump sat in the dining room, watching a parade of government officials offer damning testimony against the propriety of that call, Trump was almost shouting at the television. Who the fuck are these people? He wanted to know, who is this guy in the bow tie? The man with the bow tie was George Kent, a low-profile State Department official who worked on Ukraine policy. The most infuriating witness of all was Lieutenant Colonel Alexander Vindman, the Director of European Affairs on Trump's own National Security Council, who testified in his dress uniform. It is improper for the President of the United States to demand a foreign government investigate a U.S. citizen and political opponent, Vindman said. Trump was incensed. He had long been paranoid about a deep state within his own government. For months he had carried around in the breast pocket of his jacket a note card with the names of White House staffers he had been told were snakes. But now here on the television were the deep staters, finally showing their faces. When the Senate voted to acquit him in early 2020, Trump's advisors smiled and high-fived, but the president did not join them. He sat still and scowling, arms folded, at his small dining table beside the Oval Office. Never should have fucking happened, he said. Trump told his aides he wanted to clear these traitors out of the government. Get rid of them, all of them. He brought his former body man, John McEntee, back into the administration to run the Office of Presidential Personnel. A 29-year-old former college quarterback with no traditional qualifications for the role, but whom Trump trusted completely. At the same time, Trump was developing sharper criteria for the types of advisors he wanted around. He was fed up with much of his team, especially with his Attorney General, William Barr, and his top military advisors, Defense Secretary Mark Esper and Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff General Mark Milley. He was fed up with them saying it was a bad idea to send troops into American cities to put down protests that had turned into riots. He was fed up with their slow walking, with his White House lawyers telling him that the demands he was making were illegal, and with the military resisting his requests to remove troops from Afghanistan and Somalia and Syria. He wanted an enforcer at the Justice Department, somebody who wouldn't hesitate to prosecute his enemies, the scumbags like James Comey and Hillary Clinton and Barack Hussein Obama. He wanted, he would say over and over again, another Roy Cohn, his lawyer and mentor whose motto was "Don't tell me what the law is, tell me who the judge is." The aides he gravitated to in that final year of his first term were people who would listen to him and then act, immediately and without second-guessing. By the end of Trump's first term, Stephen Miller and Russell Vought had become two of his most critical enforcers. Miller was a White House speechwriter, an ardent culture warrior and anti-immigration ideologue, who had a breakthrough success using COVID emergency powers to essentially shut down the southern border. Vought, who was Trump's budget director, was a fiscally hawkish wonk who, when others had told Trump his requests were unlawful, searched for and often found alternative means. He championed the freezing of congressionally approved funds, diverted Pentagon money to pay for Trump's border wall, and was a key proponent of Schedule F, designed to make it easier to fire potentially tens of thousands of ostensibly apolitical government workers and replace them with loyalists. Both would be brought back in the second term, Vought in his former role, but this time with far greater freedom, and Miller with official titles as Deputy Chief of Staff for Policy and Homeland Security Advisor that belied his true power. Our book covers the first year of Trump's second presidency, a period that has fully justified that often misused word, unprecedented. He has altered the very nature of the presidency, and changed what people living in this country, and all over the world, think of when they picture the American president. He has commanded a display of brute force that has yielded some impressive results on the global stage, as when Trump's strong arming of Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu of Israel led to a major hostage deal and a fragile ceasefire. But his constant threatening and bullying of America's traditional allies, through tariffs, threats to annex the territories of NATO partners, and extrajudicial killings at sea, would finally end any illusions about the viability of the post-World War II order. By the end of his first year back in office, the institutional architecture that American presidents had spent 8 decades building and maintaining had been, for all practical purposes, dismantled. Trump reduced funding to the United Nations and sought to create his own alternative with what he called a Board of Peace, stacked with authoritarian governments sympathetic to his agenda. He dismissed international law outright. He hollowed out NATO not merely by questioning Article 5, but by treating its members as adversaries to be coerced rather than allies to be consulted. He eschewed the World Trade Organization in favor of punitive bilateral deals. and the world was adjusting accordingly. America's traditional partners in Europe and Asia, concluding they could no longer rely on Washington, had begun to rearm, cut their own deals with Beijing, and fend for themselves. It was becoming difficult to imagine any future president putting any of this back together. His biggest early gamble, joining Israel's all-out war against Iran on February 28, 2026, had the potential to be the most consequential decision of his presidency. The Israelis were quick to kill the Ayatollah, but Iran would be no one-hour war, as Trump would describe his mission to capture Maduro. In launching the war, Trump followed a familiar pattern: overwhelming force first, consequences later. Domestically, there would be no peace. "I was the hunted, and now I'm the hunter," Trump told reporters on the White House lawn in June 2025. And the hunter didn't think twice about ordering up DOJ investigations of his enemies or using every tool available to get his own way. Unlike recent presidents, Trump had shown he was entirely comfortable using extraordinary presidential powers on a whim, to meddle in the private sector, to dictate individual companies' internal policies, and decide whether they got a good deal or a rotten one from the federal government. And so it was that in the summer of 2025, the usually self-effacing CEO of America's iconic technology company, Tim Cook of Apple, felt it necessary to present Donald Trump with a 24-karat gold tribute, in full view of the news media. The tributes came in many forms: a plane from the Qatari royals and hundreds of millions of dollars from America's wealthiest individuals and corporations to fund Trump's political operation, his presidential library, and a giant new ballroom on the grounds of the White House. Foreign investors saw a more straightforward path to influence, putting money directly into the pockets of the Trump family through their crypto ventures. There was so much capitulation, so much conquest, so much corruption, it became hard to follow. Given his cartoonish persona, his deep orange complexion, and his oversized ties and coiffure, there is often a temptation to cover Trump as if he is a clown. But as the late Wayne Barrett, one of the first journalists to take Trump seriously, made plain in his 1979 Village Voice series about the upstart with a wealthy and politically connected father, Trump was also a decades-long student of power dynamics. He has a feral instinct for power, and he is an intuitive reader of people. His son Don Jr. has told associates that his father has a sixth sense for locating a person's weakest point, their hidden vulnerability, and pushing hard on it until he breaks them. And he creates enormous flexibility for himself, thinking nothing of reversing himself entirely and lying brazenly to get out of a tight spot. In this sense, his complete absence of shame, historically unusual among American presidents, has been a political superpower. In his second term, President Trump has bent and even broken institutions. No modern president has so quickly reduced his party in Congress to such thorough compliance as Trump did in 2025. And no president in modern memory has so openly used the powers of the office to pressure into alignment the major pillars of civil society and the private sector, from the largest tech companies to the most venerable news organizations to big law and the Ivy League universities. A year into his second presidency, Trump and his admirers had become enamored of the concept of the Don Rote Doctrine, purportedly Trump's contemporary spin on James Monroe's claims of U.S. dominance in its hemisphere, and a bulwark against European meddling. Much ink was spilled trying to fit his various foreign policy actions into a larger Trumpian vision of America's global role. There was some truth to these assertions, but they are also a trap. Since his first term, Trump has tempted many, from his most devoted supporters to his fiercest critics, to seek out the deeper motivations and ideological underpinnings of his presidency and character. Time and again, this has proven to be a fool's errand. Trump will often do simply whatever he feels like in the moment, frequently giving in to shockingly impulsive behavior. We have therefore tried to avoid such sweeping generalizations. There are, however, frequent patterns that recur in his life, advisors he keeps returning to, impulses that are predictable, tricks from his playbook that he consistently deploys, and we have tried to draw attention to those. This book is the culmination of our combined decades of covering Trump, the product of hundreds of interviews with his closest advisors, officials throughout his government, every ring of his networks past and present. The second Trump White House spent its first 12 months guarding information far more carefully than the first, where leaks out of the Oval Office and Situation Room were near daily occurrences. This time, rarely have news stories penetrated these rooms. We have made our best efforts to take you inside. We have been conscious that this story is far from over, and that the shape of this presidency, and the judgments historians will make of it, cannot be adequately understood in real time. This is, therefore, our best attempt at a first draft of the remarkable history we are all living through, a story we intend to cover until the end. Maggie Haberman and Jonathan Swan, April 6, 2026. Part I, Whirlwind Chapter 1. We might not be doing this if you'd stayed in the race, Joe, Donald Trump said after the news cameras had been ushered out of the Oval Office. You would have been a tougher opponent. They love you in Pennsylvania. 8 days after the bizarre and rancorous election that would soon return him to power, the once and future president sat by a roaring fire with the incumbent President Joe Biden. This was a traditional show of comedy and continuity between administrations. There had been no such meeting 4 years earlier after an election Trump would not concede and continue to claim he had won. But Biden had made it clear to his senior staff that such traditions were important. He would meet with the president-elect to talk him through significant issues. Given the ugliness of the recent campaign, Biden was surprised by how solicitous and deferential Trump was during their roughly 2-hour fireside meeting. Trump warmly assured Biden that he'd had a successful presidency. He lavished praise on the strength of the economy and complimented Biden's leadership on several thorny ongoing crises, especially the war in Ukraine. That's really hard, Trump told the president. You handled it well. Biden proceeded to walk Trump through a handful of global issues, briefing him on the areas that might be of particular concern to the new administration. Trump had not yet started focusing on policy details, and instead asked questions about the personalities of foreign leaders, interjecting, "What's he like? Can you negotiate with him? What's Putin like these days? What's I like these days?" Trump even steered the conversation onto highly charged terrain, expressing sympathy at the way Biden had been treated by the leaders of the Democratic Party. But if he had hopes of goading Biden into an admission of bitterness about the brutal way he was forced out of the race, or perhaps into disparaging Vice President Kamala Harris, his replacement as the party's nominee, Trump would be disappointed. You won 14 million votes, Trump pressed, referring to the nearly 90% of votes Biden had won in the 2024 Democratic primaries. And they took it away from you. Biden didn't bite. Then Trump raised the even more painful and delicate subject of Hunter Biden. It's terrible what they've put your son through, he declared with apparent sincerity, and not a word on his own role in savaging the younger Biden over the years. The incoming president assured Biden that he would not do anything to harm his son, and if there was anything that Hunter needed, to please let him know. Thank you, was all Biden could muster in reply. As the meeting wrapped up, Biden turned to Trump's campaign manager and designated chief of staff, Susie Wiles, who had sat quietly in the room to observe the two men. Where did you get those beautiful blue eyes? Biden blurted out to Wiles, who responded, I don't know because I didn't inherit them from either of my parents. Trump interjected, don't you know who her father was? Wiles was the oldest child of Pat Summerall, the NFL great who had finished his career with the New York Giants when Trump was a teenager, and who would go on to become a Hall of Fame sports broadcaster. A spirited discussion about the Giants and the value of good genes concluded the meeting. The scene was so congenial as to be disorienting. Trump had spent the last several years calling Biden a senile and incompetent old man, the worst president ever, who would never have been president had they not stolen the 2020 election. But in their Oval Office meeting, Biden found Trump's warmth disarming. Trump's sudden graciousness seemed authentic at the time, even to some close aides, but it was also a characteristic move. He had a long history of dramatically changing his tone whenever he believed a different chord could exploit a situation. These shifts were often jarring. The day after he won the 2016 election, Trump had called Bill Clinton, the husband of the woman he had threatened to imprison, for a cordial conversation, as if nothing had happened. Now offering comforting kindness to Biden, Trump seemed to be seeking the smooth and majestic transfer of power, and the legitimacy the Democratic tradition would confer on his presidency, that he had denied Biden 4 years earlier. 2 weeks after their Oval Office meeting, Trump called to wish Biden and his family a happy Thanksgiving. Biden told his inner circle that he considered it a nice gesture. Some of them bristled. Could he really be so naive about Trump's intentions? Biden appeared moved by the seeming sincerity. But at the same time, Biden was also weighing a pardon for Hunter, whom he feared might soon be targeted by the Trump Justice Department. His anxiety would only grow as he saw the names Trump was nominating for key law enforcement and national security posts. In the weeks ahead, Biden would look back at the brief display of civility in the Oval Office and feel hoodwinked. As Trump's old patterns resumed, Biden sank into disbelief and dejection as he and his administration soon found themselves subject again to Trump's daily abuse. The visit to the White House aside, the president-elect had rarely left Florida since the election. He didn't need to, as the world was coming to him. Every day he was receiving obsequious phone calls and visits from world leaders, dignitaries, and business tycoons. They were mobilizing an all-out effort to win his favor or at least to protect themselves, their companies, or their countries from a United States government that would soon be in the hands of a president who had a very long enemies list. Few things pleased Trump as much as the giants of big tech groveling before him, and with his long memory of their supposed treachery, he intended to make a show of it. In his 2024 coffee table book, Save America, Trump claimed that Mark Zuckerberg, CEO of Meta, had schemed against him during the 2020 election, and he warned the billionaire that he would spend the rest of his life in prison if he did it again. Zuckerberg had banned Trump from both Facebook and Instagram after the riot of January 6. Jack Dorsey of Twitter did the same, spurring Trump to create his own platform, Truth Social. But one by one over the next few years, as he reasserted his hold over the Republican Party and began framing a comeback plan, each tech platform and billionaire warily and then willingly made their peace. All was not necessarily forgiven, but it could soon be forgotten as the potential for Trump to inflict untold damage on their companies came into focus. Trump had no intention of letting them off easy. He had long believed in the value of public spectacle, and especially in the power of humiliation and submission. To consecrate their surrender in the weeks before his second inauguration, Trump would welcome the CEOs or founders of the largest tech companies, each making the pilgrimage for dinner on the famed patio amid the tropical gardens of Mar-a-Lago. The guests would include Apple CEO Tim Cook, Amazon founder and Washington Post owner Jeff Bezos, Zuckerberg, and Sundar Pichai of Google. Zuckerberg would pay a visit right before Thanksgiving, Cook and Bezos later in December. Some of the billionaires were in for a surprise, with special Trump-style entertainment planned. Often before meals started, the president-elect cued a rousing version of the Star-Spangled Banner on his iPad, piped through the club's sound system. Before dinner, Zuckerberg rose to his feet, hand on his heart. But this was no ordinary national anthem. Not only because Trump's own reading of the Pledge of Allegiance had been spliced into the music, or because the recording ended in a chant of USA, USA, but because it was performed by the J6 prison choir, 20 men detained for their alleged involvement in the attack on the Capitol. Here was Trump's pointed way of enlisting some of the country's most powerful business leaders in his campaign to rehabilitate the rioters, to transform them into martyrs and patriots in service to his own holy cause, the 2020 election. It was also a way to force a master of the universe, who had cited his own principles to punish Trump for threatening the peaceful transfer of power, to tacitly acknowledge, or just give in to the idea that he was right and Zuckerberg and the others were wrong, that he had won and they had lost. They could eat crow. Early in his new term, the president would exact a roughly $25 million payment from Meta for the indignity of having been banned on Facebook. Twitter had also banned Trump, but the company had since been bought and rebranded as X by Elon Musk, perhaps Trump's most powerful ally. Given the option to allow Musk to settle the lawsuit without a payment, Trump indicated he wanted Musk to pay too. The settlement was roughly $10 million. After the Mar-a-Lago dinner, Zuckerberg would speak by phone with Trump. He had smoothly distanced himself from his previous support for a pro-immigration group and had ended his company's diversity, equity, and inclusion policies soon after his Florida visit. Jeff Bezos, too, sought out a warmer relationship with Trump. Still smarting over the Washington Post's coverage over nearly a decade, Trump told Bezos, "This Washington Post is really unfair. You've got to take better care." Bezos commiserated with Trump over their December dinner, indicating that he too was deeply frustrated with the Post, though for a different reason. In Trump's telling, Bezos told him he had lost half his friends over the investment. Bezos would tell others that wasn't quite right. He hadn't lost friends, but people close to him had urged him to sell the newspaper. At first, Trump hadn't believed Bezos when the billionaire told him that he couldn't control the Post's coverage. As proof, Bezos told Trump that the newspaper's reporters would write negative stories about him, too. He said they write stories about him, and I didn't believe him the first term, and I hated him for it, Trump recalled. And then I believed him. At their dinner after the 2024 election, Bezos described the newspaper that had once brought down a president as his worst financial investment. "The people there are terrible," he told Trump, complaining about the business side of a storied newsroom he had hoped to make profitable. "They don't listen. My other companies, they listen." Weeks later, Trump was still regaling visitors with stories of how the tech titans were now kissing my ass. "You would not believe the texts I got from these tech guys. I've got to show you," he told some guests as he whipped out his iPhone one morning after Christmas. "Look at this. Here's Zuckerberg." Trump scrolled through the ingratiating messages he had received from Zuckerberg after their dinner the previous month. "This is a letter his kid wrote," Trump added, pulling up for guests a photo of a grade school child's letter to the president from one of Zuckerberg's children who wrote that they looked forward to the golden age of America. Trump pulled up another text. Hold on, this one's even better," he preened. Bezos. One of the guests who viewed the Jeff Bezos text messages recalled a greeting from Bezos, with a smiling selfie of himself and his then-fiancée, Lauren Sanchez. Later that day, Trump returned to these trophies in a conversation with others, including Elon Musk, who recently had been tapped to lead a cost-cutting pseudo-agency named the Department of Government Efficiency. "Think about where these guys were in 2016, Trump said of Zuckerberg and Bezos. "They hated me. They were doing everything they could to knock me down. And look at them now." As he boasted to Musk about the texts from Zuckerberg and Bezos, the world's richest man seemed delighted in the humiliation of his rivals. "First-class groveling," Musk called it. Close aides could not recall Trump ever being as contented as he was in those 2 warm winter months in Palm Beach after the election. His victory was broadly accepted as legitimate, in a way it had never been the first time. It helped that this time Trump had won not just the Electoral College but also the popular vote, something no Republican had done in 20 years, since George W. Bush in 2004. One close advisor described the president-elect as zen-like during this post-election period. Basking in his victory, he would wander around the common areas of Mar-a-Lago, playing DJ on his iPad on the patio after dinner, and meeting donors to raise unprecedented sums for his inauguration fund and political operation. Guests stood and clapped whenever he entered the room. He marveled in private that the fake news had never treated him so nicely, and that this was what it should have been like the first time around. He made it known to his team that he wanted to make Fox News beg for their first presidential interview. "At a certain point, they've begged so much they'll let you do whatever you want," he confided to an advisor. Another aide who shared a long history with Trump observed that Trump seemed less competitive with every man around him, even those far richer than he was. Trump was now, indisputably, the significant figure of history he had always wanted to be. And he could see that others thought so, too. The stakes of this election had been particularly high. He had been indicted in 4 different cases and convicted in one. That case was still awaiting sentencing. In 2016 and 2020 he had pushed himself hard during the final month of the campaign, but in 2024 aides saw that he was going almost to the brink of physical collapse. He finished the campaign with a sprint of rallies that left him briefly falling asleep on his feet backstage at one of his last events. There was also the assassination attempt he had survived by just inches in Butler, Pennsylvania, in July 2024, and another close call that September. He began to speak more frequently about his mortality, declaring that his narrow survival must have been divine intervention. Now he could exhale. He had survived an assassin's bullet and defeated both Kamala Harris and the U.S. justice system. For a few weeks after the election, he lay low, making few public appearances. Aides noticed Trump doing something he had never asked of them in the campaign. For a brief time after the election, he told his press team to dial back the vitriol in their statements. He didn't want them attacking Biden or Harris too harshly. Trump was also getting something he had never had before, a grudging acknowledgement of legitimacy from the small club of former presidents. On January 9, he would attend the state funeral for the 39th President of the United States, Jimmy Carter. Barack Obama was seated next to Trump, and the 2 avid golfers bantered about Trump's golf courses. Bill Clinton, believing it was the right thing to do, approached Trump at the service and wished him well. Trump appeared grateful for the gesture. To some aides and allies it seemed as if Trump were about to set aside old grievances and try to unify the country. He had, after all, secured a monumental victory. He was untouchable and could surely afford to be magnanimous. "This time is about legacy," Trump told one associate. "We're going to do big things. Even the people who don't like me will like it." When the associate told Trump he had an opportunity to do something different now that he had all the power, Trump replied with apparent earnestness, "You mean rise above?" Trump was even putting a positive gloss on his political exile, going so far as to muse to one advisor that on balance he was better off to have been out of office for those 4 years. He was more prepared now, he had a bigger mandate, and he could do things he could never have gotten away with before. And because Biden had been so terrible, he added, the American people had missed him. "Isn't this better?" he remarked privately. If the Democrats hadn't been allowed to steal the 2020 election from him, he said, "I'd be getting ready to go into retirement." Trump's bonhomie lasted longer than usual. But few veteran observers of this 78-year-old man who had thrived on conflict, bravado, vendettas, and grievance for most of his career believed he had actually changed. As Inauguration Day approached, the old instincts returned, and it became clear that Trump remained fixed on revenge. He told one close ally that the Democrats, with their Russia hoax, his term for the investigation into Russia's meddling in the 2016 election, were responsible for the breakdown of his son Don Jr.'s marriage. He was not about to forget all the slights. He was returning to the presidency with a weaker opposition than ever. Democrats were demoralized. The fake news legacy media was struggling financially and discredited in the eyes of most Americans. The Supreme Court had tilted further right thanks to Trump's own first-term appointments, aided by the single-minded campaign of then Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell, and the court had now given him broad protections as president. He was immune, he would say with relish. The Republican Party was now wholly his possession. The day before the inauguration, word began to spread among Trump's advisers that he planned to include an especially provocative line in his address, vowing to pardon all the January 6 hostages. It caused consternation. Even if Trump intended to proceed with the plan, there was concern about using his inauguration speech to make the announcement. A group of aides discussed the idea with Trump during preparations for the speech. In one of the group, senior advisor Taylor Budowich urged caution. "Mr. President, here's the thing," said Budowich, who had developed a reputation internally for speaking candidly to Trump. "We've got 800 people in the rotunda for your inauguration and roughly 300 of them are Democrats. If you announce that you're going to pardon the J6ers, about half the room will get up and leave. It will be remembered as the most divisive inauguration speech in history." Trump considered the point and then said, I never thought of that. Fine. Take it out of the speech. It would be one of Donald Trump's last concessions to decorum. Chapter 2. Donald Trump and his inner circle settled into the Mar-a-Lago terrace, with its large chandelier and its canopy roof rustling in the ocean breeze. It was November 11, 2024, a week after the election, and the club was filled with aides and advisors as Trump opened discussions on some of the most important decisions he would make, selecting his new cabinet. The Wall Street hardhead Howard Lutnick, an old associate of Trump's from his New York days, was in charge of the transition. Trump, superstitious as ever, had barely discussed second-term planning before the election. He was seeing the full roster of names for the first time in this room. His top aides, Susie Wiles and Stephen Miller, had added their own suggestions to the list. Vice President-elect J.D. Vance had given his views as well. Lutnick had arranged for 8 television sets, 4 lined up on each side of the table. They were all loaded with the same presentation, with stylized photos of the contenders, bullet points of their biographies, and highlight reels of their appearances on cable news shows, so that Trump could make his selections. As Trump chewed on crab meat skewers served from the Mar-a-Lago kitchens, the slideshow of candidates played before him. When Senator Marco Rubio was mentioned, Trump said quickly, "Yeah, let's give Marco State," as if his pick for Secretary of State had been a foregone conclusion. "What do we think about Mike?" Trump asked his advisers as they were contemplating the role of National Security Advisor. He was referring to Mike Waltz, the former Army Green Beret and congressman from Florida, who had been instrumental in helping the Trump campaign interact with senior officials at the United States Secret Service after the attempt on Trump's life in July. The reaction from Trump's inner circle was positive. Everyone said they liked Mike. "Well, good," Trump said, "because I already offered him the job in the hallway outside." The room broke into laughter. For CIA director, Trump weighed the appointment of John Ratcliffe, a former Texas congressman who had come to the president's attention in the first term by defending him against the Russia investigation. Trump had made Ratcliffe his final director of national intelligence in 2020, but as he prepared to return to the White House, Trump had one lingering question before entrusting Ratcliffe with the Central Intelligence Agency. "Is he going to shred it?" Trump asked his team. By it he meant the CIA. Once Trump was satisfied that the answer was yes, he gave the job to Ratcliffe. But that wasn't the only thing Ratcliffe had going for him. "The guy looks like Cary Grant," Trump added. "He's straight out of Central Casting. If you were going to cast a guy to play CIA director, that's who you'd pick." So far, Trump was favoring people with traditional backgrounds. But when the discussion turned to the next director of national intelligence, Trump began to toy with more controversial candidates. He pointed to the former Democratic congresswoman from Hawaii turned Trump supporter, Tulsi Gabbard, who had become persona non grata with the establishments of both parties for her jeremiads against the so-called deep state, and her private meeting with Syria's then-dictator Bashar al-Assad. Roger Stone, Trump's longtime and intermittent political consigliere, had been pushing Gabbard to him privately. Stone thought she had the talent to be president one day, though Trump was skeptical. "Let's give it to Tulsi," Trump said, adding that he liked her. What harm could she really do? At that moment his mind skipped over to Robert F. Kennedy Jr., who, like Gabbard, represented a new coalition of anti-establishment former Democrats that Trump had welcomed into the Republican Party. With Bobby, Trump observed, when I bring Bobby out to these events it'd be so loud in there you couldn't hear yourself think. And then we bring Tulsi out and people would clap a little bit and it'd be fine. But the difference is Bobby's a star, and Tulsi wants to be a star. The discussion in the room turned to the Pentagon. Pete Hegseth, the war veteran and Fox News morning host, was a highly unorthodox choice to manage the Department of Defense with its nearly 3 million employees and its global web of combatant commands. But he received Trump's highest form of praise, that he looked good on television. Nobody's ever looked better on camera than this guy, the president-elect mused. He's been so good to me. You know what he did. Trump continued. They had these 3 military guys just killing people, going around killing people left and right. There's no telling how many they killed. And they're tough guys, and they got prosecuted. And Pete defended them. We've got to have somebody who's willing to defend our tough guys. The tough guys in question were the Iraq and Afghanistan war veterans Clint Lawrence, Matthew Galstein, and Eddie Gallagher. Each had faced charges or convictions related to war crimes, but had been rescued by Trump in his first term, thanks to Hegseth's sustained advocacy. Trump had granted pardons for Lawrence and Galstein in 2019 and had restored Gallagher's benefits and rank. The defense establishment was horrified at Trump's meddling in the military justice system and worried about the message it would send to global allies. But Trump saw these men as heroes, and now he was poised to give their champion, the co-host of Fox and Friends Weekend, responsibility for the entire Defense Department. When Hegseth subsequently faced the threat of being voted down in the Senate over a sexual assault allegation that he denied, Trump briefly considered replacing him with a former bitter rival of his own, Governor Ron DeSantis of Florida. We need plot twists, Trump told a startled ally before dropping the thought. Then Trump unleashed J.D. Vance, his son Don Jr., and the young activist and podcaster Charlie Kirk to bully into submission any Republican who might be tempted to vote against Hegseth. It was just the latest exercise of a guiding principle Trump shared with his mentor Roy Cohn, and with Roger Stone: never admit to making a mistake. When the discussion turned to the Department of Homeland Security, every head in the room turned to Stephen Miller. No one in the building was more closely identified with Trump's immigration agenda than Miller, who had been the architect of some of the most contentious border policies of the first term and was expected to reprise that role with even greater ambition. If anyone was expected to have Trump's ear on who should lead DHS, it was him. The name on the screen was Kristi Noem, the governor of South Dakota. Miller did not hold back. She had given, he told the room, the single worst interview he had ever seen in his life. Full stop. And this was the person they were going to ask to go out and defend the administration's most controversial policy decisions on the border and immigration. She was not, Miller said, a deft enough communicator to do that. It wasn't clear which interview Miller was referring to, but Noem had given several after publishing a book that had a calamitous rollout. The conversation went around the room, then Trump spoke. She's been so good to me, he said. And Corey's been really good to me too. By Corey, Trump meant Corey Lewandowski, his first campaign manager in 2016 and a close aide and frequent traveling companion of Noem's. He had remained in Trump's orbit despite a trail of controversy that had seen him fired from the campaign, accused of battery against a female reporter, and later accused by a Republican donor's wife of making unwanted sexual advances toward her at a charity event. Lewandowski, who denied all allegations but agreed to undergo impulse control counseling after charges were filed, was a polarizing figure even among Trump loyalists. But he had never lost the boss's affection. The sentiment was clear: Trump felt he owed Noem something. Very loyal, he said, very loyal. Miller did not say another negative word about Noem in the room that day. Once Trump had settled into the idea, there was no point in pushing further, at least not in front of him. On Noem, Trump's mind was made up. Loyalty to him and through Lewandowski had settled the matter. When Trump had chosen his first-term cabinet, even as he picked some candidates based on their looks, he often suppressed his instincts out of deference to expert opinion. He may have projected bravado back then, but he was overwhelmed by the magnitude of the job, had little familiarity with Washington, and was meeting almost everyone for the first time. Consequently, he would entrust top national security positions to establishment figures. This time, Trump felt he knew everyone and everything. Now he saw himself as the ultimate expert, smarter and more knowledgeable about every topic than the stupid people who had spent decades in Washington destroying the country. And there was something else. Looking good on television was extremely important, that would never change, but a senior role in the second Trump administration required something more. There was a new acid test, January 6. During job interviews at the transition headquarters in West Palm Beach, several candidates for senior positions were asked what they thought of the events of January 6, and who had won the 2020 election. In fact, officials on the Trump transition team had already searched candidates' social media accounts for any criticisms of Trump after the riot at the Capitol. Former aides who testified in the congressional investigation into January 6 would be divided between those who had shown loyalty to Trump and those who hadn't. Yet, as always, Trump could be fluid when it suited his purpose. If January 6 was the new threshold, his own interpretation was the final word. Some candidates could be forgiven past insults or slights, while others were sent into permanent exile. Marco Rubio had described the events of January 6 as a national embarrassment. But he would become Secretary of State. Others wouldn't be so lucky. In the Mar-a-Lago Terrum, Trump startled some with his reaction to a slide displaying the face of one of his first-term national security advisors. Robert O'Brien was assumed by many to have been in good standing with Trump, and with reason. He had interviewed for a top second-term foreign policy or intelligence role and would later be named to a presidential board. Unlike some, O'Brien had never publicly denounced Trump and in fact often praised and defended him in media appearances. But Trump had a long memory. After the attack on the Capitol, O'Brien had committed a cardinal sin in Trump's judgment. He had praised Mike Pence after he presided over the certification of Joe Biden's victory. "I just spoke with Vice President Pence," O'Brien said that day. "He is a genuinely fine and decent man. He exhibited courage today as he did at the Capitol on 9/11 as a congressman. I am proud to serve with him." Now Trump studied O'Brien's face contemptuously. There's a beauty," he said. "You know, he had a problem on January 6. On January 7 he was shaking in his boots, and now something else happened to the guy. I saw him on camera. He was stiff like he couldn't move." One of Trump's advisors chimed in to say that they had heard O'Brien was in bad health. "I knew there was something wrong with him," Trump said. "Get him off of here," he added, gesturing at the TV screen. "Get him off of here. He's another one like Pompeo. Just get him off of here." For Trump, there was barely a bigger insult than he's like Pompeo. Once held in sterling regard, former Secretary of State Mike Pompeo had briefly considered a challenge for the Republican nomination in 2024. In doing so, he had mildly criticized the lack of fiscal discipline during the first Trump administration. To Trump, this was unforgivable. So what did loyalty mean? And when exactly did the statute of limitations expire for comparing Trump to Adolf Hitler, as his vice president had done, or calling him a con artist, as his Secretary of State had done, or mocking him as an armchair tough guy, as his Secretary of Defense had done? Where the line was drawn was often unclear, but it became increasingly apparent to Trump's inner circle that the key litmus test for these job seekers now was whether they had supported Trump in those early months of 2021. Singed by his experience with staff he saw as traitors in his first term, Trump harbored a suspicion and paranoia that could be set off by the flimsiest of accusations. Some candidates had already begun packing for Washington, only to have their offers withdrawn when a stray criticism or guilt by association surfaced. Most others would never get that far. Allies of Trump had recommended the former Army Ranger Ryan McCarthy for Deputy Defense Secretary. That ended when Pete Hegseth offhandedly remarked to Trump that McCarthy was seen by some as a Milley guy. This was a reference to General Mark Milley, the recently retired chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, who had been increasingly vocal about his belief that Trump was a danger to the Republic. The mere mention of Milley ended McCarthy's chances. "We can't have that," Trump told Hegseth. "Even if he's 1% Milley, we can't have that." Of all the appointments, there were none more critical to Trump than those at the Justice Department. He believed the first term had in large part been sabotaged by his previous attorneys general, Jeff Sessions, for recusing himself from the Russia investigation, and William Barr, for refusing to go along with Trump's stolen election conspiracy. Trump initially named then-Representative Matt Gaetz as his attorney general pick on a whim. Given that Gaetz had been investigated on significant allegations, including sexual misconduct, Trump knew this was a test of what he could get away with. He told aides Gaetz had just a 30% chance of making it. But after 8 days of punishing news stories, Trump had had enough. Gaetz withdrew his name, and it would be one of the few times Trump would undo a major cabinet pick. Trump would soon fill the senior ranks of the Justice Department with his most devoted loyalists, shattering the department's post-Watergate history of independence and effectively turning the DOJ leadership into his personal law firm. He ended up appointing several lawyers who had previously represented him in either government or private life. Among them was Pam Bondi, who would be the Attorney General, and Todd Blanche, who would be the Deputy Attorney General. The cast was set for an administration that would operate with a unanimity of purpose and payback like no other. 2 months later, on January 20, 2025, Donald Trump dressed in a familiar outfit. For his inauguration as the 47th President of the United States, he had selected a suit that followed the cut of his favorite Brioni, his regular Brooks Brothers shirt, and favored accessories from his cufflinks to his bronzer. A dark overcoat and his famous hairdo smoothed and sprayed in place completed the look. The day followed a time-honored schedule. Earlier that morning, just after a church service at St. John's Episcopal, the incoming President and First Lady made their way to the White House for the traditional tea reception in the Blue Room. As Trump got out of his car, President Biden, a stickler for custom, greeted him warmly with the words, "Welcome home." The first 20 minutes of the new president's inaugural address was a harbinger of what lay ahead, a new road map for that same vision, but with a darker intensity. "We will be respected by the world. They will envy us. We will annihilate the challenges we face," Trump declared. "There will only be two genders. The weaponization of the Justice Department will end." As many aides before them had done, Trump's new team had built expectations for the speech, saying it would articulate an optimistic vision for the country. But in reality, it echoed Trump's 2017 American Carnage address. The country was a catastrophic mess, ridden with crime and chaos. His return to the Oval Office, he argued, augured the arrival of a new golden age. It was familiar Trumpian fare, delivered in as sober and dignified a manner as Donald Trump could muster. Had any other American leader given such an address, announcing his intention to declare multiple national emergencies and deploy American troops to the border, and calmly savaging his predecessor's record to his face and before the world, then dignified might seem a stretch. But Trump had already rewritten, profoundly and perhaps irrevocably, the standards that governed how America's leaders were expected to behave. Good to his word to his aides, though, he would not court controversy in the rotunda by announcing pardons of the J-6 hostages. The only hostages he did mention were the Israelis held in Gaza by Hamas, one of the few lines in Trump's speech that brought everyone to their feet. On day one of the new term, Trump gathered the press corps assigned to the White House into the Oval Office to watch him sign executive orders. When the reporters left, the president was finally alone with his senior team. He sat behind the resolute desk with his top advisors in a semicircle around him. "Can you believe what Biden did?" Trump said suddenly to his staff. "Can you believe that crook did it in the middle of my speech?" He was referring to Biden's flurry of last-minute pardons for his family members, which had occurred while Trump, none the wiser, was preparing to assume power. Biden had agonized over those pardons for weeks. Some advisors had argued for a blanket preemptive pardon of every political employee in the Biden administration. Others worried it would look like an admission of guilt for the entire outgoing government. Biden's son Hunter, after receiving his own pardon, took a particular interest in ensuring that other family members were protected from potential retribution. Hunter, who was staying in the White House during the final weeks of the Biden presidency, had participated in several meetings in the Oval Office and the residence to discuss pardons, a move that some of Biden's own staff regarded as inappropriate. Biden aides said later that the president had been swayed by seeing Trump announce his intention to appoint avenging loyalists like the ultimately torpedoed Matt Gaetz and the first-term Trump official and podcaster Kash Patel in top posts at the Justice Department and the FBI. "I get to the White House, he's so nice to me," Trump continued, recalling his November meeting with Biden. "And then he pardons his own family during my speech." Trump had told his aides he could not believe how warm Joe and Jill had been to both himself and Melania that morning. Biden, Trump claimed, had repeatedly complimented him, saying he was the toughest political candidate he had ever run against. After complaining about Biden's pardons, Trump made a sinister-sounding observation. "Biden was the only one he forgot to pardon," Trump told an associate. "It opens up a lot of doors, but I need to move on right. Maybe I get Congress to do it." And so, at the end of the frenetic day, before donning his tuxedo and heading out to the inauguration balls, Trump granted clemency to more than 1,500 people charged in connection to the January 6 riot, including those who had attacked police officers. There had been a review in progress, conducted by the incoming White House counsel David Warrington. It began as a giant list of every case, then morphed into an effort to sort them into clusters, the most pardonable and the least. The general thinking among transition staff was that certainly there would be no pardons for violent offenders. J.D. Vance had even appeared on Fox News Sunday the week before to carefully make that point. If you protested peacefully on January 6, and you've had Merrick Garland's Department of Justice treat you like a gang member, you should be pardoned. If you committed violence on that day, Vance added, obviously you shouldn't be pardoned. But Trump had grown impatient. During the transition, he informally polled his advisors, blanket pardon or just a couple of people? The answers would vary, but most were deferential to his view. Susie Wiles told Trump she preferred a narrower set of clemency grants, but she also told him, "It's your decision." Finally, on the first afternoon of his second term, Trump said, "Fuck it, let's release them all." Trump's aides felt Biden's sweeping last-minute pardons gave them cover for the blanket clemency grants. Steve Bannon, who remained one of the leaders of the MAGA movement, had been pounding the case for blanket pardons on his podcast, War Room, for weeks. But as word of Trump's decision exploded on Inauguration Day, even Bannon was surprised the president was willing to take the PR hit of pardoning those who beat up cops. Bannon told an associate, "You're getting pure Trump now." Pure Trump also included serious conversations between the president and senior staff in the following days about hosting the J6 hostages at the White House. But Donald Trump would privately acknowledge it might be too much of a bad look. "He's aware of the optics," said a senior aide later. It was the first day of the new administration. There would be a lot of optics to come. Pure Trump was just getting started. Chapter 3. It was always understood that Stephen Miller would play a much more expansive role in a second Trump administration, though just how expansive wouldn't become clear for several months. Miller had carved out 2 job titles for himself that would give him authority over a wide array of domestic policy and national security issues. He would be the new Deputy Chief of Staff for Policy, a position that made him the keeper of all executive orders and put him in charge of all domestic policy. He would also be the Homeland Security Advisor, which gave him reach into the most important agencies across the federal government. The combined portfolio would give him access to nearly any Oval Office meeting and would help him become one of the most powerful policy staffers in the modern history of the White House. Miller had a well-crafted public image as a meticulous control freak, but some who worked with him described a messier picture, someone who bulldozed through people and process alike, barreling ahead on policy without always paying careful attention to the legal guardrails or procedural steps needed to make things stick. He had barely settled into his new office, a second-floor spot that would eventually fit a small sofa, 2 tables, and a bookshelf displaying a photo of his wife, Katie, and their children, when things started to go wrong. As the second week of the administration commenced, the Office of Management and Budget, OMB, issued a memo, M-2513, ordering that federal agencies temporarily pause the disbursement of grants, loans, and other financial assistance, consistent with the law and with Trump's recent executive orders to allow for spending reviews. The targets of the memo were Biden-era areas of focus, like the Green New Deal, foreign aid, DEI programs, or other areas of wokeness. The memo was explicit that Medicare and Social Security weren't to be included. But for 48 hours, significant blocks of federal funds were indeed frozen, including Medicaid systems, setting off widespread public panic. Federal officials blamed that on a combination of Musk's Department of Government Efficiency, indiscriminately yanking the system apart, along with malicious compliance, a term White House officials would use to describe what they saw as overly rigid interpretations of the president's directives by career officials in the agencies. Someone on Miller's team had set the freeze memo in motion, pushing for it to come as quickly as possible. Miller himself defended it the day after it was issued. "I can't help it if left-wing media outlets published a fake news story that caused confusion," Miller told CNN's Jake Tapper, laughing when the host said he didn't know what Miller was referring to. "The OMB guidance memo, if you read it, is as clear as day." Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt also defended it. "The president signed an executive order directing OMB to do just this," she said. But the memo prompted a string of emergency lawsuits, and a federal judge would temporarily block it the same day that Miller and Leavitt spoke. Miller would have to contain the frenzy. He soon told colleagues that the OMB crew, namely General Counsel Mark Paoletta, a close ally of incoming Budget Director Russell Vought, had sent out the memo without Miller's approval. Miller was single-minded about the need to break up the power of the federal bureaucracy, but a visibly amateur-hour operation with any connection to him was counterproductive. There was no ideological daylight between Miller, Musk, and Vaught's team. They shared the same goals, the same combative instincts, and the same appetite for speed. Where they diverged was on process, how to move the agencies in ways that would produce durable results rather than headlines that dissolved in court. The rollout of the OMB memo was a mess reminiscent of the incompetent early days of the first Trump administration. Miller distanced himself from the memo so thoroughly that some senior West Wing aides thought he had no idea it was in the works at all. With his new purview firmly established, Miller could scarcely afford any early missteps. His reach across the government hadn't come overnight. Few had spent more time preparing for Trump's second term than Stephen Miller, and no one was more ruthlessly determined to cut through traditional obstacles to enact the president's agenda. He had achieved notoriety in the first Trump term, initially as the principal driver behind the sloppily drafted Executive Order 13,769, Trump's travel ban on mostly Muslim-majority countries. Back then, as the president's chief speechwriter, he quickly became a favored talking head for the administration on cable news, with menacing, shouting performances that made him a perfect caricature villain for the left. Miller was that rarest of species in the Trump orbit, someone who had survived both the first term and the interregnum without ever having had a falling out with Trump. Almost everyone's influence would wax and wane inside Trump's circle, but never Miller's. He was conscious of this fact and oddly superstitious about it too. When he arrived for term 2, he had at first wanted his old office back, although he would not ultimately take it. "I'm one of the only ones that made it all 4 years in the first term. It's my good luck," Miller confided to an associate, referring to the office almost as a talisman. Trump loved Miller's bulldog mentality, his instinct to turn the dial up on controversy, and his way of framing issues and acting on them with blunt, Godfather-inflected language. When Trump wanted something done, Miller would tell the president he could do it immediately, presenting himself as a man of action rather than the traditional bureaucrat consulting with departments and lawyers before coming back to the president with options. Over nearly a decade working for Trump, Miller had earned near total trust. Like Trump, Miller reveled in the bitterness of his enemies and relished his own notoriety in the eyes of the left. He was also a keen observer of popular culture, which he would mine for clues to better understand the changing country. His wife, Katie Miller, would go on to join Elon Musk at Doge as a special government employee. For the time that Musk was in the government, she held a seat on the President's Intelligence Advisory Board, extending the Miller couple's reach even further across the administration. She was a force in her own right, known for getting in people's faces, and particularly in disputes over personnel, invoking Musk's name to get what she wanted. There was more to Stephen Miller than just his image as a zealot, which he would play up when it suited him. He was constantly monitoring for intimations of trouble, ready to abandon alliances or form new ones in the blink of an eye. Highly selective about what he weighed in on in front of Trump, Miller was much more assertive in front of others. In meetings that Trump did not attend, Miller would often present his own views as representing what the president asked him to convey. Using that tactic, Miller's position would often become the final word. One senior administration official observed dryly, "Stephen Miller claims outsized credit for everything, and no one ever had a good idea other than Stephen," according to Stephen. The flip side, according to several of his colleagues, was that he would quickly run away from anything that went wrong, even if he had been directly involved. He had perfected the art form of being unaccountable, another senior government official remarked. But Miller's remarkable longevity in Trump's inner circle, nearly 11 years and counting by 2026, through factional wars that had consumed nearly every other advisor, suggested a more complicated picture. He had maintained the trust not only of the president but of many, though not all, of the various iterations of senior staff, members of the Trump family, and colleagues across the first administration. He often served as a confidant to people who were at war with each other. It required a level of dexterity beyond just behaving as a pure bulldozer. As a teenager in Santa Monica, Miller would stay up late listening to Rush Limbaugh, absorbing the talk radio rhythms that would later sharpen his own instinct for provocation. He was raised in an upper-middle-class Jewish family in a neighborhood whose politics were overwhelmingly liberal, oppressively so in Miller's view. But the conservative movement in California had taken a hard turn to the right on immigration. It was the era of Proposition 187, the ballot measure that sought to deny public services to illegal immigrants, and of Governor Pete Wilson, who rode the issue to re-election. It all left a deep mark on Miller. He styled himself as a contrarian and delighted in antagonizing his progressive classmates at Santa Monica High School. He gained some prominence on Capitol Hill as an anti-immigration ideologue, working in communications roles. He got in early with Trump when the Republican establishment was still keeping its distance, and Trump's staff was tiny. Miller made himself indispensable on the 2016 campaign, pulling all-nighters drafting speeches and policy announcements. He was one of the only people on staff with any experience in policy, and he exploited the vacuum. Miller had told friends he felt a thrill watching Trump's 2015 announcement speech, in which the new candidate railed about Mexican rapists and murderers. Miller recognized in Trump the kind of genius for mass communications critical to forcing hard-line immigration, restrictionism to the center of the American political conversation. Here, finally, was someone with the force of personality to drive the Bush-era compassionate conservatives and the immigration squishes out of the Republican Party for good. Miller knew that his boss at the time, Senator Jeff Sessions of Alabama, did not have the charisma for a viable shot at the presidency. Trump gave him the chance to be his key man. Reporters who had known Miller from his days as a young and somewhat fringe congressional staffer had often underestimated him, and with reason. They would roll their eyes when his name was mentioned, often mocking his skinny ties and a silver pinky ring with tiny black diamonds. As a teenager, Miller had been a fan of Martin Scorsese's Casino. For events with friends, he would occasionally dress in the style of Robert De Niro's character, the mobster Sam Ace Rothstein, an affectation he would later dismiss to others as youthful enthusiasm. He inundated reporters late at night with emails and phone calls, urging them to amplify stories of immigrant crime, the more lurid the better. Barking orders as if he were their assignment editor, Miller made plain his contempt for mainstream press coverage of immigration. Many journalists who had dealt with him in those years were shocked by his fast rise in the White House. As his power grew, Miller became more careful about his own habits. As a Senate staffer, he had indiscriminately fired off emails to media outlets, but later, he rarely put anything of substance in writing. One person close to him noted he had never seen someone as cautious with their electronic communications as Miller. He also developed a more polished appearance. In Term 1, he had once tried camouflaging his receding hairline with spray-on hair in a widely mocked appearance on CBS's Face the Nation. He eventually embraced a cleaner, more confident look by shaving his head completely. He had long ago upgraded his suits and ditched the pinky ring when he joined Trump's first campaign. His enduring interest in men's fashion would come out in his frequent and detailed discussions of fabrics, patterns, collars, and lapels. Miller was not a lawyer himself, but he built close alliances with those who were, in the first-term federal and state governments. Not long after Trump left office in 2021, Miller launched a nonprofit called America First Legal. He built on his alliances with like-minded GOP state attorneys general and began thinking about the kinds of lawyers he wanted for a second-term administration. He had learned from Term 1 that finding the right lawyers was the key to everything. He talked in private about hiring and promoting attorneys with the stiffest spines. No more of what he saw as weak-kneed types who would report back quickly that the president's orders were illegal, or who were unwilling to stretch the law to achieve Trump's goals. As early as the spring of 2022, he told associates and fellow travelers he intended to wage war on what he saw as the self-perpetuating and largely untouchable power of what he and Trump referred to as the deep state. The bureaucrats have been at this for decades, Miller would say to associates. They've got so many moves to throw your way, everything from falsely asserting violations of HR policy, to whistleblower complaints, to writing dissent memos for the purpose of leaking them to the media. Bring that regime to heel, and it can't defy you, he reasoned. If it can't defy you, then an administration can recenter its power in the Oval Office. Politicians of both parties had long complained about an intransigent federal bureaucracy, obstructing the will of the leader elected by the people. Harry Truman had delivered tirades about the career officials at the State Department, and he wasn't the only president to voice such sentiments. But Trump harbored more innate hostility to the civil service than any recent president. He believed the federal government was dominated by radical Trump haters and Marxists subverting America from within. Miller shared this paranoid vision and became his hatchet man. In the earliest days of the transition, Miller moved to ensure that officials at key agencies would be acceptable to him, and that they understood he was someone to work with willingly or to fear crossing. That included Hegseth, Kash Patel, and Todd Blanche, among others. He installed his ally Chad Mizell as the DOJ chief of staff. Later, Miller would say to others, "I've got enough ideology for everybody. I don't need people to give me more ideology. I need people to get things done." Despite Miller's concern that Kristi Noem would not convey the gravitas or command of the issues needed to lead a department at the center of Trump's domestic agenda, he had fallen into line. "If I'm nothing else, it is loyal," he would later tell associates of Trump's choice. Soon, Noem had broad support from law enforcement groups, and Miller would pour energy into trying to make her successful. But within months, he was telling colleagues that every problem he had predicted was coming to pass. Miller soon had a second-term remit that sprawled across the government, with the most critical new component his role of overseeing the dozens of presidential decrees the White House would issue in a blizzard of activity in the first week. These included an order to end birthright citizenship that had been dismissed by Trump's first-term attorneys as blatantly unconstitutional. This time, the executive orders would be approved by a new cadre of lawyers, some of whom Miller had personally recruited. Miller had met every day during the transition with top aides in a conference room in the Trump team's headquarters in West Palm Beach. He grilled the advisors, including May Mailman, a Harvard Law School graduate with experience in the White House counsel's office in the first term, for updates on the progress of dozens of executive actions that would constitute their early days blitz on the federal bureaucracy. These actions were Miller's highest priority, and he made clear he wanted the president to sign as many as possible, as early as possible, to overwhelm the opposition with sheer force and volume. During the transition, Miller, mistrustful of the Biden Justice Department, had refused to send these draft executive orders to the Office of Legal Counsel, a powerful, small, and secretive legal team that acted as general counsel for the entire federal government. Miller did not trust them to fairly review the Trump team's work. Instead, Miller's team formed a trusted core group of MAGA-friendly lawyers, referred to by some transition staff as fake ALC, to replace the real Office of Legal Counsel. Miller's team created a giant Excel spreadsheet tracking more than 100 executive orders, each order linked to a campaign promise, a quote from a Trump speech, or a policy statement. They followed up with table reads of the executive orders inside the conference room. Miller often harshly critiqued these drafts, anticipating all the ways in which the deep state could willfully interpret any poorly drafted language to obstruct or slow-walk the orders. It was clear to those in the room how much his experience from Term 1 would shape their increasingly aggressive tactics going forward. But the tight control Miller had exercised over the executive order drafts during the transition did not mean he could manage the government itself with the same discipline. Within the first week, after all the long-range planning, the handling of a core issue was being called into question. White House officials later learned that May Mailman had repeatedly reached out to Mark Paoletta, pressing him to speed up delivery of the OMB memo ordering federal agencies to pause certain funding, a push that reflected Miller's own desire for fast action. Paoletta was an outspoken conservative who had served as general counsel of OMB in the first term. Miller would later tell colleagues that the draft was never sent to his team for review, and that his team would have caught language they saw as overly broad. Now it was Trump who was furious, not so much about the content of the memo, which tracked with his objectives, but about the bad press it was generating, which he monitored from the television in the dining room off the Oval Office. He was even more upset when he learned that the White House had subsequently rescinded the memo. In Trump's view, this was a sign of weakness, and it looked even more chaotic. Who the fuck made the decision to rescind the memo? Why would we rescind the memo? Trump asked aides. Paoletta had argued for preserving the memo, but the policy and legal teams wanted it pulled back. Some thought that the move could help the administration standing in court against the onslaught of lawsuits. Trump was not interested in those details. Somebody's head had to roll for this series of public missteps. Susie Wiles wanted to fire Paoletta, who had not written the OMB memo but had edited it. J.D. Vance believed the firing would be a mistake. They shouldn't make it even more of a controversy than it already was. Paoletta's cause was helped when Vaught, who was not yet confirmed for his own role, spoke to Trump by phone. Did Paoletta go rogue? Trump asked. Vaught said no, without mentioning Miller. The OMB director-in-waiting said the West Wing had asked for the document. Frustrated by the optics, Trump needed to change the subject, and fast. His advisors already had several options in the queue that could be used as distractions. One option was to release the videos of special counsel Robert Hur's interview that highlighted Joe Biden's confusion and frailty. Another was to announce that they were going to open camps in Guantanamo Bay to detain migrants. They opted for announcing Guantanamo. There was no better counter for a screw-up than an outrage. Foremost among the errors of Term 1, in Miller's thinking, was the revolving door of personnel. A chaotic transition in 2016 had left the government understaffed, and the White House and top cabinet posts filled with people who thought Trump was either dangerous or an idiot, or both. The president's agenda had been hamstrung as a result of cabinet secretaries trying to subvert Trump's desires, or aides who would leak to the press. And the constant shuffling of staff had blunted the first administration's ability to function. A stable group of trusted staff was vital, and Trump now had a chief of staff who had maintained relative stability in his world. Susie Wiles brought altogether different qualities from Miller, most especially her surprising ease and compatibility with Trump, a sharp contrast from the series of chiefs of staff in Term 1 that Trump had blown through. She was 67 years old and a resting figure, standing 5 feet, 6 inches tall with thick silver blonde hair and always immaculately put together. From the first moment of the new administration, Wiles, the first woman to be White House Chief of Staff, was the person who consolidated the jumble of advisors who existed in factions, keeping them focused on a broader goal. If Trump seemed to be about constant hoopla, Wiles was almost a photographic negative, reflecting as much calm as Trump's noise. She had worked her way up through Florida's Republican political circles, running Mayor John Delaney's government operation in Jacksonville for years. Developing a reputation as a savvy operative, she went on to manage Rick Scott's surprise gubernatorial victory in 2010, the year of the Tea Party wave and the beginning of the movement Trump would absorb and expand upon. In 2016, Trump had her take over his Florida operation late in the race, and then never stopped thanking her for the win there. Any Florida Republican with ambitions either knew Wiles or was forced to reckon with her at some point. Her lobbying work took her constantly between Florida and Washington, and yet, even among her most fervent supporters, few would have anticipated that she would one day become White House Chief of Staff. In 2018, at Trump's request, she had helped to save then-Representative Ron DeSantis' flailing gubernatorial campaign, although Wiles and DeSantis eventually fell out. It was a break so bitter that DeSantis had persuaded Trump against hiring Wiles for his 2020 campaign. When some of his advisors protested, Trump changed his mind and brought her back. And in 2021, early in his quasi-exile at Mar-a-Lago, Trump had brought Wiles back once again, to impose order on the shapeless post-presidency that was emerging for the Trumps in Palm Beach. There had been scant furniture at Mar-a-Lago for any of the staff Wiles brought in to work for the ex-president. A few chairs and tables. No rhythm for each day, nor much of a sense of the future, or of Donald Trump's place in it. Those early days of Trump's post-presidency were largely organized around golf and dinners on the Mar-a-Lago patio, where club members would stand and applaud Trump when he arrived. After several months, Trump would be accompanied on the golf course by Natalie Harp, an aide who supplied him with a fresh stream of positive news stories and social media comments that she would often read aloud and later follow up with copies from the portable printer she carried around. Harp wrote Trump adoring letters that she left in his personal spaces, including one that read, "You are all that matters to me." Wiles told others she remembered thinking, "Where am I?" For the first several weeks of the second term, Wiles had rushed to learn about the federal government. She was a novice when it came to the executive branch, with her experience limited to a short stint working on diaries and schedules in the Reagan White House 4 decades earlier. She quizzed former chiefs of staff about the West Wing systems and processes. She had not had nearly enough time to study the vast and dizzying array of foreign and domestic policy challenges that would soon pile up on her desk. Still, most figured Wiles would have more staying power than the 4 chiefs of staff in Trump's first term. She had, after all, run his political operation for years by then, and managed his campaign with as steady a hand as could be expected with such a volatile and self-sabotaging candidate. Wiles also had good emotional intelligence for reading and handling people. Her staff was treated with respect and in turn were intensely loyal. Many of the key aides around Trump were seen as Susie's people. When things went wrong, Wiles rarely screamed or shouted as many others in the job had done. She was warm, charming, and soft-spoken. An advisor to the 2016 campaign once observed that part of Jared Kushner's appeal to Trump was a soothing voice, and Wiles had a similar quality. Trump liked her presence and was comfortable in a way he had never been with her predecessors. She gave almost nothing away. When Trump was deciding in 2024 between potential vice presidents, people in the president's orbit studied her every word for clues on where she stood, but no one could be sure. Certainly she did not lobby Trump in the direction of a particular candidate in the way his son Don Jr. or the influential conservative commentator Tucker Carlson and others did, pushing for J.D. Vance. Years in Florida had given Wiles a fluency in political power that made her well-suited for Trump. She had policy interests relevant primarily to issues in Florida, like conservation, and had done work on criminal justice matters. But she was far from a policy wonk. And her relative lack of White House experience risked putting her at a disadvantage for the likely battles ahead over the aggressive agenda spearheaded by ideologues like Stephen Miller and Russell Vought. They had learned during the first term how to operate the machinery of government. Miller, in particular, was almost certain to try to outmaneuver Wiles with his sprawling policy role. But there was another side to Wiles, too. Those who knew her well attested that underneath the grandmotherly vibes and reassuring manner was an operator who could so deftly wield a knife that her targets rarely saw it coming. Trump had nicknamed her the Ice Maiden. Chapter 4, there was no foreign policy issue on which Donald Trump had staked out a clearer public position than the war between Russia and Ukraine, nearly 3 years old by the start of his second term. He would repeat his mantra throughout the campaign. The conflict shouldn't have happened. It would never have started had he been president. Vladimir Putin would not have dared. Trump promised he would end the war within 24 hours. 10 days into his presidency, the war had only intensified. Russia had seized new territory in eastern Ukraine, resulting in more casualties, the combatants heedless to Trump's campaign bluster. During Thanksgiving week after the election, Trump had announced that retired Army Lieutenant General Keith Kellogg would be his special envoy for the conflict. Kellogg, like several members of Trump's second-term administration, had first come to the president's notice during the 2016 campaign. When Trump was asked at the time whom he was relying on for national security and foreign policy advice, he replied, "I'm speaking with myself, number one, because I have a very good brain and I've said a lot of things." His campaign soon released a list of businessmen, obscure foreign policy figures, and one retired General Kellogg that it named as advisors. At a time when the U.S. foreign policy establishment was shunning Trump, Kellogg was an early validator. He later served in the first Trump administration and had remained an enthusiastic and unwavering booster ever since. With this new and important assignment, perhaps the capstone of Kellogg's 36-year career, Trump seemed to be rewarding his fidelity. But in the days leading up to the second inauguration, Kellogg grew concerned that the incoming administration was not taking the conflict in Ukraine seriously, or at least was not yet organized enough to take it seriously. He had visited Mar-a-Lago twice during the transition, seeking direction. He received none. Kellogg nonetheless appeared on Fox News before the 2025 inauguration to articulate what he thought was Trump's position on the negotiations to come. "People need to understand, he's not trying to give something to Putin or to the Russians. He's actually trying to save Ukraine and save their sovereignty," Kellogg assured viewers. "And he's going to make sure that it's equitable and that it's fair." He told Fox's viewers that he was not speaking for Trump, but that he wanted to end the war in 100 days. That timetable corresponded to the last of the Biden aid to Ukraine running out. But Kellogg was still having trouble finding out what he was supposed to do. He had to resort to asking the newly confirmed Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth for help getting Trump's attention. Eventually, he got his chance. In a meeting in the Oval Office on January 30, Kellogg's mission was front and center. His purpose in calling the meeting was to determine the commander's intent, to figure out what actions Trump wanted to commit the United States to in order to end the carnage. He would also present a slide deck, headlined "An America First Plan," Trump's historic peace deal for Russia-Ukraine war. With Trump reclining at his desk and others, J.D. Vance, Marco Rubio, Pete Hegseth, Stephen Miller, Mike Waltz, and Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, arrayed around him, the president started the meeting. "Okay, Keith, go ahead." Kellogg opened by describing the current state of the battlefield, a bloody stalemate with neither side having a clear advantage. He had prepared meticulously, outlining a series of carrots and sticks to get both sides to a permanent ceasefire, and organizing his presentation into 6 slides that were printed on foam poster boards and propped on an easel to the side of the president's desk. He included a map and a concrete plan of action. It did not go well. "Speak up, Keith, we can't hear you," someone said as the 80-year-old Kellogg ran through his slides. In his plan, there would be no international recognition of Russia's claims over occupied Ukrainian territory, but it included the significant concession that Ukraine would not try to recapture already lost territory by force. To enforce a ceasefire, he proposed the deployment of peacekeeping troops in Ukraine from France, Britain, and the Netherlands. As Kellogg made this point, Vance expressed concern that the proposed peacekeepers were from NATO countries. Their presence on Ukrainian soil would surely provoke Russia, Vance argued, and potentially drag the United States into war. "We need to have an Article 5 exemption," Kellogg responded, referring to NATO's collective defense clause stating that an armed attack against one member was considered an attack against all. "It can't be a NATO mission. Are there troops from other countries that could serve this purpose?" Vance asked. Waltz agreed with this idea. It would be better to have support from non-Europeans. Vance suggested Saudi Arabia or India. Trump chuckled. "The Indians won't do that," the president said. "They won't pay for something like that." Prime Minister Modi really liked him and wanted to visit, Trump said, but the Indians don't ever pay for anything. Trump said he was fine with the Brits or the French putting their own soldiers into Ukraine. He didn't care what the other countries did, so long as it didn't involve America. As Kellogg continued, Trump repeatedly interjected to say just how much he disliked Ukraine's Zelensky. "He's a bad negotiator," Trump said, "and he's destroyed his country. But he was really good at getting stuff from the Biden administration." Kellogg tried to forge on, but Trump kept up a constant stream of digs at Ukraine. "It was," he said at one point, "the most corrupt country on earth." "I'm not a big fan of Ukraine," Trump said. "Except their women, they keep winning Miss Universe." The president pointed at his long-serving aide Dan Scavino with a smirk. "Dan knows what I'm talking about." It was unclear what Trump meant, but Vance and Hegseth suppressed laughter and Rubio looked stunned. As the meeting progressed, Trump also displayed an essential sympathy for the Russian position, at one point echoing Putin's defense that it was the threat of NATO expansion that had given Moscow no choice but to invade. "This all goes back to NATO," Trump said. "We should have never opened the door to Ukraine joining NATO." Kellogg proposed that Ukraine could join the European Union instead of NATO. But Trump quickly shut him down, saying that to the Russians, it's the same thing. Trump declared that he could get Putin to the table. "I've got a great relationship with him," he added, intimating that the two leaders had been in touch. "He's ready to negotiate." Just the night before, a terrible mid-air collision had occurred over the Potomac between a military helicopter and an American Airlines passenger plane on final approach into Ronald Reagan Washington National Airport. On board had been an international group of elite figure skaters, including 2 Russian champions. Kellogg suggested that the tragedy created an opening for Trump to engage Putin, express condolences, and then turn to the war. Trump brushed off the idea, saying, "No, there are other things going on." Kellogg also brought up the proposal, first presented in October 2024 by Zelensky himself in his victory plan, that the United States could make a deal with Ukraine for billions of dollars, worth of the country's critical resources, including its rich deposits of uranium, titanium, and lithium. Besant spoke up to say that there could potentially be hundreds of billions of dollars in such a deal for the United States. Trump assigned Besant to the task. In Kellogg's thinking, a rare earth minerals deal could have the effect of both financing Ukraine's war effort and vesting the United States in the country's defense. The minerals deal immediately appealed to Trump, but not because it might bind the two countries together in a common destiny. He was disdainful of that notion, and did not want to offer a security guarantee for Ukraine of any kind. Rather, the president seized on the deal as a way for the United States to recoup the Ukraine military aid that had been approved by the Biden administration. "They owe us," he said, "and they need to repay us. We need to get our money back." By the time Kellogg reached his 5th slide detailing Trump's truce, establishing pressure points for both the Russians and Ukrainians, it was clear there was another agenda in the room. It was an agenda Kellogg had not been read into. He pressed on, trying to outline the pressure points that would force Russia to negotiate. Kellogg's slide read, "Eliminate Russian oil and gas revenues, cut off China's economic support sanctions, and work with Europe to demonstrate intent to deploy $330 billion of frozen Russian sovereign assets to rearm and rebuild Ukraine." Trump abruptly stopped him, telling Kellogg he was not to talk to the Russians. The president's handpicked envoy to the Russia-Ukraine conflict was forbidden by the president from any contact with the aggressor. "Nobody on your team can talk to these people," Trump added, "because we're working a deal." Who was the we? What was the deal? Trump's special envoy for the conflict had no idea. The meeting, which made some of Kellogg's colleagues wince over his treatment, made plain how different Trump's second presidency already was from his first. Back then, Trump mostly, albeit at times grudgingly, deferred to the establishment figures that stalked his Pentagon, State Department, and intelligence community, generals, corporate titans, and former senators whom he had empowered to run a fairly conventional interagency policy process, ironing out disagreements and presenting options to the president. Trump had never liked that approach. It was too slow, too fussy. He had little regard for the expertise of his first-term national security officials. But now, at the start of his second administration, Trump trusted his own gut and would act on it accordingly. And without telling Kellogg, he had already given his job away to somebody else. Trump had set up a secret back channel with the Russians, an approach that was not without historical precedent. Richard Nixon had entrusted such delicate missions to Henry Kissinger, an expert steeped in diplomatic history and global strategy. Trump had someone quite different in mind. He had quietly assigned this high-stakes mission to Steve Witkoff, a New York real estate investor and an old friend of Trump's, who had helped out during the 2024 campaign. Witkoff had no experience in foreign policy, but Trump had already made him special envoy to the Middle East, where Witkoff had a number of business relationships. He trusted Witkoff and believed he could get along with almost anyone. And Trump was becoming impatient. Maybe Witkoff could bring home a quick deal with Putin. Trump had told his aides that Putin's economy was in real trouble, and that a combination of additional sanctions and lower oil prices, with help from the Saudis, would force Putin to negotiate a speedy end to the war. But Trump also believed Putin was winning, while Kellogg thought Trump was overestimating the strength of the Russian military. There was yet another angle to Trump's appointment of Witkoff. The Russians had made clear they did not want to deal with Kellogg, a committed Russia skeptic, whose daughter was working with a nonprofit to support Ukraine in the conflict. Replacing Kellogg with Witkoff would serve as a gesture of goodwill to the Russians. In fact, several days before Kellogg's defenestration in the Oval Office, Trump's top advisors had met in the Situation Room to hash out their Russia-Ukraine policy. The small group included Susie Wiles, Marco Rubio, Mike Waltz, and Witkoff. Kellogg had not been invited. The meeting ran loosely, with the inexperienced Witkoff talking about how, in his view, the Russians wanted to make a deal. He suggested there would be a lot of upside if the United States could reestablish a normal economic relationship with Russia. The sanctions that could be lifted were enormous. They discussed Witkoff's early conversations with his back channel, Kirill Dmitriev, the head of Russia's sovereign wealth fund. Rubio, who appeared skeptical, asked Witkoff, "How do we know this guy is the real deal and speaks for Putin?" Waltz also seemed doubtful, cautioning that there were many people coming out of the woodwork claiming to speak for Putin. A National Security Council staffer at the table weighed in with a proposal to assess whether Dmitriev was the real thing. "Well, sir, we could test him," the staffer said to Rubio. "We could ask him to release a hostage, for example." Rubio liked the idea. And he said he knew just the guy they could ask for. Mark Fogel, an American high school teacher who had been sentenced to 14 years in a Russian prison for carrying a small amount of medical marijuana in his luggage. Witkoff would later tell colleagues that Dmitriev came with the strong endorsement of not only Mohammed bin Salman, the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia, but also TBZ, Tahnoun bin Zayed Al Nahyan, the high-powered national security advisor of the United Arab Emirates. An endorsement from TBZ seemed to mean a lot to Witkoff. "TBZ is the guy," he told a colleague. "When somebody like that says he's the real thing, then you take that to the bank." If Kellogg was disappointed when he finally discovered he was shut out, he had in part himself to blame. After nearly a decade of association with Donald Trump, Kellogg still seemed oddly naive about his boss. Fundamentally, Trump enjoyed toying with people and operated in a culture of secrecy. There would never be clear lines of authority or command, other than from Trump himself. He often ran different lines in parallel or even on triple tracks. Even with his closest aides, there were rooms within rooms and no one had entrance to them all. Trump kept staff, advisors, new acolytes, the faithful in line with this constant instability and keyhole views of what he was up to. Only Trump had the full picture. No one else could know for sure what he'd told the others, or how it differed from what they had been told themselves. Chapter 5. During the transition, Donald Trump had accompanied Elon Musk to his SpaceX site at Boca Chica, Texas, to witness the launch of the giant Starship rocket. Trump could not stop talking about it afterward. He was dazzled by space exploration, and in his eyes, wealth had always equaled intelligence. By that measure, Musk was the smartest man in history. As well, Musk seemed to care deeply about slashing the national debt, and he had just spent at least $300 million to get Trump elected. So why not let him try? The unlikely alliance between Musk and Trump had begun at a dinner party in Silicon Valley in the fall of 2023. "I get involved in politics as little as possible," Musk had said back in 2015, when he had a fairly typical businessman's record of contributing to both Democrats and Republicans. Around that time, even though he had described himself as a moderate, intended to vote for Democrats, he was already drifting rightward. In 2021, the Biden administration aroused Musk's ire by pointedly excluding him from the White House Electric Vehicle Summit due to Musk's hostility to unions. Within 12 months, he had fully switched sides, endorsing Republicans for the first time. Then, much more consequentially, he had bought the booming social media site Twitter and dramatically loosened its rules. He welcomed Trump back onto the platform. When Musk attended a campaign fundraiser in late September 2023 at the Palo Alto area home of the technology investor Chamath Palihapitiya, he was already searching for a new presidential candidate. He had previously regarded Trump as a person of low character, and the feeling was mutual. Months earlier, the two had exchanged harsh words online, with Trump calling Musk just another bullshit artist, and Musk firing back that Trump had no business running for president again, and should sail into the sunset. The event that evening in Silicon Valley was a $50,000 a head dinner for Vivek Ramaswamy, an entrepreneur and long-shot candidate for the Republican presidential nomination. At one point during the night, Musk turned to a favorite topic of Ramaswamy's, dismantling the fourth branch of government, the administrative state. Cutting the federal bureaucracy was primarily a technological challenge, Musk declared, and he would know, he said, because he had tackled just such a challenge before. When he took over Twitter, he had quickly gained access to the company's servers and slashed the workforce by around 80%. Wouldn't it be great, Musk mused, to have the same sort of access to the computers of the federal government? Just give me the passwords. he said half-jokingly, and he would cut the government down to size. Over the next year, at several dinners organized by Musk and the billionaire investor Nelson Peltz, Musk evangelized about the urgent need for a smaller government. He was chafing at the regulatory oversight of his companies, and was embroiled in bitter disputes with nearly a dozen federal agencies. An estrangement from his transgender daughter was also pulling him rightward, but nothing shaped his politics more than the enormous amount of time he was spending consuming anti-immigrant content on X by now. He was openly flirting with supporting Trump. In late May 2024, after Trump's conviction in New York on 34 felony counts of falsifying business records, Musk posted, "If a former president can be criminally convicted over such a trivial matter motivated by politics, rather than justice, then anyone is at risk of a similar fate." 6 weeks later, Trump survived a would-be assassin's bullet. Soon after the shooting, Musk took to X to endorse him, posting, "I fully endorse President Trump and hope for his rapid recovery." And so began the spectacle of Elon Musk's ardent and unprecedented campaign on behalf of Donald Trump. For the next 4 months, he would largely forsake running his own businesses to pour himself into the effort. He spent more on Trump than any single donor was known to have spent to elect an American president. But Musk would not be satisfied as a mere donor. Weeks later, on the August 2 episode of the Lex Fridman podcast, he would publicly float for the first time the idea that would become the Department of Government Efficiency. "There has to be a sort of a garbage collection for laws and regulations," Musk told Fridman, "so that you don't keep accumulating laws and regulations to the point where you can't do anything. I wish you could just for a week go into Washington and be the head of the committee for making government smaller," Fridman replied. "I have discussed with Trump the idea of a government efficiency commission," Musk said, "and I would be willing to be part of that commission." The idea gained steam through the summer. On August 19, it got its name. A meme coin enthusiast on X suggested that Musk's effort should be called the Department of Government Efficiency, or Doge, an abbreviation referencing the meme cryptocurrency Dogecoin, which Musk had long joked about. Musk loved it. "That is the perfect name," he replied. On September 5, Trump publicly incorporated the Doge concept into his campaign, announcing it as a key component of his economic plans for a second term, one that would save trillions of dollars. By late in the election season, Doge had captured attention like few campaign gimmicks ever had. Howard Lutnick, who had just been appointed chairman of Trump's transition operation, envisioned Doge as a partnership between himself and Musk. Lutnick told those around him that Musk intended to eliminate $1 trillion of government waste, while Lutnick personally would bring in $1 trillion for the country by raising tariffs, sealing tax loopholes, and pursuing a more aggressive strategy around America's natural resources and tangible assets. Together, they would eliminate the federal deficit. But beyond the bare concept, no actual plans for the department yet existed. Musk carried himself with the bravado of a man accustomed to ruling his companies by fiat, but that was not the way the government worked. He had only the vaguest sense of the mammoth problem that he had set himself to fix. He had little knowledge of the labyrinthine federal system, nor how its budget functioned. And he had even less interest in the Constitution, which could severely hobble the dramatic unilateral reengineering of the government he imagined. After the election, Musk's team met at Mar-a-Lago to begin planning how to aggressively slash the federal bureaucracy, starting from scratch. If Doge was to be truly disruptive, they would need to get inside the system. One way to achieve this would come via a little-known agency called the U.S. Digital Service, which had been established in 2014 after the embarrassing launch of the original healthcare.gov website for Obamacare. Doge would commandeer the agency, which would then become a temporary stand-alone entity in the executive office of the president. In a move that critics said shielded him from public accountability, Musk was not named the Doge administrator. Instead, he would be a special government employee, basically a White House contractor, a classification that some allies believed could cocoon him from public records requests. Being a special government employee made him simultaneously an insider and outsider, answerable to the president alone. At Mar-a-Lago, the planning took on the feel of an engineering sprint. Musk drew guidance on how the executive branch operated from Stephen Miller and his wife, Katie, both veterans of Trump's first term. Stephen Miller had secretly helped to guide Musk's political spending during Trump's years out of power. Following the election, the Millers grew increasingly vital to Musk as he learned to operate within Trump's orbit. He likewise soaked up everything possible regarding the federal budget process and the workings of the bureaucracy from Russell Vought. Vaught had been a significant contributor to Project 2025, the blueprint for governing published by the right-wing think tank the Heritage Foundation. It had proved to be so unpopular in general election polls that Trump was forced to publicly disavow it. As a consequence, Vaught's prospects for any significant appointment in the new administration were thought at first to be negligible. His name was initially left off the list of prospects to lead the OMB in a second term. Stephen Miller and J.D. Vance, among others, objected. Miller wanted a like-minded ideologue in the role, and others agreed. Vaught's name was added to the roster. When Vaught flew to Mar-a-Lago for meetings, he and Musk, a critical voice, hit it off. Just over 2 weeks after the election, Trump announced that Vaught would return as his director of the OMB. By then, Elon Musk had become a constant presence at Mar-a-Lago, soaking up Trump's time and focus. He was likened by some senior staff sotto voce to a bad houseguest who didn't know when to leave. Indeed, he had literally moved into Trump's club, taking residence in a $2,000 annex cabin on the property called Banyan and irritating the staff by ordering food when the main kitchen was closed. "He loves it here so much," Trump would say. "I can't get him out. He's in every meeting and at every dinner," groused one aide. "Every discussion with him makes a 30-minute meeting a 90-minute meeting." During the November cabinet selection meetings, Musk had popped in and out of the room as Trump and his team pored over the slides. He was unfamiliar with most of the names under discussion, but he would occasionally chirp in with a question about a candidate. "Is he a radical reformer?" Musk would most often ask. If the answer was no, then Musk could be expected to have a negative view of the candidate. Once the inauguration concluded, DOJ staff dispersed throughout the government in short order, gathering intel on personnel, contracts, and computer systems. Within weeks, Musk and his crew of more than 40 tried to access some of the government's most sensitive computer systems, including those that controlled government payments. Their list of targets, at least 7 government databases in total, included internal systems housed in the Treasury Department, such as those of the Social Security Administration and the Internal Revenue Service. Musk kept a tiny office on the West Wing's second floor but rarely used it, dismissing the space as a hovel, though he'd still slip back now and then to play video games in the dark. He did most of his work instead from the Eisenhower Executive Office building next door, claiming the Secretary of War Suite, a grand set of rooms named for its former occupants. There, amid the historic decor, he installed a DOJ sign, propped a MAGA hat on his desk, and set up a gaming PC with LED lights and a curved monitor. "This is our one and only chance to restore democracy from the dictatorship of the bureaucracy," Musk would write in a post on X. "It is now or never. It must be now." Musk thought nothing of taunting and humiliating people who worked at his companies, and he drove them as relentlessly as he drove himself. He brought the same outlook to DOJ, assuming the federal workforce was, at best, lazy, and at worst, dead. He believed that wage fraud was rampant, and that the criminal heirs of dead or otherwise non-existent federal employees were getting fat on regular checks from the U.S. Treasury. He was making wild claims, untethered from evidence, but that mattered little. Musk would not step away from his companies or take any steps to address his conflicts of interest, but he empowered his cadre of DOJ staffers to delve deeply into the foundational digital architecture of the federal government. For several weeks, most of the White House staff had no idea what he was doing until it was done. Perhaps most remarkable was how much room Trump was giving Musk to operate. "Elon is basically running a startup, and we don't have visibility into what they're doing day to day. We learn after the fact," a senior member of the White House staff said at the time. "Elon is figuring out how to do this and shifting his priorities day to day. He doesn't have a boss." February 2025 would represent the peak of Musk's power in the new Trump administration, power with little precedent in the country's history. Authorized by the President of the United States, but overseen by no one, Musk would momentarily usurp the powers of Congress to control public spending, essentially impound billions of dollars in already appropriated money, and trample the prerogatives of the president's new cabinet secretaries. All in secrecy and often in the middle of the night. Within the span of weeks, he would go from being regarded at the top levels of the administration as the greatest genius in the world to a true nut who was careening out of control. Susie Wiles would start telling people that she was canceling plans because she didn't want to be away from her phone or computer, so she could be prepared for whatever Musk and the DOJ team would do next. Unaccountable was how the staff closest to the president would come to think of the eccentric billionaire. For such a serious undertaking, Musk sometimes appeared unhinged, and he seemed to enjoy scaring people. His essential strangeness was a regular topic of conversation among the White House staff. Musk would show up in the Navy mess in the West Wing basement at 7 a.m. for coffee and work until midnight. In times past, Trump might have felt insecure about the constant presence of a man so much richer than himself. But after his victory, he seemed at ease and more than a little flattered that the richest man in history wanted to work for him. You know, he can't be president, Trump would tell others. He was born in South Africa. Trump could afford to be magnanimous and enjoy the salutary effects that came with having a disciple who owned one of the most powerful social media platforms in the world and had the spending power of a nation-state. To some, it appeared Trump had assumed an almost paternalistic regard for his socially awkward charge, as if he were socializing him and easing him into the world. He used to be a recluse, he'd say of Musk. He's not anymore. Musk had asked if he might sleep in the White House residence, and Trump said yes. The First Lady initially objected, but Musk would end up spending several nights in the Lincoln bedroom. Other nights he stayed with friends, though he also told associates he had taken to using a sleeping bag on the floor of his office in the Eisenhower building. He would wander into any meeting with the president that he wished, sometimes with his 4-year-old son, a precocious and highly verbal boy prone to rambunctious behavior, whether in the Oval Office or on Air Force One. If Elon triggered controversy, all the better in Trump's view. Let him absorb the bad press, and there was soon to be a lot of it when someone's cherished program got cut. In one private conversation, Trump commented that Musk's plummeting approval rating made him a useful heat shield. It was not unusual for Musk to call Trump directly late at night, tell him of something that he had discovered in the line items of the federal budget, or of his plans to decimate an agency, and Trump would give his blessing, often with only the vaguest notion of what he was actually blessing. One night, Musk described a government body he said was full of lazy Democrats. "Let's get rid of them," Musk said. The president said that sounded like a good idea. Soon after, a senior Trump aide would have to inform Musk aides that they could not abolish the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission. Then came another call. This time the target was USAID. III, the United States Agency for International Development, founded during the presidency of John F. Kennedy, had been at the heart of American soft power, distributing food and medicine globally and investing in economic development and education. It was a projection of American values that had enjoyed bipartisan support for decades. But even before the Trump era, some members of Congress had raised concerns about the lack of accountability of USAID's mission directors, who led the agency's in-country operations. Both the Government Accountability Office and USAID's own Inspector General had identified issues of corruption and weak governance in recipient countries. But nothing would prepare Washington for the all-out attack on the agency by Musk, or DOJ, an unmistakable warning to the entire federal power structure. USAID had few natural defenders at home, which made it vulnerable, as the Republican Party had shifted over the course of a decade from Bush-era neoconservatism to a deep hostility to foreign aid. Trump had no interest in funding anything to do with human rights or the promotion of democracy. And many on his team saw USAID as a hotbed of liberal ideology. Dismantling the agency became, in their minds, a way of attacking the woke left. And yet, the vicious terms Musk used to describe USAID, calling it evil and criminal, mystified even some of the agency's most ardent critics in the administration and on Capitol Hill. Stop work orders had arrived at USAID's Washington headquarters on January 24, 4 days after the president's executive order freezing all foreign spending. The orders, handed down by Rubio, would take a week or so to filter to USAID offices around the world. But by then, Musk and his DOJ team had already gained access to the Treasury Department's payment systems. When Musk discovered that foreign aid payments were still flowing, it emboldened him to hack USAID to pieces. Caught up in the freeze on foreign aid was spending vital to the national security of the United States. From the moment Trump's executive order on foreign spending was signed, the National Security Council had labored to establish an interagency process to allow for waivers to keep critical funds flowing. At the Defense Department, CENTCOM Commander Michael Kurilla was greatly concerned about the Al-Hol detention camp in northeastern Syria, which held several thousand ISIS fighters along with tens of thousands of their family members. The camp, run by the Kurdish-led Syrian Democratic Forces, also held many foreign nationals who lacked any clear legal pathways for prosecution or repatriation. The women and children in the camp faced brutal conditions, which brought a high risk of radicalization. It was a complex and precarious situation. USAID provided food aid and fuel to the camp, and with those programs abruptly shut down, contractors walked off the job, warehouses were looted, and the Kurdish guards faced dwindling supplies. The camp was on the verge of collapse, which meant that thousands of ISIS fighters could potentially escape and threaten the entire region. This was but one example of the unintended consequences of the Doge approach to budget cutting. In an attempt to avert such crises, the NSC leadership put together a team to sort and prioritize additional waivers to the freeze. That process seemed to work for a time, as Marco Rubio and his State Department team assumed responsibility for the remaining programs of the decimated agency in early February. But they soon discovered that Musk's team had essentially pulled the wires out of the wall on the payment system, as one senior official put it. Even when waivers were approved, the money still wasn't moving. Rather than making things more efficient, Doge had trashed the place. Rubio was not particularly happy about having to clean it all up. 2 days after he had embarked on his first foreign trip as Secretary of State, he became administrator of the organization's remnants, which was about 15% of what the agency had been just 2 weeks before. Chapter 6: The Presidential Retreat of Salvadoran President Nayib Bukele, overlooking a lake on the eastern slope of the Santa Ana volcano in the western part of the country, could not have provided Marco Rubio a more dramatic change of venue from Doge-consumed Washington. The setting was verdant and spectacular, with Bukele's house nestled among steep hills above the lake. All right angles and large windows, the modernist house would not have been out of place in Malibu. The living room where the delegations met was bathed in natural light and designed with a soft cream palette. Every half hour or so, trays of fruit juices, coffee, and tea made their way through the room. Bukele was in his second 5-year term, having engineered a change to the Salvadoran constitution, which had previously banned successive presidential terms. Before his election, El Salvador was one of the most violent and crime-ridden countries on earth, its violence predominantly driven by powerful gangs, including MS-13 and Barrio 18, which controlled large areas and dominated much of the country's economy. Bukele had made it his mission to crack down on crime and break the hold of the gangs. He built a network of prisons to house the people he was taking off the streets, with the centerpiece a mega prison dubbed the Terrorism Confinement Center (CECOT). While making his country safer, he had also given El Salvador the highest incarceration rate in the world, sweeping up many innocents in the arrests, and showing little concern for due process or trials. Nodding to his growing reputation as a strongman, he had taken to calling himself the world's coolest dictator. And on this day, February 3, he dressed the part, clad in khakis, with sunglasses slung just so from the button of his shirt. Bukele and Rubio huddled close together at one end of the room and spoke cordially in Spanish. They had much to discuss. Before the day was done, the two countries would sign a memorandum of understanding to advance civil nuclear cooperation and outline strategies to counter the influence of the Chinese Communist Party in the Western Hemisphere. But neither of those items was controversial, and neither was the real reason Rubio had come. In the first Trump term, the United States had negotiated safe third country deals with Guatemala, Honduras, and El Salvador, under which those countries would accept asylum seekers who had passed through their territory without seeking asylum before reaching the U.S. border. But the deals had been negotiated relatively late in the administration and were subsequently stalled by courts and then the coronavirus pandemic. No asylum seekers had been sent to Honduras and El Salvador under the agreements. Biden moved to undo many of Trump's immigration policies. That, combined with the ebbing of the pandemic, led to a major surge in border crossings. Red state governors began shipping migrants to so-called sanctuary cities, a gimmick that nonetheless highlighted an untenable situation. The disorder caused considerable hand-wringing among prominent Democrats, including former President Barack Obama, who believed his party was mishandling the immigration issue, and saw the way it was about to be weaponized against Kamala Harris in the general election. At a private Martha's Vineyard fundraiser in August 2024, Obama told guests that while hostility to foreigners was ingrained in America's history, the southern border was undeniably in a state of disorder. When millions of people poured across the border with no orderly process, voters understandably saw chaos. Obama underscored what had been a frequent refrain for him for more than a decade. Democrats should stress the United States was a nation of laws and of immigrants. Obama did not mention Biden as he discussed the out-of-control border or the messaging related to it, but it was obvious to some in the room that he was implicating Biden. Nobody benefited more from that chaos than Donald Trump. The images on television and social media of millions of migrants crossing the border under the Biden administration had widened the Overton window on immigration to just the place Stephen Miller had wanted it. And as Trump prepared to take office for the second time, his team knew that Americans were now primed to accept far more aggressive immigration enforcement. For several years, Miller had been planning the largest deportation program in American history. We climbed Mount Everest in the first administration in terms of shutting off the border to asylum for all of planet Earth, and reestablishing the idea that it's your burden to prove to us that you have a right to come to our country if you want a visa, and not our burden to prove to you that you don't, Miller said in October 2023 while mapping out a potential second Trump presidency. So the next Mount Everest to climb then is this process of expelling people from inside the country, but doing it under a completely new system. ICE under its current parameters really is only geared toward deporting single adult males and particularly only from a handful of countries. They really don't even have systems in place for minors. They really don't have systems in place for families as they're constituted currently. So it's about redesigning the whole system. That redesigned system, which the administration had promised to activate on Inauguration Day, would again require agreements with Central American countries. This was the main purpose for Rubio's visit to Buchel's villa. Rubio broached the subject during their 90-minute meeting, but Buchel balked. He had just turned his country around, making it a nice place to live, he said. How would he explain to his citizens why he'd allow El Salvador to become a dumping ground for third-world migrants rerouted from the U.S.? Rubio countered that an agreement from El Salvador to take in migrants from the United States would not result in a flood of deportees. The point was simply to force migrants to choose between staying in their home countries or traveling to the U.S. and risk being sent to a Salvadoran prison. The migrants would likely choose to stay home, Rubio argued. But Buchel wouldn't budge. With immigrants journeying up and down Central America, including a historic flight from crisis-stricken Venezuela, he had done a good job keeping migrants out. And when they did manage to cross his border, his internal security service was effective at finding and removing them. He would look like a hypocrite if he turned around and opened the country back up. But then, unexpectedly, Buchel made a tantalizing counteroffer. What if the United States sent him its migrant criminals to be detained in the crown jewel of the Salvadoran prison system, CECOT? The idea was perfectly calibrated to Trump's campaign promise to get the worst of the worst rapidly out of the United States, including members of organized crime gangs like Tren de Aragua of Venezuela. And then Buchel went even further. He told Rubio that if America's jails were overcrowded, he could send even American citizen criminals to CECOT. Rubio and his entourage knew immediately that sending U.S. citizens to a Salvadoran prison for terrorists was a non-starter, and that any judge in the U.S. would stop it. But he appreciated the gesture. That day would mark the genesis of a deal between the two countries that would shock the world. Marco Rubio was an unlikely front man for sending migrants to a terrorist prison in El Salvador, and he was an even unlikelier face of Donald Trump's overall foreign policy. The two men had faced off against each other for the Republican nomination in 2016, a contest that had devolved into an exchange of schoolyard taunts, with both Rubio and Trump trading crude quips about the size of their hands. Trump would later boast to advisers that he broke Rubio in that race, and those close to the Florida senator did not exactly disagree. Throughout 2016 and 2017, some in Rubio's circle believed he had lost his bearings, stumbling to find his place in this new and bewildering era of Trump. Until 2016, Rubio's career had been defined by an astonishingly rapid rise up the ladders of society and power. From the son of a Cuban bartender and hotel maid, to law school at the University of Miami, to city commissioner, state representative, speaker of the Florida House of Representatives, and then United States senator elected in the Tea Party wave of 2010. Clever, young, and handsome, with photogenic children and a beautiful wife, Rubio dazzled many conservative elites as something of a Cuban Jack Kennedy. But unlike Kennedy, raised in privilege and the scion of a powerful political family, Rubio's background was cut from the cloth of immigrants with big dreams. It was no small part of his identity. He had a deep connection to South Florida's exile community, where his parents had made a home after immigrating to the U.S. in 1956. The corrupt American-backed Fulgencio Batista, known for his relationships with American mobsters, was still in power, and the revolution that ushered in the communist regime of Fidel Castro was more than 2 years away. It was a classic migrant story of the opportunity that lay ahead in a new land, and the emotional tug of the old. For the Rubio family, visits to Cuba would end soon after the 1961 Bay of Pigs fiasco, and and the U.S. embargo that followed. Rubio's grandfather had gone back and forth, but had then been detained as an illegal immigrant on his return to America. The decision was reversed, and he later became a permanent resident of the United States. Rubio viewed the Castro regime as pure evil, and he dreamed of liberating the country of his parents' birth. In his memoir, he recalled a boast, made as a young boy to his grandfather, that he would someday lead an army of exiles to overthrow Fidel Castro and become president of a free Cuba. Rubio carried a grand vision for regime change in Latin America throughout his surging career. He traced the political networks that saw the leftist regime in Venezuela playing a key role in propping up the Cuban government, providing cheap oil in exchange for security services. If the United States could force regime change in Venezuela, Rubio believed, it could create a domino effect, toppling other leftist leaders in Latin America, including in Cuba. Even before he arrived in Washington, conservative opinion makers were hyping Rubio as the future of the party. In 2009, the conservative publication founded by William F. Buckley Jr., National Review, cast him as the right's answer to Barack Obama, putting Rubio on the magazine's cover with the title, "Yes, He Can." For a time, Rubio seemed to be doing everything right to position himself to lead the modern GOP. He built relationships with donors who had supported the Iraq War, building a national reputation as an advocate for American military power, a fiscal hawk, and a compassionate voice on immigration. But Rubio had made one costly mistake. In 2013, he became a key member of the Gang of Eight, a bipartisan group of senators who had drafted an overhaul of immigration laws. The bill passed the Senate, but would never be given a vote in the House as an angry Republican base turned against it, seeing the legislation as a betrayal of their interests in favor of big corporations wanting to replace them with cheap immigrant labor. Stephen Miller, then an aide to Senator Jeff Sessions of Alabama, helped to engineer its defeat. The rout of the Gang of Eight was an early precursor to the Trump Revolution. Rubio became the face of that failure, and as he prepared to run for president, the hardliners worked to ensure he paid for it. In an email to a Breitbart reporter in December 2015, Miller called Rubio pathological. After the 2016 election, Rubio remained wary of Trump, but over the course of the first term edged his way into the president's corner. He praised Trump on television, collaborated on policy, and began to refashion his own views. He was now in lockstep with Trump on immigration, and was working on trade and spending policies that appalled traditional fiscal conservatives. It was only in foreign policy that the updated version of Rubio retained some vestiges of the original. This was especially the case on Latin America, where he had been an outspoken advocate in Trump's first term for toppling the Venezuelan dictator, Nicolás Maduro. By 2024, Rubio had so successfully worked his way into Trump's good graces that he was under serious consideration for vice president. A key to this was his relationship with Susie Wiles. They had known each other from the relatively small circle of Florida politics. Rubio was first elected in 2010 on the same successful statewide ticket as both Rick Scott and Pam Bondi. More important, Wiles had not forgotten that Rubio refused to join the scrum of people attacking her when Ron DeSantis tried to end her career in 2019. Rubio had made a great impression on Trump during the VP selection process in 2024. Unlike his rivals, he did not press his own case aggressively with Trump, and he was gracious when he was passed over. Throughout the campaign, Trump aides often talked about Rubio's ease playing the role of ally to Trump and doing everything asked of him. When the time came, his appointment as Secretary of State surprised only those who had not paid attention to his transformation. Rubio's newfound closeness to the president added two new twists to the dynamics of Trump's inner circle. He would always be seen by some as Susie Wiles's man, a willing ally for her interests and agenda in the power struggles around the president. And Trump would constantly pit him against J.D. Vance. While Rubio had told Vance he had no interest in running for president in 2028, and soon became personally close to Vance, that had not stopped the media murmurings that he would eventually challenge Vance for the nomination. And as the year progressed, Trump seemed to delight in making ambiguous statements over who would be his designated successor, asking aides and advisors from time to time who they liked better, J.D. or Marco. Trump treated Rubio as first among equals in his government. White House aides would observe that Rubio had a nice way with Trump, and that he quickly developed a comfortable rhythm with the president. Unlike some of Trump's first-term advisors, such as his first Secretary of State, Rex Tillerson, Rubio never lectured the president or flaunted his own knowledge. He waited until Trump asked his opinion and then he gave it deferentially. He saw his role as an implementer of Trump's will and rarely sought to push his own views on Trump. The president found him fun to be around. Where others seemed anxious in Trump's presence, Rubio was constantly cracking jokes and putting the president at ease. Nowhere was his presence more greatly felt than on the Latin America desk. While Trump had handed off parts of Rubio's responsibilities to others, most notably to Steve Witkoff, who was now handling the Middle East and Russia-Ukraine portfolios, Rubio made it known that he wanted to help execute the nascent Trumpian vision of reorienting America's foreign policy in the Western Hemisphere. On this he made a compelling point. For the past quarter of a century, Washington's foreign policy elites had spent far more time worrying about the Middle East than America's own backyard. It was a given, therefore, that Rubio's first trip abroad would be to Latin America. Soon after his return from travels to El Salvador, Panama, Costa Rica, Guatemala, and the Dominican Republic, Rubio's diplomacy was about to pay off in a different arena. The back channel between the Russians and Steve Witkoff had become a reality, and Rubio's idea of a particular hostage to release had come to pass. On the night of Tuesday, February 11, Witkoff had returned home with Mark Fogel, the American schoolteacher who had been held captive in Russia. Waltz, Rubio, and hostage negotiator Adam Boehler greeted him at Andrews Air Force Base. Fogel bent down and kissed the snowy tarmac. At the White House, he gripped the president's hand as they stood at the side entrance. "President Trump is a hero," Fogel said later. Trump, true to form, criticized the Biden administration for not securing Fogel's release sooner. "To me, you look damn good," he told Fogel before taking him and the others on a tour of the White House residence. A day earlier, Fogel had awoken in a Russian prison. Now he was touring the Lincoln bedroom, emotional and at a loss for words. Chapter 7. By all accounts, Steve Witkoff was a very nice man, affable and outgoing, the kind of guy who never met a stranger. As one of Donald Trump's lawyers in the 1980s, he had watched his client become a household name in New York real estate, and he found it irresistible. Rather than continuing to represent developers, he decided instead to become one. Like Trump, he would buy buildings with borrowed money to become rich in his own right. He too was from the outer boroughs, Queens for Trump, the Bronx for Witkoff, but he was self-made. When he started in the business, Witkoff would drive around uptown Manhattan in an unassuming '78 Buick looking for cheap apartment buildings to buy. And when the rents were slow to come, he would sometimes dig his own trenches and do his own plumbing. When he collected rent at his properties, he would keep a pistol in his sock. After the stock market crash of 1987, when others were timid, he made his move downtown, branching out to buy landmark buildings, eventually expanding his holdings to Philadelphia and Dallas, Los Angeles, Miami, and London. Witkoff had also been indelibly scarred by a personal tragedy he spoke of often: the 2011 lethal OxyContin overdose of his 22-year-old son, Andrew, who was living in a sober house at the time. He would tell people how kind the Trumps had been to him, consoling him, and even hanging one of his son's guitars at Trump's Doral Golf Club in Miami. Before Trump appointed him special envoy to the Middle East in November 2024, Witkoff's only diplomatic experience had been as Trump's intermediary with his toughest rivals for the GOP nomination, arranging a meeting with Ron DeSantis, forging a truce with Nikki Haley, and trying, unsuccessfully, to broker a peace with Mike Pence. That last one was beyond even his grasp. Over the years, Witkoff had developed his own significant relationships in the Middle East, and some of the region's wealthiest countries would invest in and ultimately purchase the debt-heavy Park Lane Hotel in New York. Witkoff's company had been the minority stakeholder when he bought it in 2013 with the Malaysian businessman Jho Low, who became mired in a corruption scandal. With a viewfinder focused on Washington, senior Qatari officials were anticipating that Witkoff would be named Secretary of State. In advance of the new administration, Witkoff threw himself into his new role, joining negotiations with the outgoing Biden team that had resulted in a 6-week ceasefire in Gaza, followed by a hostage exchange. He built a close working relationship with Biden's lead negotiator, Brett McGurk, a veteran diplomat who had served the last 4 presidents and had spent months in the region putting together the potential deal. The two men began speaking several times a day, encouraged by both Trump and Biden. It was an unusual example, in such a polarized moment, of an outgoing Democratic administration and an incoming Republican one working together on a high-stakes deal. He brought no baggage from Middle East policy disputes or prior negotiations, McGurk said later. He could care less what so-called experts said we should do. Let's get this done and bring people home. Witkoff also sought advice from Trump's son-in-law Jared Kushner, who had worked on Middle East issues in the first term and had helped negotiate the breakthrough Abraham Accords to normalize relations between Israel and several Arab states. Kushner mostly kept a low profile, still burned by biting criticism of his first time in Washington. He would help guide Witkoff, but only behind the scenes, at least for now. 2 weeks before the inauguration, Witkoff joined McGurk in Doha, where talks were well underway. There were 2 issues left to close and both sides had dug in. Steve told everyone to shut up and do the deal, McGurk recalled, and if they refused, they'd have a big problem with Trump. Witkoff flew next to Jerusalem to keep up pressure on the Israelis, while McGurk stayed behind in Doha to push Hamas through talks with the Qataris, who had for years provided a base for Hamas's external leaders. When they reached the moment for a final agreement, McGurk dialed into a meeting with Netanyahu and Witkoff. He conveyed the Hamas positions, Netanyahu agreed, and the deal for a ceasefire was made. "He gets shit done," McGurk remarked later, offering praise for a diplomatic novice. "And that's the point of diplomacy. I know career diplomats who have never closed a deal in their life. Steve closes deals." Witkoff's portfolio quickly expanded from the Middle East to the Russia-Ukraine war. Mark Fogel's release had been a test of good faith. The back channel that made it possible had come together during the Gaza negotiations. As Witkoff was talking to the Qataris, the Emiratis, and the Saudis, the Saudi Crown Prince, Mohammed bin Salman, known as MBS, had offered to facilitate talks with the Russians. MBS had maintained a neutral stance on the war. But the Saudi Sovereign Wealth Fund was very interested in investment opportunities in Russia, critical minerals, uranium, and oil and gas. In short order, MBS had directed Witkoff to Kirill Dmitriev, the head of the Russian Sovereign Wealth Fund, and between them the two established the back channel that brought Witkoff to Moscow in February. On February 11, as he waited for Fogel to be released, Witkoff spoke to Putin for nearly 3 hours. What seemed especially astonishing was how he did it. Witkoff had gone to meet Putin alone, no entourage of advisors, just the blessing of the President of the United States. The next morning he briefed Trump on the dialogue, telling the president that he and Putin had hit it off. "He wants to make a deal," Witkoff assured Trump, who then boasted to aides about the bond his envoy had formed with the mercurial Russian leader. "Putin doesn't meet with anybody for 3 hours, Trump kept saying. As always, he took credit for the casting. He later told an ally, perhaps with a mix of seriousness and jest, "I sent Steve to Moscow because he's the same height as Putin." Some of the more seasoned national security professionals in the administration worried that Witkoff, lacking historical knowledge of the issues and with no experience in statecraft, was no match for Putin, a legendary manipulator who had spent more than 15 years in the KGB. How Witkoff could handle such a meeting on his own was a very big question. Putin struck up a warm rapport with Witkoff, charming the special envoy. Witkoff reported back to Trump that Putin had said he had been so upset on the day of the attempt on Trump's life that he had gone to mass to pray. Whether it was all window dressing and string pulling from the Russian end, it was the kind of message Trump appreciated. As a gift, Putin had commissioned a portrait of Trump from that day in Butler, his face streaked in blood, his fist raised. Trump and Witkoff were both delighted by the kind gesture from the former KGB officer. And it was not all that Putin had sent home with Witkoff. When he returned to the United States with Fogel on February 11, Witkoff also brought a term sheet outlining a range of U.S.-Russian business opportunities, many in the energy sector, critical minerals, uranium, oil, and gas. As it happened, this was precisely the sort of arrangement Trump had in mind. A grand bargain with Russia, a historic deal that would open up both countries to each other's banking and business, a values-neutral, all-business reset, a relationship unencumbered by the ideological struggles of the past, or by the more recent territorial ambitions of Moscow, or by the America-led order that had for decades aimed to hold the Russians in check. Others on the team saw an opportunity to pull Russia away from China and Iran. In conversations with Republican senators who were worried about Trump's emerging Russia strategy, Mike Waltz told them that he was very concerned about the growing cooperation and sharing of technology between Russia, Iran, and China. Russia was the lesser threat, he believed, and they needed a mix of carrots and sticks to pull it away from the two other adversaries. These were monumental plans. There was just the obstacle of Ukraine, a struggling democracy in a fight for its life, the country that Putin had invaded and intended to conquer. Flush from the success of Witkoff's mission, Trump was eager to get the Russian president on the phone. Despite media reports of secret phone calls between the two leaders, reporting that Trump himself had ginned up, the ensuing conversation indicated this was the first time they had spoken in more than 4 years. In their 90-minute call on February 12, They spoke through translators, but referred to each other as Vladimir and Donald. Putin began by praising Witkoff and thanking Trump for sending such a wonderful man to meet him. The Russian president then confessed his surprise that Trump had won the election, an admission that brought a flash of annoyance from Trump, who told Putin he couldn't believe that. Putin asked Trump not to be angry and quickly made amends for the slight, lavishing praise on the president. Top aides had noted that Trump sometimes would wonder out loud whether Putin really even wanted a deal to end the war. Or does he just want the whole thing and he's going to keep going? He now put the question to Putin directly, asking whether he wanted the whole of Ukraine or just some of it. Trump would later tell others that Putin assured him he didn't need all of Ukraine. Twice on the call, Trump broached the subject of a ceasefire and of finding a way to stop the carnage. Trump told Putin, Vladimir, that even he must be sick of all the killing. Putin professed that he wanted peace and invoked the cooperation between their countries during World War II. We know how to work together, he told Trump, because we worked with Franklin Roosevelt to defeat the Nazis. This was a standard Russian talking point, but it seemed to resonate with the president. Trump noted to Putin that while Russia was America's ally in World War II, guess who was? Germany. Trump spoke of all he wanted in terms of opening the Russian market to American oil and gas companies. And he put it to Putin that Ukraine pushing for NATO membership had taken things too far. It was a concession Putin surely appreciated, given it was part of the Russian grievance list. Putin returned the gesture. Keenly aware of Trump's antipathy for his predecessor, and his insistence that the war simply would never have happened on his watch, Putin told Trump that Biden wouldn't speak with him and had therefore missed potential partnership opportunities between Russia and the United States. Maybe now, Putin said, there are things that we could do that the Biden regime couldn't. It seemed almost too easy to impress Trump. Trump was freshly excited about the potential for U.S. businesses in Russia, especially in the energy sector. But he told Putin the fighting would have to be over before they could make any deals. After hanging up, Trump turned to his aides. Okay, let's call Zelensky. The two back-to-back calls were a study in contrasts. I just talked to your best friend Vladimir Putin, Trump began when Zelensky came on the line. It was an especially cruel greeting, given that Putin had been bombing Ukraine for nearly 3 years. Immediately, Trump pressed Zelensky to concede his country's fate, and he made clear that he intended to recoup America's investment in the war effort. Your people are dying, Trump told him, you've got no money left. Trump was the only one offering him a way out. Zelensky had no interest in talk of surrender. He told Trump they had fought too long and hard to give up so much. But Trump continued to work him over, telling Zelensky he was broke, his country was destroyed, and that he needed to make a deal. After hanging up, Trump muttered to his aides that Zelensky was not very smart. He had already posted on Truth Social that his negotiating team for the Russia-Ukraine conflict would be Rubio, Waltz, Witkoff, and CIA Director John Ratcliffe. He made no mention of Keith Kellogg. Zelensky's sour mood was no doubt colored by a visit from earlier that day. Scott Bessent had arrived in Kiev bearing his own term sheet on the minerals deal between the two countries, and he wanted Zelensky to sign it. Bessent had been a surprise choice as Treasury Secretary. Many in Trump's orbit had not heard of him in the first term. But Bessent was a talented macro investor who had made his name working for George Soros, helping him break the Bank of England with a massive short bet in 1992. Over 4 decades in the business, he had traveled to some 60 countries and built relationships with central bankers and government leaders around the world. He had run an aggressive campaign to put himself on Trump's radar. He had donated more than $1 million during the 2024 cycle and recruited the help of key figures such as Steve Bannon and the Fox Business host and former Trump aide Larry Kudlow, who understood how to appeal to the president. Trump was impressed by the South Carolinian, who with his silver hair, imposing height, broad shoulders, and stylish suits, merited the president's favored epithet of straight out of central casting. But Bessent's veneer of a courtly Southern gentleman masked a fiery side. Trump would describe him to others approvingly as financially violent. Bessent's proposal would require Ukraine to pay the United States 50% of future revenue from state-owned natural resources, including hydrocarbons and rare earth minerals. The document prescribed very specific commitments from Ukraine, but offered no security commitments from the United States. Even though the minerals deal had been Zelensky's idea, part of the victory plan for Ukraine, he had recently unveiled, he was shocked by Bessent's terms. Zelensky explained that he was leading his country through a particularly violent phase of the 3-year-old war, and insisted that he and his staff needed more time to consider the proposal. Bessent saw things very differently. He had traveled nearly 5,000 miles to an active war zone to obtain Zelensky's signature, and now Zelensky was telling him no. You need to sign this, Bessent urged. The purpose of this is to show that there is no daylight between the U.S. and Ukraine. Zelensky, furious, replied that the document was an attack on Ukraine's sovereignty. This was not the way international agreements worked, this was a shakedown. He told Besant the deal as proposed was not enforceable under Ukrainian law. For 45 minutes the men berated each other. Besant had only been on the job for a few days, and already he had gotten into a shouting match with the leader of a country in the middle of a war. Finally he looked at Zelensky and said, "What the fuck do you want to do? You've got 50 reporters out there and I don't think we want to go out there and blow this thing up, so what are we going to tell the press?" Stalling, Zelensky indicated, at least to Besant's ears, that he would be willing to sign the deal in Munich. Their teams agreed to keep talking through the terms in the meantime. The Munich Security Conference was just 2 days away, but that wouldn't prove to be enough time for Zelensky either. In Munich, he would meet with Trump officials on the state of the Washington-Kyiv relationship, and he would repeat his insistence that the United States provide a security guarantee for Ukraine in exchange for the minerals deal. Keith Kellogg, who had a title, but no clearly defined job, lurked in Munich, picking up any information that he could on the subject that was supposed to be his brief. Kellogg privately thought NATO membership for Ukraine was a non-starter, but he intimated to European counterparts that it was still on the table. He was aghast when he heard about Besant's encounter. He told associates later that the whole confrontation with Zelensky was ill-conceived and ill-prepared. But the person whose view mattered most had a very different opinion. Trump wanted Besant to squeeze Zelensky and squeeze him hard. From there, the deterioration of Washington's relationship with Kyiv continued apace. Or more accurately, Donald Trump's relationship with Ukraine continued to spiral. On February 17 and 18, peace talks aiming to end the Russia-Ukraine conflict were convened in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. The Ukrainians were not invited. Instead, MBS hosted the Russians and a delegation from Washington headed by Rubio. Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov insisted on grinding through old grievances and root causes of the conflict, while Rubio and Waltz tried to establish a reset. Their message to the Russians was succinct: the past is the past. We can have a much better bilateral relationship. There's a lot of upside to this relationship if only we could stop this fighting. Do you want 20 more kilometers of Ukraine, or do you want a better relationship with the United States? When Zelensky expressed concern at being excluded from the talks, saying, "We don't want anyone making decisions behind our backs," Trump lashed out. He called Zelensky a dictator and blamed the Ukrainians for starting the war in the first place. The table was set for a very public showdown in the Oval Office. Chapter 8: Bibi Netanyahu arrived bearing gifts. There were few regions that posed such challenges to the incoming administration as the Middle East, and few world leaders as challenging to Trump personally as the Israeli Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu. The two had been strong allies in the first term, but fell out when Netanyahu made the crucial mistake, in Trump's eyes, of congratulating Joe Biden on his 2020 election victory. Netanyahu had grown frustrated with the Biden administration and had made amends with Trump during the 2024 campaign, paying court at Mar-a-Lago. Trump confidants had been telling Netanyahu since 2021 that Trump was convinced, wrongly as it turned out, that Netanyahu was the first of all the world leaders to congratulate Biden. Trump had been stewing on this false impression for 3 years. To smooth things over, when the Israeli Prime Minister visited Trump in July 2024, he brought along a list showing the large number of foreign leaders who had congratulated Biden before he did. It was the sort of detail that Trump found irresistible. Netanyahu's wooing of Trump then went into overdrive after he won the election. As soon as the 2024 results came in, Netanyahu posted a social media message that was so over the top that even some of his closest allies cringed. "Dear Donald and Melania Trump," he wrote, "congratulations on history's greatest comeback. Your historic return to the White House offers a new beginning for America and a powerful recommitment to the great alliance between Israel and America. This is a huge victory. In true friendship, yours, Benjamin and Sarah Netanyahu." On February 4, 2025, Netanyahu would become the first head of state to visit Trump in the second term, a meeting where Trump would encourage him to extend the ceasefire Witkoff had helped negotiate, and to complete a deal for the release of all Israeli hostages held by Hamas. Netanyahu in turn would discuss with Trump the need to deal with the Iranian terror axis in all its components, as the Prime Minister put it. His main objective was to destroy Iran's nuclear enrichment facilities, and he wanted American help. Netanyahu had prepared a presentation in the Oval Office, narrating the various Iran nuclear sites, warning the president that if they didn't act imminently, Iran would soon have enough highly enriched uranium to make a bomb. Trump was well primed for Netanyahu's message. He had been enthralled by a spectacular military operation that Israel had recently pulled off against its archenemy, the Iranian proxy force Hezbollah. The episode had given Trump renewed confidence in the Israeli military's capabilities, which would be a prerequisite for convincing him to join Netanyahu in a risky war. The mission was like something out of a spy movie. In Lebanon on September 17 at 3:30 in the afternoon, thousands of pagers assigned to Hezbollah members had exploded simultaneously. The next day came the exploding walkie-talkies. The blasts had killed at least 37 people, including children, and injured nearly 3,000. The backstory of this attack soon emerged. Israeli intelligence had created shell companies to dupe a Taiwanese business into selling compromised pagers and radios to Hezbollah. They would conceal an explosive substance inside the batteries, waiting for the right time to trigger them. A former Mossad agent told CBS later that Hezbollah had bought the devices at a good price. To commemorate the success of the operation, Netanyahu brought a gift for Trump, a gold-plated pager. Already the issue of how to deal with the Iran nuclear threat was creating tensions among the president's advisors. Mike Waltz and Marco Rubio were seen as Iran hawks. They had made numerous statements over their years in Congress to declare that Iran's nuclear program posed a serious and imminent threat to both Israel and the United States. Waltz had warned colleagues that once Iran tested a nuke, the entire region, Saudi Arabia, the UAE, Turkey, would race to develop nuclear weapons of their own. That possibility, he said, should petrify every American. Susie Wiles and J.D. Vance, however, were deeply wary of the Israeli pressure campaign, both worried that a limited U.S. military intervention in Iran could spiral into an Israeli regime change war. After the meeting, and just before the two leaders were to speak to the press, Trump informed Netanyahu that he planned to announce a proposal for the United States to simply take over the Gaza Strip once the war was over. This was a surprise. No discussions had taken place with the Pentagon or State Department, the typical starting point for any major foreign policy initiative, much less one of this scale. No working groups had been convened. The Defense Department had not generated projections regarding how many troops it would take to remove 2 million Palestinians from Gaza and handle the wreckage. No cost projections existed, not even a basic sketch of the logistics behind how it might function. Trump had been spitballing the idea privately during intelligence briefings, as a CIA briefer showed him images of the devastation in Gaza. But nobody imagined he would announce it as a fully formed proposal. Shortly before bringing in the press, he asked the staff members whose job it would be to explain this bombshell to the world, Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt, Communications Director Stephen Cheung, and Waltz, what they thought. The strong suggestion was that they should like it. What if we own it? Trump said, "That's a good idea, right? We'll just own Gaza." It was a bizarre real estate play if ever there was one. In a radio interview the previous fall referring to Gaza's 27 miles of Mediterranean coastline, Trump had claimed it had the best water, the best everything, adding, "It could be better than Monaco." His stunned advisors didn't know what to say. Would this require American troops? What did owning one of the most densely populated and bitterly contested territories in the world even mean? Waltz spoke first. "Mr. President, we have to make it clear you're not suggesting U.S. troops when you say we'll own Gaza." Waltz, a former special operator trained in urban warfare, had spent weeks alongside Steve Witkoff in a series of discussions with Netanyahu's top aide, Ron Dermer, about the supply of munitions for Israel's war in Gaza. The two Americans had asked the Israelis why they needed so many heavy artillery and tank rounds from depleted U.S. stocks. "Ron, you don't have to fire a salvo of artillery at every damn sniper in Gaza," Waltz had quipped during one session, according to a staff member who was present. Waltz understood, perhaps better than anyone else in Trump's orbit, what owning Gaza would actually entail. Trump, brimming with excitement, turned to Cheung. "You like this idea, right?" After a beat, Cheung replied, "It's a strong move." Both Jordan's and Egypt's leaders had rejected Trump's weeks-long public campaign pushing them to take in Gazans. Such a forced displacement of Palestinians would amount to ethnic cleansing on a historic scale and run afoul of international law. But standing before the cameras with a very pleased Netanyahu at his side, Trump said he thought Gaza's 2 million residents would be happy to evacuate their uninhabitable homeland. They could return eventually, he suggested, once the war-torn strip was transformed into the Riviera of the Middle East. "The U.S. will take over the Gaza Strip, and we will do a job with it too," he announced. "We'll own it and be responsible for dismantling all of the dangerous unexploded bombs and other weapons on the site. Level the site and get rid of the destroyed buildings. Level it out." "Legitimately nutso," one senior aide said later, "but very on brand." How any of this squared with an America First foreign policy was a head-scratcher. Staff immediately feared the president's impulsiveness might blow up the ceasefire, or worse. After the press conference, Trump turned to an aide. "So what do you think?" Well, sir, the aide replied, I think there's going to be cars burning on Pennsylvania Avenue tomorrow. This was clearly not the response Trump had expected. He paused and stared out the window, then allowed a faint smile. No cars burned on Pennsylvania Avenue the next day. Perhaps because the idea was so obviously fantastical, the reaction was bewilderment rather than rage. And as in his first term, when Trump followed his impulses and the worst failed to materialize, he felt validated. He was a real estate man. War-torn waterfront property suggested a simple solution. He would improvise the details. The Gaza idea represented the spur-of-the-moment nature of Trump's foreign policy that many had feared. 2 days after the Netanyahu visit, Trump began a meeting with Elon Musk and the influential podcaster and former Fox News host Tucker Carlson by showing them what the Israeli leader had brought him. Don't push the button, Trump joked as he pulled the gold pager from his desk and handed it over. Musk was transfixed by the device, staring at it intently, silently working it between his fingers like a Rubik's Cube. Trump then regaled them with horror stories of the destruction that the explosions had wrought. He had seen pictures, he said, mutilated genitals and missing hands. He was horrified by the injuries but fascinated as well, lingering on the scenes and the details. One survivor, he said, looked like a great white came and just took a chunk out of him. It was like a shark bite. It was horrible. He grew voluble, repeating, it's horrible, horrible. And there was something else that captivated him. Many of the devices had detonated in public, and it was hard to know who was holding a pager when it exploded. The indiscriminate nature of the killing and maiming had shocked Trump, and while he was taken by the ingenuity, he showed a measure of disbelief at its recklessness. He seemed at once enthralled and horrified. As Musk continued to fiddle with the pager, Carlson got to the subject he had come to talk about. He was afraid Trump might be persuaded to go to war with Iran, especially in the wake of Netanyahu's lobbying mission, and Carlson intended to exert every ounce of his influence on Trump to ensure it didn't happen. The two men had had an up-and-down relationship over many years. Trump had respected Carlson's star power when he hosted the highest-rated show on Fox News, but it was not all smooth sailing. In text messages that were released during a defamation case between Dominion Voting Systems and Fox News over coverage of 2020 election conspiracies, Carlson had written that he hated Trump passionately, that he was a destroyer and a demonic force. Trump was said to have been upset by this, but the two quickly made up and Carlson went all in for Trump's 2024 campaign, even speaking on his behalf at the Republican convention. Trump continued to solicit Carlson's advice, believing he still had sway over a significant portion of the base. Carlson had previously criticized Trump for refusing to knock Netanyahu over the Gaza carnage. Now he would make clear to the president that a broader war would be his ruin. They want you to go to war with Iran, Carlson said. We're not doing that, Trump answered. Good, because the only thing that can blow up your administration is if you get into a war with Iran, Carlson said. Your voters don't want any more wars, you ran on that. That's the main reason people voted for you in 2016. That's what set you apart from the pack. You changed the Republican Party. And the people who didn't want to change are now trying to lure you into a trap. This is a trap set by your enemies. These people fucking hate you. And once you get in, it's very hard to get out of it. And that'll wreck your presidency. That'll wreck everything. You won't be able to do anything. I don't think there's ever been an American president as powerful as I am, Trump said later in the conversation. Struck by this hubris, Carlson replied, certainly not since FDR. Really, the only thing that could wreck it is war with Iran. Trump, however, was consumed with other matters. He was about to embark on a major redecoration of the Oval Office and renovation of portions of the presidential residence, and he would not be satisfied until he had rubbed out even the tiniest remnants of his most recent predecessors. The White House staff had been told after the election that both the Oval Office and the First Family's private living quarters, known as the residence, were to be returned to exactly what they had been 4 years earlier. Several carpets in the bedrooms and some common areas were replaced from the time the Bidens and their dogs had lived there, which had left the carpets covered in dog hair and stains. This was done in the few hours between the departure of one First Family and the arrival of another. The staff soon faced a bigger conundrum. How, they wondered, would they recreate the 5 silver-plated figurines of Greek gods kept on the Oval Office mantel during Trump's first administration? The president had first come across these figurines in the Paris embassy during a 2018 visit, along with some artwork he liked, including a portrait of Benjamin Franklin. Trump had immediately ordered them to be packed up and brought back to the White House, where he would install them in the Oval Office. It soon came out that the statuettes were 20th-century copies of 16th and 17th-century sculptures. Copies or not, Trump liked the pieces, which included the trident-wielding god Poseidon, and they stayed on the mantle. When he left the White House in 2021, the staff had returned them to the embassy in France. Shuttling them back across the Atlantic seemed too onerous, so the staff replaced them with silver-plated eagles. But even restoring the decor to its term, one state would not prove enough. It soon became clear Trump had ambitions for a broader redecoration of the living and work spaces. He instructed staff to bring various items from the second-floor residence to the Oval Office. Among these was a set of gold epergnes, decorative tiered centerpieces suitable for serving macarons or small fruits at a table. They had previously been used by Melania Trump to serve cookies or madeleines alongside tea when hosting the visiting spouse of a head of state. The epergnes were soon whisked away to the Oval Office and added to the fireplace mantel. Trump had done less redecorating of his bedroom during the first administration, and his living quarters back then were often chaotic. His bedroom carpet was regularly covered in piles of bankers' boxes, where he stashed documents. First-term aides would privately refer to them as his beautiful mind boxes, a sardonic reference to the biopic of the schizophrenic math prodigy John Nash. The boxes were sometimes stacked so high that they left impressions in the carpet when moved. A nighttime snacker, the president would frequently leave an array of empty potato chip bags, Starburst wrappers, and ice cream cartons in the trash, or on the floor. The staff had to begin monitoring the trash after it was discovered he was sometimes throwing out White House sterling silver utensils. The Bidens had made remarkably few changes to the Trump family's first-term decor. But for his second term, Trump wanted to spruce up his bedroom with gold and other flourishes. In the early weeks of the new administration, items were spirited from the second-floor corridor into the president's bedroom. Sometimes Trump carried the objects in himself, rearranging things across the private quarters on a whim. A massive mirror framed in gold leaf, one Melania had made the centerpiece of a first-term redesign of the Queen's bedroom, was relocated to the White House colonnade, where it became known as the selfie mirror. The president's redecorating generated such a flurry of activity that staff often felt caught between the two Trumps, who were the only presidential couple to regularly use and maintain separate bedrooms since Richard and Pat Nixon. Bill and Hillary Clinton were said to have slept in separate bedrooms for a period of time after his affair with Monica Lewinsky became public. Trump would let his wife use the master bedroom, known inside the White House as Room 219, and its dressing room. The president took Room 220, next to the Yellow Oval. Melania spent little time at the White House in the early weeks after the inauguration and was not around to consult as various objects vanished into the Oval Office or her husband's bedroom on his say-so. Once, when staff gently reminded the president that he was taking things from the center hall his wife had personally selected, he made clear he didn't care. He seemed almost to be competing with her, determined to have the better room. The staff resorted to photographing potential substitutes and sending the images to Mrs. Trump for approval. Trump, a television addict, had 3 sets installed in his personal quarters, just as he had in his first term, 2 for the bedroom and 1 for the bathroom. New carpet was laid in the bathroom on Inauguration Day as before. Trump's preference for a fully carpeted bathroom had posed a challenge for the resident staff during his first term. The portion nearest the shower would often be soaked through. The staff was never quite sure why, but they worried about mold growing underneath. The solution was to lay a small piece of the same carpet, never an actual bath mat, over the larger one. Several of these pieces were kept in rotation, swapped out and dried. Trump's obsessive focus on interior decorating made the staff yearn for the First Lady to return and hopefully rein him in. This became an especially pressing matter when the president turned his attention to the Rose Garden. The garden, whose redesign was overseen by the Kennedys in 1962, had been updated by Melania during Trump's first term. She considered it one of her proudest achievements. So when early talk made the rounds that Trump now intended to turn the garden into a version of the Mar-a-Lago patio, word came back from the First Lady's team that she was very unhappy. The compromise solution was to pave over the grass with white stone. The rose bushes would remain intact. Mrs. Trump would soon lose a larger battle over what would become the president's signature project, which he announced in July. A White House ballroom that, like a sponge in a glass of water, continued expanding until by early 2026 it was expected to be larger than the White House building itself. It would involve something else, too, tearing down the entire East Wing. Trump had previously said the new ballroom would be near the East Wing, but not touching it. The public would only learn about the demolition after photos of the construction site emerged, taken by onlookers at a nearby building. For several weeks in early 2025, White House aides had tried accommodating the couple's competing desires about the future of the complex. Mrs. Trump, who preferred a quiet environment with minimal disturbances, and objected to living in a construction zone, had repeatedly expressed concern about the size and location of the ballroom. It was not that a ballroom on its own was a bad idea. In the past, presidents held state dinners in tents on the South Lawn and had to bring in portable toilets for guests. But beyond the startling size of the new building envisioned by Trump, the White House grounds also sat above hidden spaces, among them the Presidential Emergency Operations Center. Located below the East Wing, this was where Vice President Dick Cheney and senior Bush administration officials had helped respond to the September 11 terrorist attacks, and where Trump himself was taken when protesters breached a barricade around the Treasury Department building in late May 2020. Several people tried to persuade Trump to build a smaller ballroom and to place it somewhere that would not be so disruptive to sensitive operations. But Trump was insistent. The East Wing location was what he wanted. If it meant building an entirely new bunker several stories below ground, then so be it. Chapter 9. It was an email sent from the government's HR department, the Office of Personnel Management, to hundreds of thousands of federal workers on Saturday, February 22, that marked the beginning of the end of Elon Musk's reign. Earlier that morning, the president had posted on Truth Social that he wanted Musk to get more aggressive. 3 hours later, Musk replied, "Will do, Mr. President." Soon after, an email landed in the inboxes of federal workers, carrying the subject line, "What did you do last week?" It delivered a bracing message to an already beleaguered workforce. Employees of the federal government were ordered to document, within 48 hours, 5 things they had accomplished in the previous week. And every week thereafter, responses were due by 11:59 p.m. every Monday. A lack of response, Musk posted on X, will be taken as a resignation. The email's author at least had the presence of mind to ask workers to refrain from sending any classified information. Senior White House staff were in the dark about what Musk was doing. Word of the email quickly reached Susie Wiles, who was livid. She tried repeatedly to call Musk and got no response. So she called Stephen Miller's wife, Katie, who was Musk's key aide. Miller told Wiles that the chief of staff needed to call Musk. By then, agitated or enraged cabinet members were calling. The across-the-government blast was gratuitous, Wiles told an associate. Not all federal employees were bad, she added. Musk had even started homing in on the cabinet secretaries. The president and several of his staff, including Wiles and Musk, were on Air Force One returning from Florida when the head of presidential personnel, Sergio Gore, hurried to get Wiles. He told her she better get up to the front cabin because Musk was trashing Rubio. In Musk's view, Rubio wasn't doing enough to gut USAID, and Trump was listening. The confrontation on Air Force One was just a preview of what was coming. Meanwhile, the Ukraine minerals deal was also causing considerable internal dissension in the administration, along with rivalry and backbiting at senior levels. Howard Lutnick had told the president that Scott Bessent had screwed up the deal. Not only had Bessent failed to get Zelensky to sign it when he was in Kiev, Lutnick explained, but Bessent had also made a hash of its terms. Lutnick asked Trump's permission to fix things, and the president gave his blessing. With Zelensky due at the White House in less than a week for his first official visit, Lutnick presented Trump with his newly negotiated deal. "I've saved it for you," he told the president. "I made the deal binding and made it for $500 billion, so much better than what Bessent did." "Great," Trump replied. At a meeting of top officials in the Situation Room later that day, Lutnick sat down across from Bessent and slid his new deal across the table. The two men's natural antipathy toward each other was further exacerbated by the fact that Lutnick had originally wanted Bessent's job and had had to settle for Commerce Secretary instead. Bessent looked at Lutnick's proposal. "This is a shitty deal, you're an idiot," he told Lutnick. "I don't know who told you my deal wasn't binding, but it is, and the reason the Ukrainians are so excited about your version is because you capped it at $500 billion and we could have made $1 to $2 trillion from the deal. So of course they're excited to sign it." "Well, that was what I was told," said Lutnick, taking an uncharacteristic step back. "I was trying to save it, but if that's not right, then we won't do it." Another key difference between the competing draft deals was that Bessent had negotiated his deal based on a percentage of revenue, while Lutnick's was for a percentage of earnings. Under Bessent's version, the United States would receive 50% of the revenues involved, not the earnings. Lutnick told others the Bessent version was absurd and would never be fulfilled by the Ukrainians because it would cripple them financially. Lutnick said to associates that Bessent didn't understand how deals worked. Anything, Bessent's estimation of Lutnick's abilities was even lower. "Do you know how an airplane flies?" he would ask associates in private. "So there's a formula for the wing, and the wing has a series of stalls that we never see, so it's constantly stalling, recovering. Howard lives in a series of 15-minute increments, and he moves like he just needs to get to the next 15 minutes to keep the plane from stalling." Besant would tell others to remember that when they were dealing with Lutnick. The two men were primed for a clash. If Lutnick had developed a reputation as a commerce secretary who would rather be Treasury Secretary, and who spent little time in the Commerce Building and a lot of time in the Oval Office and on cable television, Besant was becoming known as something of an office pugilist. He had risen on Wall Street with a cerebral buttoned-up persona, but he surprised people when he quickly and aggressively escalated. Besant went right back to the president and said, "Howard S. fucked up the deal. I had an uncapped deal and we're getting revenues, not earnings." "Is that right?" Trump said. "They gave you that?" "Yes." At that, Trump started mocking Lutnick, sometimes in front of others enjoying the sport. On one occasion he turned to Besant and asked, "Scott, where are you from?" "South Carolina." "So," Trump said, "a wasp from South Carolina." He turned to Lutnick. "I thought you Jews from New York were supposed to be tough, Howard." The meeting in the Oval Office between Trump and Zelensky on February 28 began cordially enough, with the President of the United States lauding the President of Ukraine and the deal they were about to sign. But as cameras flashed and reporters asked questions, Trump demurred on specific security guarantees for Ukraine. "I don't think you're gonna need much security," he said. "Once this deal gets done, it's over." At that, Zelensky shook his head. Normally, by the time such a deal was to be signed, all the staff work had been done, disagreements bridged, details worked out, drafts finessed. All that should be left was the ceremony to unveil the agreement before the world. But it was clear that many issues were still unresolved. During negotiations, the Ukrainians had asked for continued assistance from the United States at a rate similar to the previous 3 years under Biden. They wanted ironclad security guarantees. If NATO membership was out of the question, then perhaps a new alliance that would be like NATO in all but name, not far from what Keith Kellogg had proposed back in January. And they had asked for a commitment that the United States would not recognize any Russian-controlled territories. They had got none of those things. Trump had asked J.D. Vance's wife, Usha, also a Yale Law School graduate, to review the Ukrainian edits to the minerals deal. She declared the document awful and had taken a heavy pencil to it. In the Oval Office, even as Trump declared it a fair deal, Zelensky harbored doubts not just about its fairness, but about America's commitment to upholding what he saw as its end of the bargain. And in spite of the air of ceremony, Zelensky could hide neither those fears nor the rawness of his rage at the man who had invaded his country and killed his people. "He is a killer and terrorist. But I hope that together we can stop him," he said of Putin. "He hates us," he continued. "He wants to destroy us." The minerals deal, Zelensky added, was a very good start, but not enough to stop this person. As Zelensky savaged Putin in front of the cameras, Trump in turn savaged Biden. "The United States should not have allowed this to happen," he said. Biden didn't know what the hell he was doing. He again trumpeted his recent election victory, briefly doglegged into all the red states on the electoral map, and declared that if he hadn't been re-elected, the brutal conflict in Ukraine may well have devolved into World War III. This free-form press conference in the Oval Office, a room that had borne witness to such moments as a joint press conference after Pearl Harbor in 1941 between President Franklin Roosevelt and Winston Churchill, would continue for 49 agonizing minutes. The longer the two leaders talked, the more their voices were raised, and the more the scene spun out of control. Several Trump aides had been worried about something like this. Mike Waltz had tried, unsuccessfully, to get the message across that Zelensky should come wearing a suit. Besant had strongly recommended to Trump that he not even allow Zelensky into the White House before he had signed the minerals deal. "I've dealt with this little fucker," Besant would say to associates about Zelensky. "He's tricky. He's like the special needs child for the Europeans, and he's acting like Mr. Bean on crack." As the meeting unwound, the true feelings of all involved came to the surface: Zelensky's existential mistrust, Trump's disdain and impatience. It began to seem like a meeting of adversaries. Others present could see that Vance was steadily turning red. Just 5 weeks into his vice presidency, Vance had mostly adopted a low-key approach. His plan was to pick his opportunities and over time emerge as a voice in his own right. He knew the next 4 years came down to one thing: securing Trump's blessing as his successor. If for Trump, America First was more slogan than coherent governing philosophy, for Vance it was a worldview to which he wholeheartedly subscribed. This worldview meant a complete reappraisal of America's commitments, particularly in Europe. And so Zelensky's insistence on pushing for American security guarantees, live on camera from the Oval Office, began to sound to Vance like impertinence and ingratitude. The vice president had not planned to speak that day in the Oval Office, but as Zelensky refused to yield, Vance's temper got the better of him. There was no such thing as a ceasefire with Putin that could be trusted, Zelensky insisted. The only thing that would restrain the Russian dictator was an American security guarantee. After a Polish journalist cut into the noise, telling Trump that Polish people were worried the president was too close to Putin, Vance had had enough. "I will respond to this," the vice president said. "So look, for 4 years, the United States of America, we had a president who stood up at press conferences and talked tough about Vladimir Putin, and then Putin invaded Ukraine and destroyed a significant chunk of the country. The path to peace and the path to prosperity is maybe engaging in diplomacy. We tried the pathway of Joe Biden, of thumping our chest and pretending that the President of the United States' words mattered more than the President of the United States' actions. What makes America a good country is America engaging in diplomacy. That's what President Trump's doing." After going through a decade's worth of ceasefires and other negotiated agreements that Putin had blithely violated, Zelensky said, "What kind of diplomacy, JD, you're speaking about? What do you mean?" "I'm talking about the kind of diplomacy that's going to end the destruction of your country," Vance said. "Mr. President, with respect, I think it's disrespectful for you to come into the Oval Office to try to litigate this in front of the American media. Right now, you guys are going around and forcing conscripts to the front lines because you have manpower problems. You should be thanking the president for trying to bring an end to this conflict. Have you ever been to Ukraine that you say what problems we have?" Zelensky asked. "Come once." "I've actually watched and seen the stories," Vance said. "Do you think that it's respectful to come to the Oval Office of the United States of America and attack the administration that is trying to prevent the destruction of your country? During the war, everybody has problems, even you," Zelensky said. "But you have nice ocean and don't feel now, but you will feel it in the future." Trump had sat silently watching the exchange, but at this last comment he snapped. "You don't know that," Trump said. "God bless," Zelensky said, "you will not have a war." "Don't tell us what we're going to feel," Trump said, voice rising as the two leaders talked over each other. "We're trying to solve a problem. Don't tell us what we're going to feel because you're in no position to dictate that. You're in no position to dictate what we're going to feel. We're going to feel very good. We're going to feel very good and very strong. You're right now not in a very good position." Trump continued, "You don't have the cards right now. With us you start having cards." "I'm not playing cards," said Zelensky, who was not using his translator and seemed to be struggling with the fast pace of the dialogue. "You're playing cards," Trump said. "You're gambling with the lives of millions of people." "I am the president in war," Zelensky said. "You're gambling with World War III, Trump said, cutting him off. "You're gambling with World War III, and what you're doing is very disrespectful to the country, this country that's backed you far more than a lot of people said they should have." "Have you said thank you once this entire meeting?" said Vance, twisting the knife. "A lot of times," Zelensky said. Trump was visibly angry. "It's going to be a very hard thing to do business like this," he warned. But while Vance had twice encouraged Zelensky not to litigate this in front of the American media, Trump savored the confrontation. As he wrapped the meeting up, he noted the dramatic scene that had just unfolded was going to make for great television. A sort of pandemonium then set in. The press was asked to leave. The Ukrainian delegation left the Oval Office, gathering across the hall in the Roosevelt Room to figure out what to do next. The president, vice president, and members of the cabinet huddled and agreed on one thing: there would be no signing, no deal. In the Oval Office, Trump told his inner circle, "I don't think that guy wants peace, just have him leave." The Ukrainians, desperate to salvage the meeting, offered to continue talking. They asked if they might still sign the deal. But that window had closed. There was later talk among Trump's cabinet of the growing fear that Zelensky was not rational. But as evidenced by the despairing reactions from America's European allies, many thought Zelensky was quite rational. European ambassadors were texting and talking among themselves, many describing the day as a turning point that cemented a profound loss of trust in America. "It is over and we are alone," texted one senior European official to another. Almost an hour after the clash in the Oval, Rubio and Waltz crossed the hall and told Zelensky and his party that there would be no lunch to follow, as had been planned. The Ukrainian ambassador Oksana Markarova looked distraught, but Trump thought the confrontation was great. Better, he would tell an advisor, than The Apprentice. It was playing well outside the building, too. A jubilant Don Jr. told an associate that the Vance-Trump smackdown of Zelensky was maybe the best thing that's ever happened in the Oval Office. Moscow, too, reveled in the blow-up. Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov praised Trump's common sense. Kremlin spokesman Dmitry Peskov declared that America's rapidly changing foreign policy largely coincides with our vision. And the deputy chair of Russia's Security Council, Dmitry Medvedev, said that the insolent pig finally got a proper slap down in the Oval Office. It had not been a setup. not an ambush. But the antipathy between Trump and Zelensky had exploded into view all the same, capturing the attention of the world. The embattled Ukrainian president had been belittled as an ingrate and ordered off the premises. And given Trump's new transactional order, that suited the White House just fine. Chapter 10. One morning, Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt entered the Oval Office to find Donald Trump clutching a tube of superglue and attempting to affix gold decorations to the marble fireplace mantel. As he was known to prefer his own aesthetic handiwork to anyone else's, the sight of the president squeezing glue onto gilded appliques and mounting them on the wall himself surprised no one in his inner circle. Trump's first wife, Ivana, the vice president of interior design at his company, had had a penchant for gilding everything. It was Ivana who was said to have first encouraged the gold obsession that soon became a hallmark of her husband's properties. Gold projected the ostentation that would be Trump's brand, and he reveled in its glow. His signature New York City building would bear the words Trump Tower in gold letters and boast gold-hued elevator doors and escalators. Gold silk lined the walls of the bedroom on his private plane. He draped himself in bling for the cover of Esquire, and he would eventually sell gold sneakers. The Oval Office had always been deliberately understated, a reminder that the United States was a republic, not a monarchy, and the president's office was not a palace. Trump had gone along with that tradition in his first term. In his second term, he would unleash his inner Louis XIV. Every president had put his own stamp on the White House. In 1909, William Howard Taft bathed the original Oval Office expansion of the West Wing in olive green. Some critics at the time imagined that Taft's greenery was an homage to the natural beauty of America, but in fact Taft just liked green. Similarly, Trump now brought gold. Golden urns and chalices would replace the tufty green Swedish ivy on the mantelpiece, which had graced the Oval Office for many decades before Trump. As the year progressed, he kept jamming more gold pieces onto the mantel. When Trump asked White House resident staff what they thought of the glittering display, most responses were muted, but his devout aide Natalie Harp would gush with delight. Gold cherubs flitted about in the pediments above doorways. Golden molding encircled the room, a golden presidential seal beckoned like heaven from the recessed ceiling above, and golden appliques festooned the hearth and walls, alongside ornate gold-framed paintings from the vast art collections of the federal government. Trump called the antique golden urns plucked from the White House collection cash, and would tell people, "See that cash? People look at it, all they see is cash." Trump's attachment to gold wasn't merely cosmetic. During the previous year's campaign, Trump had often invoked what he described as his economic ideal, the Gilded Age tariff policies that fueled America from the end of the Civil War to the turn of the 20th century. This would be his model for national prosperity. In the words of a great but highly underrated president, William McKinley, he declared in a speech on September 5, 2024 to the Economic Club of New York, "The protective tariff policy of the Republicans has been made the lives of our countrymen sweeter and brighter." Mark Twain had coined the term Gilded Age satirically, for this was also an era of rapid industrialization, vast wealth for the few, widespread poverty for the masses, and rampant political corruption, all concealed beneath the thinnest veneer of gold. But for Trump, gold was gold. He would continue to cite McKinley as his economic lodestar. "I'm a tariff man standing on a tariff platform," McKinley had declared during the presidential campaign of 1896. And so, too, would Trump declare himself a tariff man. McKinley had come by his attachment to tariffs honestly, having passed what became known as the McKinley Tariff into law as chairman of the House Ways and Means Committee in 1890, a policy meant to punish foreign imports and foster infant industries domestically. McKinley's bill set import duties to an average of nearly 50%, raising consumer prices and resulting in retaliatory tariffs, weakening the American economy and contributing to the Panic of 1893. And yet the allure of tariffs as a trade barrier, a source of revenue, and above all, a tool of power remained irresistible to Donald Trump. 11 days after his return to office on January 31, 2025, Trump would say, "We were at our richest from 1870 to 1913. That's when we were a tariff country." And then they went to an income tax concept. The very next day, he signed 3 documents, Executive Orders 14,193, 14,194, and 14,195, invoking emergency powers under the International Emergency Economic Powers Act, IEEPA. The White House asserted that due to the extraordinary threat posed by illegal aliens and drugs, including deadly fentanyl. Trump was imposing tariffs on imports from America's three top trading partners, 25% for Canada and Mexico, and an additional 10% tariff on imports from China. It would be the opening salvo for the global trade war he would wage in the spring. The early tariff announcement came faster than some of Trump's most senior aides had wanted. No meaningful staff work had been done at the Commerce Department, and there was little clarity on just what the president hoped to achieve. Those working outside his immediate circle were forced to guess about his intentions. Neither fentanyl nor illegal immigrants were crossing the northern border in significant numbers, and Mexico was cooperating with Trump's efforts to shut down illegal border crossings. Recently elected President Claudia Sheinbaum had dispatched thousands of troops to Mexico's borders to better manage the flow of migrants. At a meeting in the Oval Office on January 31, the day before Trump signed the executive orders, Stephen Miller had argued against the 25% tariff on Mexico. "They've done everything we've asked them to do regarding immigration," he told the president. Miller had no objection to tariffs on Mexico if they were part of a global tariff regime, but he did not think singling Mexico out for punishment before formulating a broader approach made sense. Marco Rubio concurred. Scott Bessent suggested that Trump hold off on implementing the tariffs until March 1, saying it would be better to run some Treasury analysis on the potential impacts on the U.S. and the global economy. But Trump dismissed these concerns, and the tariffs would go into effect immediately. Underscoring just how ad hoc the plan was, at one point in the meeting Trump realized that he had forgot to include China. "Where are they?" he asked. Off the top of his head he added, "Put them in for 10. Trump's concept of the global economy and America's place in it was encased in the amber of his youth, and it remained largely uninfluenced by the dramatic changes in the decades since. In his mind, America should always be the manufacturing behemoth it had once been, consuming mostly what it produced and dictating terms to the world for the rest. The fall of the Iron Curtain had ushered in the third wave of globalization, offshoring manufacturing jobs and spurring the creation of complex supply chains that had integrated the global economy to a profound degree. The American economy was transformed at an almost molecular level to one no longer dominated by manufacturing and heavy industry. Instead, it was a services, information, and tech economy, with the financial sector constituting an increasingly significant share of the economy. Many factories went to China, and the jobs went with them. In response to the displaced workers and abandoned towns that had little to show for globalization, both parties in Washington had offered much talk about training for the jobs of the future, but little action. While still the world's largest economy, the United States consumed more and made less. This struck to the core of both Trump's appeal to working people and his frozen-in-time concept of America's economic role in the world. He would bring back jobs that had left. He rhapsodized about the return of bygone industries like coal. He promised the roaring return of America's manufacturing base. It was, in part, why he loved tariffs. Trump now was promising to do nothing less than reindustrialize the United States, forcing foreign businesses or American businesses operating offshore to either move their production back to the U.S. or face heavy duties on their products. Free trade had become a core principle of American conservatism, and in his first term, those whom Trump called globalists had hoped his protectionism was just a passing fad. But by the time he returned to office, resistance to tariffs had collapsed along with all other resistance from Republicans, and the free traders who remained in Trump's party mostly kept it to themselves. A shift so transformational usually required more than back-of-the-envelope planning, and the first shots of Trump's second-term trade war were aimed at some of America's closest friends and neighbors. This was more than unnerving to some members of Trump's own team. The markets convulsed. The Wall Street Journal was withering in its criticism. Bloomberg News described Trump's tariffs as the most extensive act of protectionism taken by a U.S. president in almost a century, a reference to the Smoot-Hawley tariffs of 1930, the cautionary tale for those who favored trade barriers. But in the White House it was said there were now two types of people, those who loved tariffs and those who had lost the will to fight. Corporate America had spent fortunes on consultants trying to decode Trump, and the familiar advice about taking him seriously but not literally had perhaps outlived its usefulness. Still, many executives clung to the hope that he viewed tariffs primarily as leverage. Trump didn't truly love tariffs, they reassured themselves. What he loved was the deal-making power that came from dangling the threat of imposing them. In an early March call with three titans of the American auto industry, Stellantis chairman John Elkann, Ford CEO Jim Farley, and General Motors CEO Mary Barra, the president broke some tough news. Auto executives, echoing leaders across other sectors, had been making the case that the supply chains underpinning their industry would be thrown into chaos, and the industry itself crippled by Trump's 25% tariffs on vehicles from Mexico and Canada. The president's agreement to a one-month pause offered slight relief, but now they all needed to buckle up, Trump told them. The full tariff regime would be going into effect on April 2, or as he would take to calling it as the day drew nearer, Liberation Day. It was time for everyone to get on board. According to Barra, Elkin, and Farley, billions in new costs would be heaped onto their companies, wiping out profits entirely, if tariffs hit cars and parts coming from Mexico and Canada. Liberation Day for General Motors, Ford, and Stellantis, whose brands included Chrysler, Dodge, Fiat, Jeep, Ram, Alfa Romeo, and Maserati, could well mean liberation from making profits. Trump was unmoved. His convictions of 4 decades seemed genuine after all. America was getting fleeced by foreign nations, and the cure-all for the country's troubles could be found in tariffs. But acceding to his reality didn't solve the seismic problems that the tariffs would cause. Was there anything that might dissuade him? On March 6, the Mexican president made her own appeal. Claudia Sheinbaum had initiated a call with Trump, requesting a delay on the fentanyl tariffs until April 2 to bring them into line with the tariff program Trump had in mind for the rest of the world. Sheinbaum had a distinct advantage in her dealings with Trump. He liked the way her voice sounded. "You've got an elegant voice," Trump told the president of Mexico. Sheinbaum thanked him and turned the conversation to business. Her dilemma, the dilemma of all of North America, really, was that imposing the planned tariffs on Mexico and Canada a month earlier than the rest of the world would put products made under the United States-Mexico-Canada agreement at a terrible disadvantage. Even in just 1 month, the results could be significant. The big 3 automakers had told Trump the same thing. Sheinbaum emphasized how helpful she had been to Trump on immigration. Trump relented, finally, agreeing to the delay. As their conversation was wrapping up, he handed the phone off to Howard Lutnick. Just before he ended the call, Trump in the background declared, "But no more, we're not doing any more exceptions anymore. Once April 2 comes, that's it, no more exceptions." During his first term in office, Wall Street served as both Trump's compass and constraint, and anti-tariff advisors would exploit the fact that any downturn in the markets would deter him from tariffs. In that way, the markets would act as a shock collar to limit the damage. But not even that could be counted on anymore. The Dow Jones Industrial Average had shed more than 600 points since his new tariffs hit China, Mexico, and Canada. But neither the market freefall triggered by his initial tariffs, nor the unflattering headlines, which would have sent first-term Trump scrambling to reverse course, had managed to rattle the president. None of it appeared to matter to Trump. In the lead-up to the 2024 election, Trump's new economic team had sent reassuring signals to Wall Street. That September, Lutnick had characterized tariffs as a bargaining chip that would eventually lead to more open trade. From his hedge fund perch at the time, Bessent sent investors a letter declaring, "The tariff gun will always be loaded and on the table but rarely discharged." But 6 months later, as Liberation Day approached, many of these same advisors had to backtrack, spreading word to foreign officials and chief executives like Barra, Elkin, and Farley that the president would not be restrained. Of all the things that tariffs could be, bargaining chips, sources of revenue, tools of raw power, it was the last of these that Trump savored most. Tariffs were the perfect blunt weapon to bully foreign leaders over matters that had nothing to do with economics or national security. Of course, sweeping tariffs also came with the potential to do great harm, and that was what scared Trump's advisors. And the more they heard about Liberation Day, the more scared they got. Chapter 11: Franklin Roosevelt's 99 executive orders during the first 100 days of his presidency in 1933 set a record that stood for nearly a century until Donald Trump's second term. While only signing a record-low 5 bills into law during his first 100 days, Trump issued more than 140 executive orders in a frenzy of unilateral action, defining the philosophical contours of his presidency, presuming to nullify certain features of the Constitution, and expanding executive authority as never before. Like Roosevelt, Trump claimed emergency powers. But unlike the objective disaster of the Great Depression, Trump's emergencies were far more debatable. When the coronavirus pandemic hit American shores during Trump's first term, he and Stephen Miller had learned that an emergency, in that case, an undisputed one, unlocked immense new powers that could be deployed with great speed. Using a once obscure federal statute known as Title 42, they were able to seal the border during the pandemic. And now, in Term 2, Trump and Miller decided to redefine the very concept of an emergency. In addition to what some senior staff referred to as the fentanyl tariff emergency, Trump declared a national energy emergency, citing inadequate energy supply. even though the United States was energy independent when he returned to office, with domestic oil production at a record high. He declared that America's trade deficit was an emergency, even though the United States had been running a trade deficit constantly since 1976. He also declared the situation on the southern border to be an emergency, due to an invasion of illegal immigrants. If a border emergency had been declared in December 2023, at the peak of the crisis due to the Biden administration's lax border enforcement, few would have argued. But following Biden's June 2024 executive order cracking down on asylum seekers, border crossings had dropped 77%. No matter. Trump would seize on the broadest definition of emergency powers to reverse what he saw as the excesses and neglect of the previous administration. Along with this would go the president's crackdown on American civil society. He would threat private businesses that embraced diversity, equity, and inclusion in hiring practices and company culture. And he would issue an executive order describing government DEI practices as illegal and immoral discrimination. He would sic the Justice Department on his enemies, whom he called scum. And even as the president and vice president boasted that they were restoring free speech, the administration moved to stifle dissent. In March 2025, after a former Columbia University student named Mahmoud Khalil was arrested and detained with intent to deport him, Trump's border czar, Tom Homan, would say, "Freedom of speech has limitations. We consider him a national security threat." Khalil, a legal permanent resident of the United States with no criminal record, had been a student leader of the pro-Palestinian campus protests the year before. The threat he posed was holding views the government had deemed dangerous. On Truth Social, the president posted that Khalil's detention was the first arrest of many to come. And sure enough, suddenly, from coast to coast, masked agents from immigration and customs enforcement seemed to be everywhere, and a new phenomenon emerged. Unsuspecting targets were being snatched from sidewalks and during traffic stops and removed to federal detention facilities in distant states, their whereabouts sometimes unknown even to their families and attorneys. The U.S. had always carried out deportations, but never quite like this. It was a spectacle, captured on video, and that was key to the strategy. Viral videos made for viral fear, a powerful deterrent to migrants who might consider coming to the U.S. during the first term. The focus had been on securing the physical border rather than deportations. There had been some discussions of scaling up operations targeting families in blue state cities, but that plan met with widespread criticism when it became public. This time, however, with the border essentially sealed within 2 months of Trump taking office, interior enforcement became the top priority. Immigration and customs enforcement was the focus. Right away, the agency developed a fearsome persona armed, masked, and menacing, and began to post daily arrest numbers. Stephen Miller was applying immense pressure on the agency to keep up the pace of mass deportation and hit a 3,000 daily arrests target. The number had not been plucked from thin air. Miller and others across the administration had converged on a round target of 1 million arrests per year, which worked out to roughly 3,000 per day. The previous daily average had been less than a third of that, but Miller made no apologies for the pressure, telling officials that the president had campaigned on the largest deportation operation ever, and they were not even approaching Obama-era numbers. Miller wasn't interested in lengthy deliberations. He wanted real-world results. Tom Homan, an ICE official under Obama and during Trump's first term, would partner on the deportation agenda with Miller, whom he called in an interview in the autumn of 2025, "Probably the smartest man I ever met." "He's brilliant," Homan raved. "I've done it for 40 years, he hasn't. And he comes up with some ideas and he can reiterate a lot of immigration law that sometimes I even forgot. I come to the table with experience, he comes with a lot of knowledge." The two would meet at the White House every weekday morning at 10 o'clock, and over a secure phone line on Saturdays. Originally from a small town in upstate New York, Homan had been a cop like his father and grandfather before going to work in immigration enforcement, spending years as a uniformed agent on the southern border. He later joined ICE, becoming acting director, and he was an architect of the family separation strategy to discourage border crossings, although it would not come into practice until the first Trump administration. When Homan and Stephen Miller joined forces again, in 2025, mass deportation became a whole-of-government effort. Miller drove the policy, Homan made it happen. At first, Miller was pleased by the sharp reduction in migrant encounters at the border, but he grew quickly infuriated by what he saw as the slow pace of deportations. On a call in late February with all the agencies involved in border enforcement, including Defense, Justice, and Homeland Security, Miller warned that those incapable of meeting the president's demands would soon find themselves without a job. One of the senior officials got off the call and told a colleague, "Stephen lost it. He's threatened to fire all of ICE and DHS and said they're not moving fast enough. He's about to lose it on all of us." Miller's eruptions became legendary across the government. On the conference calls, he would often berate Department of Homeland Security personnel, with much of his frustration directed at the different rules and standards each agency had for detaining illegal immigrants. But the calls were not merely exercises in intimidation. Much of the time was consumed by operational problem-solving, finding planes to move deportees, securing legal opinions agencies needed before they could act, determining which level of official needed to lean on a foreign government that was refusing to cooperate. It was granular, tedious work, and Miller believed it only yielded results when there was a competent chain of command at agencies capable of translating his directives into action. Miller saw the signing of an executive order not as the culmination of the policy process, but as its beginning. What mattered was whether an order on paper translated into handcuffs on a subject, a migrant on a plane, a smuggling network disrupted. It was this obsession with real-world execution that drove his relentless pressure on the interagency discussions. But those on the receiving end of his barrages described them as often unhinged and needlessly abusive. And there were limits to what pressure from the West Wing could achieve from afar. "We need 100,000 beds," Haberman would say. This was a number almost twice the available ICE bed space. "And we've got to get there, because I've been doing this for a long time. We need 100,000 beds to get what we want to do on this deportation operation." Haberman was further driven by what he saw as a wider conspiracy. Having carefully evaluated the Biden administration's performance on the border, he believed Biden had purposely slowed the processing of migrants in the hope that he would be succeeded by another Democratic president, and all of a sudden there's an amnesty. "And that's why they're so upset right now," Haberman said. "Because we're making arrests in record numbers. We're spoiling their game plan." Haberman was initially seen as vital to the administration's immigration enforcement efforts. So vital that Trump would shrug off news reports that Haberman had accepted $50,000 in 2024, a literal bag of cash, in exchange for promises to help secure contracts for favored companies in a future Trump administration. The Biden Justice Department had been investigating Haberman's activities, but the Trump DOJ swiftly called off the dogs, describing the investigation as part of Biden's weaponization of justice. A large part of Miller's authority stemmed from the perception that he, more than any other White House staffer, spoke for the president. Miller fostered that perception and often used it to his advantage. One colleague later described the way Miller would sometimes arrive midway through meetings. He basically states what he believes to be the president's intent, and he says, "Well, I've spoken to the president," or "I've heard the president say this about this issue." Some may have rolled their eyes, but few would challenge Miller directly. The larger question in all this was just how closely aligned he was with Trump on immigration. Trump had long demagogued the issue of immigration, but he was also an instinctive showman who could read a room, and when the press coverage turned ugly enough, he had a history of backing down. Miller was different. He was a true believer, more hard-line than the president he served, and he didn't flinch. Trump would acknowledge that difference and joke about it in private. In a 2024 campaign meeting, Trump remarked that if it were left to Miller, there would be only 100 million people in the United States, and they would all look like Stephen Miller. But Miller's relentless pressure from the West Wing ran headlong into a problem he could not solve from there. The department responsible for carrying out his vision was completely dysfunctional. The chaos at DHS under Kristi Noem had become one of Miller's frustrations. He had urged the department to expand the detention facilities that already existed along the border, sites the Biden administration had built out during the migrant surge, already connected to water, electricity, and heat, and close to entry ports and supply lines. Instead, Miller would later tell associates he had discovered that DHS had purchased Amazon warehouses to use as detention space. No one had consulted him, and he could not fathom the logic. The warehouses were not coded for habitation, would require enormous investment to convert, and solved a problem that existing infrastructure had already addressed. He told a colleague he had traced the decision to a Noam ally who had been installed as a senior official at DHS, and who, in Miller's view, had no business making such major operational decisions. Miller would tell associates that the chain of command at ICE had broken down, with leaders unable to execute on his directions, and Noam compounding the problem with her public messaging. Early on, she had branded the mass deportation campaign as ICE arresting the worst of the worst. Hardened criminals, gang members, the most dangerous offenders. It played well on television, and it was accurate that the administration was targeting violent criminals. But Miller had a broader vision. They were also targeting hundreds of thousands of other immigrants, and in Miller's view, the phrase boxed them in. Now when ICE arrested a family that fell into one of those other categories, as the agency inevitably would, the White House would have to spend days explaining why. Had no one been able to articulate the broader scope of the mission from the outset, Miller told colleagues, the public would have better understood. But in his view, she was not fluent enough with the substance to have that conversation. The contrast between the bungled handling of mass deportations with the successful management of essentially sealing the southern border was maddening to Miller. At the border, the interagency process was working as intended, by turning nearly every person arriving at the border away and essentially ending asylum. But none of that level of effectiveness translated to the interior enforcement operations led by DHS. The same administration that was carrying out a militarized border operation was now facing court challenges over how it engaged with arresting people, including protesters. And from his perch in the West Wing, Miller could give all the advice he wanted, run his daily calls, send his directives, deliver his warnings, but the follow-through could only happen inside the department. And in the view of Miller and other senior West Wing staff, the department under Noam was broken. Miller's ambitions went well beyond just shipping migrants out of the country. Nowhere was his newfound authority more clearly on display than during a March 19 meeting with the most powerful fossil fuel CEOs in the United States. Trump himself was running 90 minutes late. "This is my favorite industry," he said breezily, as he entered the cabinet room and took his seat. If there was a constituency that Trump would move heaven and earth for, it was the executives in this room. Chevron, ConocoPhillips, ExxonMobil. From the moment the meeting began, the deference paid to the companies that would make good on Trump's drill, baby, drill promise was remarkable. Their wishes were Trump's command. There was no regulation he wouldn't overturn, no law he wouldn't challenge, if doing so would accelerate their pursuit of hydrocarbons. Even though the United States had been the world's top crude oil and liquefied natural gas producer for several years, on Inauguration Day Trump had declared an energy emergency, saying, "We have something that no other manufacturing nation will ever have, the largest amount of oil and gas of any country on earth, and we are going to use it." The administration was determined to use it now, and placed a premium on projects that would yield measurable results during the second term, delivering Trump the credit. If a project was going to take 6 years, it was much less interesting. There was no bigger evangelist for this gospel of now than Stephen Miller, who had no patience for the legal and environmental regulations the large oil companies had to deal with. Around the table, a complaint arose about the climate superfund bills that had recently passed in New York and Vermont, which aimed to hold major fossil fuel companies financially responsible for climate change-related damages. The executives considered it to be a tax on the industry for climate sins over the decades, and the room wasn't having it. "It's just a new way to fund new social programs in New York and Vermont," complained one executive. "And we sued them as soon as they passed these laws last year." As they were speaking, Miller was already texting the Attorney General Pam Bondi, asking her to sue Vermont and New York. "I'm on it," he told the group at the table. More than 6 weeks later, the administration would sue both states, seeking to block enforcement of the laws. Darren Woods, the CEO of ExxonMobil, raised a regulatory issue from the European Union. He wanted to know if anything could be done about a law called the Corporate Sustainability Due Diligence Directive, CSDDD, which mandated that big corporations detect, avert, and reduce negative environmental and human rights consequences across their entire global chains of activities. As if that were not enough of a red flag for an oil CEO, the law also required companies to develop a climate transition plan to align their business with the Paris Agreement. There would be penalties for non-compliance. "We need to do something about this EU reg," said Woods, "because it will basically shut us down in the EU." Trump looked at Howard Lutnick and said, "Well, we'll just tariff them. Howard, add 10% more to whatever we were going to do to the EU, actually add 20%. Make it 20% more until they fix this regulation." The executives were incredulous. The cabinet room was like a fun house. Regulatory regimes could disappear at a simple request. Miller gave the room an assignment, asking for a list of 10 projects the White House could help fast-track, and he wanted them to highlight how much more energy the projects would produce in the United States during the Trump presidency. This was not typical. The 15 CEOs in the room had done a lot of business in Washington, having extensive experience with the presidents and the policy shops of both parties. In any other White House, there would be a detailed policy process before a decision was made. a deputies meeting, an assistants meeting, economic analyses, environmental impact statements, and only then would the president look at options. Now a CEO could simply ask for something and it was granted. He has a better sense of his executive authority than anybody else we've ever dealt with, said one executive who attended the meeting. Now, I would never want a Democrat to have that same sense of executive authority, but this guy fucking does. Trump was always open to the idea that regulations or laws were unfair to private businesses. The Trump family's real estate company had a long and scarring history of legal battles with federal and state governments, dating back to the 1950s in the case of Trump's father. Now Trump was the government. I want to talk about Venezuela, Trump suddenly announced to the group out of nowhere. Who's the Venezuela guy? The Venezuela guy was Mike Wirth, the CEO of Chevron, the last major American oil company still operating in Venezuela, after Hugo Chávez's left-wing government asserted state control over foreign companies in 2007. That wave of nationalization had led ExxonMobil and ConocoPhillips to leave the country, unwilling to keep investing in a place where the government might seize their assets at any moment. After they left the country, Chávez did exactly that, with both companies losing billions of dollars worth of assets. Chevron had made a different decision. The company's leaders decided to place a long-term bet on Venezuela, accepting lower profits and majority state control in order to keep a foothold in the world's largest known oil fields. Chevron had been in Venezuela for more than a century. When Venezuela was run by U.S. allies, it had been a booming country with a thriving oil industry. Why not again? Trump had long been obsessed with Venezuela's enormous oil reserves. In Term 1, he had mused about taking the oil from Venezuela, just as he had toyed with taking the oil from Iraq, Syria, and Libya, to bring vast riches into the United States. He had also mulled over a military option to replace Chávez's successor, dictator Nicolás Maduro, but his military advisors had counseled against an invasion. Instead, Trump's first-term aides talked him into supporting the opposition movement against Maduro. Trump declared the opposition leader at the time, Juan Guaidó, Venezuela's legitimate leader, and he had backed a protest campaign to remove Maduro from power. But Maduro's forces crushed the 2019 uprising, and Trump quickly lost confidence in Guaidó, describing him as weak. Now in his second term, Trump had a new leader at the Pentagon, Pete Hegseth, who was far less cautious about the use of American force than Trump's first-term defense secretaries, James Mattis and Marcus Burr. As he reviewed maps of the lands near the United States, Trump was thinking more seriously about several countries he could annex. Publicly, he talked about taking over Greenland and turning Canada into America's 51st state, an idea the Canadians rejected out of hand. But privately, he was zeroing in on Venezuela as a potential new American territory. He told several associates that Venezuela could be America's 51st state and that he would appoint a governor to run it. He gave no indication that he was joking. Whatever happened, he wanted total control over Venezuela's oil fields and to kick China, Iran, and Russia, who were all doing business there, out of America's backyard. By March, Trump was still trying to figure out what to do about Maduro, who had proven surprisingly resilient. Over the previous 12 years, he had survived many challenges to his rule, including mass protests. He had stolen elections and presided over an economic disaster of such epic proportions that close to a third of all Venezuelans, around 8 million people, had fled the country. More than 600,000 had migrated to the United States. The Venezuelan exodus to the U.S., and especially the Venezuelan gang Tren de Aragua, had been a key talking point for Trump during the 2024 campaign. But Maduro was still there, still in power, and defiantly in charge. Trump started by playing nice. Instead of applying maximum pressure, as Marco Rubio would have preferred, Trump empowered his special envoy, Richard Grenell, to negotiate directly with Maduro. Grenell had served as acting director of national intelligence during the first administration and was one of the president's fiercest loyalists. Trump had given him the mission of securing the release of American hostages and pressuring Maduro to accept deportation flights of Venezuelan migrants. He also wanted preferential treatment for America and access to Venezuela's oil. Grenell made some progress, with Maduro provisionally agreeing to Trump's objectives, but Rubio was not buying it, and he warned Trump that Grenell was getting played. Rubio expected Maduro to give Trump some short-term wins by releasing hostages and accepting some migrants back into Venezuela, but after that he predicted Maduro would string Trump along, waiting him out until Trump left the White House in 2029. Grenell might have been on the cusp of a deal, but Rubio regarded any deal with Maduro as worthless. Rubio's arguments were bolstered by Republican members of Congress from South Florida. Dubbed by some in the White House as the Cuban Caucus, Mario Diaz-Balart, Carlos Giménez, and Maria Elvira Salazar had been urging Trump to take a harder line against Maduro. Their immediate ask was to stop Chevron's oil operations in Venezuela as a way to tighten pressure on the regime. These South Florida Republicans were given privileged access to an administration run at the highest level by Florida GOP luminaries: Rubio, Susie Wiles, Pam Bondi, and James Blair, a Wiles ally who oversaw the White House's political and legislative affairs operations as Deputy Chief of Staff. With a tight Republican majority in the House, the three Cubans knew they had tremendous leverage. They could threaten to block Trump's major piece of domestic legislation, the One Big Beautiful Bill, if the president didn't take a tougher stand on Maduro. Caught in the middle of this mess was Mike Wirth. The Chevron CEO had spoken to Trump during the transition to argue for his company's continued presence in Venezuela. Chevron was the last big American firm still there. If Venezuela were ever to be liberated from its leftist dictatorship, the United States would want at least one company still in position to ensure that Venezuela's $17 trillion oil reserves didn't fall to China. And now, once again in the cabinet room on March 19, Wirth calmly repeated his arguments to the president. Warning of the dangers of ceding this vital country to China, Wirth pushed for an extension of Chevron's license to operate in Venezuela. Trump appeared to hedge. He told Wirth that what he was saying sounded reasonable, but Venezuela is a tough issue for us. Little did Wirth know just how tough it would soon get. Having heard from Wirth about Venezuela, Trump wanted to know more about America's own oil reserves, specifically Alaska's. Seated across the table from Trump was Ryan Lance, the CEO of ConocoPhillips, who ruled the roost in Alaska. Since 2020, ConocoPhillips had been heavily invested in the Willow Project in a wetlands area on the north slope of Alaska, which had received final government approval during the Biden administration in 2023. Once construction was completed in 2029, the site was expected to yield 576 million barrels of oil over 30 years, with a peak of 180,000 barrels of crude a day. But its wetlands location presented great challenges. There were no roads, so it was only possible to work on the site during winter, once the area was frozen and workers could build ice roads. The conditions were harsh. Lance explained this to the president, who wanted details. "Don't the trucks slip off the road?" Trump asked. "No," Lance said. "At a very low temperature, ice actually isn't slippery." And then, to unintentional comic effect, the petroleum engineer explained that the coefficient of friction at a certain temperature makes the ice not slippery. It's like driving on a regular road. Which struck some around the table as an amusingly wonky detour for a meeting with the president. Stephen Miller, though, was not amused. After the meeting, he approached Lance with an air of urgency. "We'll do anything you want us to do to get this construction going," he told the CEO. "But we want this oil produced during this administration." Lance was not receptive. As gingerly as he could, he conveyed to Miller that the reality at Willow was not subject to any authority he might have to offer. Unfortunately, the White House could not rewrite the laws of physics. There were also legal considerations. But Miller was insistent. "I'm giving you the authority to do this," he replied. Chapter 12. The cabinet meeting for Thursday, March 6, had been called abruptly just the night before. Tensions between DOJ and the rest of the administration had reached a boiling point. "Why isn't Elon letting these people manage their own departments?" Trump asked his aides, as if surprised by the conflict he had set in motion. Susie Wiles encouraged the officials who were concerned about Musk's tactics to speak up in the meeting so that the president could hear. At long last, they would duke it out. There was room for Elon Musk or an executive branch full of cabinet officials. But not both. Musk was letting Rubio have it. Why, he demanded, hadn't Rubio slashed his staff yet? And Rubio wasn't going to take it anymore. He was the U.S. Secretary of State, seated beside the president in the cabinet room, and being subjected to an attack from the richest man in the world, who was growing increasingly hysterical. "You haven't fired anyone," Musk barked, scornfully adding that perhaps the only person Rubio had fired was a staff member from Musk's own Department of Government Efficiency. Rubio had been angry with Musk since the mess at USAID. But now the enmity was erupting in full view, and Rubio would have his say. Musk was lying, Rubio retorted. What about the more than 1,500 State Department officials who took early retirement and buyouts because they didn't like the direction Trump and Rubio were steering the administration? They retired early, Rubio snapped. "If you'd like, I can rehire all of them and fire all of them if it makes you feel better." "How many people have you fired then?" Musk persisted. "Tell me, give me the names." You want me to produce all the names right now? Rubio asked, incredulous. Like every single person? Yeah, that's proof, Musk said. If you have the proof, give me the names right now in front of everybody. This is ridiculous, Rubio replied. To show he was in command of his department and demonstrate to Trump that he was up to the task, Rubio then carefully laid out his plans for reorganizing state. Musk was unimpressed. You're good on TV, he told Rubio, implying that he was not good for much else. The spat continued for 15 minutes but seemed much longer. The atmosphere in the room was equal parts absurdity and futility, and while Rubio held his own, arguing with Musk was like walking into a lawn mower blade, and it was not clear who would prevail. Throughout this pitched battle, the president sat back in his chair, arms folded, taking it all in. After an uncomfortably long time, Trump finally intervened to defend Rubio, who he said was doing a great job. Marco has a lot to deal with, the president said. He is very busy, he is always traveling and on TV, and he has a department to run. So everyone just needs to work together, he added. Rubio wasn't the only cabinet secretary to have it out with Musk that day. Musk went at it too with Sean Duffy, the transportation secretary. Duffy argued that Musk's team was trying to lay off air traffic controllers just as he was dealing with fatalities attributed to mixed air traffic around the Washington airport named for Ronald Reagan. What am I supposed to do? Duffy said, noting there had been a years-long shortage of people manning the towers. I have multiple plane crashes to deal with now, and your people want me to fire air traffic controllers. That's a lie, Musk shot back. It's not, Duffy replied. I've heard it from them directly. Musk asked who on the DOJ staff had been pushing to fire air traffic controllers. Give me their names, he demanded. Tell me their names. It doesn't matter what the names are, Duffy said, because I stopped them from being fired. Musk claimed that Duffy had hired people under DEI programs who were still working in control towers. No, we don't, Duffy snapped. Give me names. Who? Duffy demanded. Musk did not provide any. Suddenly alert to the mention of the air traffic controllers, Trump told Duffy he should hire people from MIT, the elite research university in Boston. These air traffic controllers need to be geniuses, Trump said, as if he were taking part in an entirely different conversation. Veterans Affairs Secretary Doug Collins had faced what may have been the most politically delicate task among Trump's cabinet members. Workforce reductions driven by Musk stood to impact thousands of veterans, a group that carried significant political clout and represented a key segment of Trump's supporters. Collins argued for a targeted approach rather than sweeping, indiscriminate cuts across the VA. Trump expressed agreement, saying they should retain the smart ones and get rid of the bad ones. At the peak of the tension, EPA Administrator Lee Zeldin chimed in. I don't know about everyone, but I'm pretty happy. He chirped, I've got no problems. Zeldin drew some dirty looks. Cabinet officials all liked Musk's mission, reducing waste, fraud, and abuse in government, but they had been outraged by his haphazard cuts and impossible demands. And they were starting to suspect that he might not know exactly what he was doing. Running a cabinet agency was a heavy enough lift without Musk's chainsaw hacking off their limbs. It had put them in an impossible position. Republican members of Congress had begun to call the White House to complain about the impact of DOJ on jobs in their districts. Throughout the meeting, Musk repeatedly sought to assert his dominance by invoking his wealth. He stressed that he had multiple companies with market caps in the billions. I know what I'm doing, he said. My results speak for themselves, he crowed. But perhaps there were differences after all between how a business was run and how government was meant to function. You know, one witness to the meeting would say later, there are laws, there are constituencies, there are politics. We're not just juicing shareholder value here, different deal. Look, observed a cabinet official who was at the meeting, it's not the president who gets hauled before the Senate and it's not the White House staff. Who is it? Me and other cabinet members. Trump tried to conciliate finally, praising the efforts of both Musk and the cabinet secretaries. But from then on, he pronounced, the secretaries would be in charge. Musk and his team would only advise. Musk, who had been furious since the reaction to his "What did you do last week?" email, did not initially appear to grasp what had just happened. The shockingly rancorous meeting had exposed the depth of the animus DOJ had created among Trump's team. After the meeting, Trump went to his Truth Social account and posted that the next phase of his plan to cut the federal workforce would be conducted with a scalpel rather than a hatchet. Elon Musk had roared into the new administration just 6 weeks earlier as a self-styled demolition man, a guy with a chainsaw. What was he supposed to do with a scalpel? We saw another side of Elon today, said a senior aide soon after the meeting. He was nasty. In reasserting the authority of the cabinet secretaries over DOJ, Trump was clipping Musk's wings. At the next cabinet meeting, Trump told Musk that they had an election coming up the following year, and we can't keep firing all these people. You can get rid of waste, fraud, and abuse, Trump said, but you can't fire anybody else. Privately, Trump was already telling associates Musk's time in the White House would soon end. But winding Musk down would have to be done carefully. For a while yet he would remain a perpetual presence in the West Wing, often still at the center of critical conversations. Just days after Musk's blow-up with the cabinet secretaries, the White House hosted the Technology CEO Council. Gathered in the Roosevelt Room on March 10 were the leaders of some of the world's most iconic tech firms, IBM, Dell, HP Inc., Qualcomm, and Intel. "I'm shitting bricks about our vulnerability to China," Musk announced. He had built Tesla with China's help, and he'd paid for it with flattery, praising the Communist Party's leaders and waving off concerns about authoritarianism. But Musk had grown increasingly alarmed in recent years, especially over the threat of a Chinese invasion of Taiwan, which would jeopardize the supply of high-end chips that Musk's companies depended on. And now, with these CEOs as his audience, Musk was frantically sounding the alarm about the fact that an island country roughly the size of Maryland, floating 81 miles off mainland China, produced around 70% of all the semiconductors on Earth and 90% of the most advanced chips. He was lecturing a gathering more familiar with this problem than perhaps any other group of people in the world. But Musk kept banging away. "If we don't start building chips outside the zone of confrontation," he said, "we are headed for disaster." He reiterated the point. "Somebody's got to build the damn fabrication plants outside the battle zone." The president interjected, saying that Xi Jinping had assured him that China won't invade Taiwan while I am president. "Could be lying," Trump added. "Taiwan is the apple of Xi's eye, just like Ukraine was for Putin." Howard Lutnick added that the president was focused on semiconductor manufacturing and the supply chain coming to the U.S. "Taiwan is eating our lunch. How do we bring the supply chain home?" That steered the group conversation to how American companies had fallen behind on EUV, extreme ultraviolet lithography, the high-tech process used in semiconductor manufacturing to etch intricate patterns on silicon wafers. Single Taiwanese company, TSMC, accounted for more than half of the global EUV system installations to make the most advanced chips. "The U.S. gave it all away," Trump said. 99% of the business is in Taiwan. "Chip fab capacity in the U.S. is weak," Musk said, "especially for the most advanced chips. The United States will only have 30% of TSMC's capacity in 2029. If China invades Taiwan," he said, "the entire economy crashes." "What keeps the Taiwanese ahead?" Trump asked. It was a good question, it was the question. TSMC, the world's largest chip maker, had pioneered a model that separated chip design from manufacturing, allowing it to make chips for other companies without competing with them, and creating a global market virtually from scratch. No one had caught up. In an effort to try, Congress had passed the CHIPS and Science Act in 2022, providing billions in subsidies and tax credits to incentivize companies to build new fabrication plants in the U.S. In his address to Congress just days before, Trump had called the law a horrible, horrible thing, because it hands out billions to rich companies and urged lawmakers to get rid of it. "Aren't you better positioned by being here?" Trump asked his guests. "No tariffs, less risk." One of the CEOs pointed out it took time to shift ecosystems. Another cautioned that scaling up would be a slow process. TSMC has all its customers helping them stay in front, he explained. Musk chimed in, "We know, we're one of them. What do we need to do to get you to commit to building new factories in the United States of America?" Lutnick asked the CEOs. "Those who won't build here are going to have massive tariffs to pay." "Not 20% like 100%, said Trump. "We're treated so unfairly. China tariffs us over 150 to 200%, India 175%. "We have to have the components here," responded one CEO. "We need the full ecosystem." "How are you doing with the European Union?" Trump asked. "Are they among the most difficult?" "We don't build in the EU, said the CEO. "We make in Asia and import." "They kind of leave us alone," said another CEO. "No one in Europe makes what we make." "We lost 90,000 factories with NAFTA, said Trump. "Maybe we can get them back. Autos are building in the U.S. They just stopped building 3 plants in Mexico. Canada tariffs our dairy at 300%. "April 2, said Lutnick, referring to Trump's planned Liberation Day tariffs. The room, overstuffed with dealmakers, crackled with possibility. After the president left, the others lingered, still consumed by the semiconductor problem. Lutnick had something to ask of the CEOs, a mission to enlist them in. Could they help him stop the president from doing something rash? Lutnick had been trying to persuade Trump against acting so hastily to impose steep tariffs on semiconductors. It was unrealistic to expect American tech companies to immediately end their reliance on foreign suppliers. Moving manufacturing to the U.S. would require a transitional period, and Lutnick did not want to see U.S. companies at a competitive disadvantage. He encouraged the CEOs to take their message directly to Trump to reinforce what he was telling the president behind the scenes. I need more voices calling in, texting in his ear, he said. How do we avoid getting screwed on AI chips by China? Musk asked the group. We need to force foreign countries to align with the U.S., added one of the CEOs. Someplace unlikely to be bombed, Musk replied. Chapter 13 Natalie, give me the real numbers, the president called out. Do your Google, do your computer thing and give me the real numbers. Sitting on a wooden chair with her back against a wall in the Oval Office, Natalie Harp frantically Googled on her laptop. Harp's devotion to the president had remained undimmed through the hectic early months of the second term. Trump had taken to telling his staff that Natalie, or Natalie, as he would call her, using a French pronunciation, was the only one who loved him as much as his wife and kids. All of you will go off and make money, he would say. She'll never leave me. Now, in the middle of a very tense meeting on March 26 with the president's economic team on the tariff strategy, Harp was trying to hunt down better information for the president than his staff had provided him. Nobody has fucking given me any numbers, Trump fumed. Hard facts of how much China tariffs us, how much India tariffs us. You give me bullshit numbers. Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick pulled out a folder saying, here are the numbers. Here are the numbers on how much each country is tariffing us. But Trump was convinced that the real numbers for India and China were much higher than Lutnick's printouts. No, these are bullshit numbers, he said, giving Lutnick a hard look. These are fucking bullshit. Harp, despite her best efforts, was not finding the numbers that didn't exist. No, these are the real numbers, Lutnick insisted. They come from USTR, the Office of the United States Trade Representative. Turning to the president's trade representative, Jamison Greer, Lutnick pleaded, Right, Jamison, say these numbers are real. Jamison, speak up. Greer, a trade lawyer who was not inclined to get into a spat with the president, just looked at Lutnick and said nothing. The president's global tariff program, set to launch on Liberation Day, was just a week away, but the rates were still undecided. Trump wanted to set the rates using a formula he had been devising in his mind. No one was sure precisely how it was being calculated, and it would vary by the day, sometimes by the hour. But how could he make his calculations with these bullshit numbers from Lutnick? Adding to Trump's aggravation, Lutnick kept pressing for carve-outs. The Commerce Secretary was particularly concerned about the steep automobile tariffs that had been the subject of so much earlier discussion with auto executives and leaders in Canada and Mexico. USMCA needs an exemption, Lutnick argued, referring to the trade alliance between the three countries. I told you, Howard, these tariffs are going to happen and it's going to be fair, Trump said. Across the board it's going to be fair. No one gets exceptions. And look, maybe when we do it then they'll come to the table and they'll be more fair to us. But it's across the board, no one gets exceptions. Lutnick turned to Peter Navarro, Trump's trade counselor and among the longest-serving and most loyal of MAGA stalwarts. Peter, you agree with me, he said. Tell him. Don't talk to me like that, Navarro retorted. Lutnick bristled. Tell him you agree with me, he demanded again. Navarro had a long history of opposing exemptions for tariffs, agreeing with Trump that too many carve-outs had caused problems in Term 1. That's not what you told me outside before this meeting, Lutnick said. That's not what you said. I don't know what you're talking about, Navarro snapped back. Howard, you have to drop it. An exasperated Lutnick dismissed Navarro. Why am I talking to you, he said with a flash of temper. As the scene unfolded, Stephen Miller and Scott Bessent sat impassively saying nothing. Just then Mike Johnson walked into the Oval. Hello, Johnson said to the room. What's going on in here? Good. The speaker is here, the president said. Mike, what do you think about a 25% tariff on foreign car imports? Lutnick saw an opening. Tell him, Mr. Speaker, he said. This would be a terrible decision because that number is too high. Think of what it will mean to consumers and your voters. Everyone turned to Johnson. Honestly, sir, Johnson said, the first thing that comes to my mind is a good friend of mine back home in Louisiana, who is a huge supporter of yours. He also happens to be one of the largest Toyota dealers in my region. I wonder how he is going to react when he hears this news and what it is going to do to the business he's been in for decades. Yeah, he's gonna get killed, Lutnick said, seizing the opening. And you're gonna have a hard time explaining this. So what do you think we should do? Trump asked Johnson. I think Howard is making a very good point here, sir, Johnson said. Navarro then counterattacked and he and Lutnick went at it again. Cutting them off, Trump said, all right, we're gonna do a presser. Get the press in here. Turning back to Johnson, he asked, why don't you stand right next to me while we talk about this new tariff? Johnson, clearly uncomfortable, replied, well, I don't know if I should do that. Sir, remember, I will have to be the one to help our House Republicans navigate through this and any fallout, so I shouldn't give any implication that it was my idea. Okay, whatever, Trump said. Do whatever you want to do. The markets are going to tank if we don't do the exemptions, said Lutnick. And you're going to own the market cratering. Okay, fine, I'll own it. So what? Trump said. The president was intransigent. It appeared to those in the room that he was beyond argument, beyond consequence. Lutnick, fearing the tariff fallout could spill over into the broader economy, had argued the point as forcefully as he could, but in that moment had failed. Now that Trump had an audience, Lutnick understood there was no upside in continuing the debate. Look, I understand the boss has made a decision, he told others after the meeting. Now we just need to execute. Nothing like Liberation Day had ever happened before. The president had first referred to November 5, 2024, Election Day, as Liberation Day. After the election, he took to calling January 20, 2025 Inauguration Day Liberation Day. In mid-March, he began to hint without details or formal announcement that April 2, 2025 would be the real Liberation Day. That day, the president declared, would forever be remembered as the day that American industry was reborn, the day America's destiny was reclaimed, and the day that we began to make America wealthy again. On April 2, claiming a national emergency, Trump imposed a baseline tariff of 10% on imports from every country, with an added reciprocal tariff on top of that, which had been calculated for each country through a formula that several top administration officials would privately describe as ill-conceived. The closest precedent to the scale of Trump's tariffs, the Smoot-Hawley Tariff Act of 1930, had taken 18 months of fierce congressional debate, drawn a public warning from over 1,000 economists, and still proved catastrophic, triggering retaliatory tariffs that deepened the Depression. Trump had long cited Herbert Hoover's fate as a cautionary tale. And yet on April 2, 2025, he would announce a tariff regime that would dwarf Smoot-Hawley, born not from hearings or expert consultation but from a handful of Oval Office meetings and his own instincts. In the days leading up to April 2, Lutnick and Bessent had shared the duty of calling their counterparts around the world to warn them. These warnings were vague, though, as they still didn't know what Trump would do. Trump didn't know either. He hadn't decided. So they simply urged other countries not to retaliate, assuring them the tariff rates Trump would announce could be negotiated down. Trump wanted to apply maximum pressure and keep his true intentions hidden, whatever they may have been. He wants you to be uncomfortable, Lutnick would tell an associate. If he sets the number high and you're like, we can't do that, then he's like, well, what can you do? Bessent's greatest concern was that the markets hated what he called uncapped risk. If Trump made clear that the numbers were just starting positions for further negotiations, then the policy might make sense to Wall Street. Bessent would attempt to explain it all in media appearances. 2 days before the announcement, he laid it out on Hannity, which Trump unsurprisingly had watched. Afterward, he called Bessent and admonished, don't tell people they can negotiate down. Trump wanted to maintain maximum leverage and wield it to get the best deals. A senior administration official likened the approach to a captor torturing a prisoner and then showing a measure of mercy. In North Korea, the official said, in the prisons or the camps, when you go in for the first 2 years they blindfold you and put you on your knees, but you can hear the guard's voice. Then in the second year he stands you up and he takes your blindfold off and you're in love with him. So he was conditioning people for that. But these were not prisoners in North Korea. They were America's key trading partners, and they had leverage too. The goal of the tariff strategy, meanwhile, wasn't entirely clear to anyone except for perhaps the president and Peter Navarro, who believed in tariffs as an article of faith. It was Navarro primarily, with some assistance from the Council of Economic Advisers, who had helped craft the rudimentary tariff formula, which Trump had settled on only the night before the announcement. The tariff rate for each country was calculated by taking the 2024 U.S. trade deficit with the specific country, dividing it by the total value of goods the U.S. imported from the country, and then having the result. Lutnick didn't like Navarro's formula at all, because I graduated 9th grade, he would tell associates. Trump's team had also discussed a color-coded 3-tiered tariff scheme, low, medium, high, green, yellow, red, 10%, 15%, 25%. The vice president thought it was elegant, but Trump thought it was too complicated because no one could figure out which countries belonged in what category and where to draw the line. One Republican senator said later that he could not believe how poorly thought through the tariff strategy was. It's not clear what their objective is, let alone their strategy. And it seemed to change from day to day. Sometimes the stated goal was to raise revenue. Sometimes it was to eliminate the trade deficit with every country. Sometimes it was a negotiating tool. When a friend wished Scott Bessent a happy Liberation Day, he answered, more like Happy Libation Day. The next day, as the tariff plan was getting thrashed in the press, Trump would begin blaming Navarro to others, privately complaining about Peter's stupid fucking numbers. As expected, the markets plummeted in the days following April 2. The S&P 500 would lose more than $2 trillion on a single day. On April 3 and 4, the Dow Jones Industrial Average would decline by almost 10%, and the volatility in the days thereafter made the Dow look like the EKG of a heart attack patient. Worse still, the typical inverse relationship between the stock market and the bond market, where the bond market became a safe haven in times of stock market convulsion, was not holding. Both were plunging, with the bond market experiencing a historic sell-off, a frightful sign that investors were seeking their safe havens away from the U.S. Scott Bessent reached out to the chairman of the Federal Reserve, Jerome Powell, urging him to make a statement that would reassure the markets. But guarding the Fed's independence, Powell declined. He was determined to avoid the impression that the Federal Reserve might step in to rescue Trump from this self-inflicted crisis. If Trump wanted to stabilize the markets, Powell would tell associates the president could simply reverse his policy. By the evening of Sunday, April 6, Bessent and Lutnick were more concerned than ever. On an Air Force One flight from Palm Beach back to Washington, Trump was on the phone with his son Don Jr., while Bessent and Lutnick were pressing him. "We're in the middle of a trade war," Trump told his son. "I don't have time to talk." Bessent tried to persuade Trump that he had gotten the world's attention and had maximum leverage, but that now was a good time to start negotiating. "The market's going to open in a minute," Bessent told the president. "And if you change your mind or when you lower the rates, it will look like the market forced you to do it. You've got to pivot to talking about launching trade negotiations. Because you're a great deal maker, you've got to show the markets that you have an end game because they're melting." It's short term, Trump replied. "Scott, it's temporary. The Fed will cut rates." Bessent walked the president through what he thought short term meant for the markets. If things went too far and they waited too long to act, it might be too late to pull back from the brink. Where was the edge of the cliff? No one knew, and neither Bessent nor Lutnick wanted to find out. But Trump would hold out with the unreasonably high tariff rates longer than most of his advisors could stomach. The president believed that if he folded too early the world would doubt his seriousness, and he had a much higher tolerance for risk than either Lutnick or Bessent or Wall Street. Bessent would privately marvel at this aspect of Trump's character, which he felt was a key ingredient in his success in politics. He would tell associates that Trump reminded him in this respect of his old boss, the legendary investor and major Democratic donor George Soros. "They are the same animal," Bessent would say to others. "But George is in the market. President Trump is political, incredible propensity to take risks and incredible survival skills, and they oscillate between pushing the risk, cutting the loss." Lutnick and Bessent had sharply clashed, but the edge of a financial crisis had forced them together with a shared purpose, to coax the president into a de-escalation. Lutnick continued to impress upon the president that tariffs weren't one size fits all, and that he must not put the major U.S. automakers at a disadvantage. "Jesus, Howard, you keep bringing me all this shit from all these people," Trump said. "You used to be tough, and then you come to Washington and you're weak." This had been a frequent line of attack Trump deployed against Lutnick during this tense period, one that recalled their long history in New York. "You used to be a killer, Howard," the president would say. "I remember when you were 35 you were a killer, and now you've got your beautiful wife and your big house and you're just soft, and you're a pussy. You know what you are, you're a pussy." Months later, when the tariff revenue really began rolling in and fears of a financial crisis had receded, Lutnick started responding to Trump with a quip of his own. He would tell the president, "You're $25 billion a month pussy." But on that fretful flight to Washington on April 6, with the world's investors holding their collective breath, uncertain of whether Trump would plunge the world into another Great Depression, Lutnick had no choice but to sit there and take it. 2 days after Liberation Day, China retaliated, matching the 34% reciprocal tariff Trump had announced. Trump threatened that unless Xi Jinping stood down, he would impose an additional 50% tariff on goods from China. Even ardent supporters of the president began to grouse. In a not-so-subtle admonition against trade wars, Elon Musk posted a video on X of the Nobel Prize-winning conservative economist Milton Friedman rhapsodizing about the virtues of free trade and its capacity to foster harmony and peace among the peoples of the world. Trump-supporting billionaire investor Bill Ackman also took to X to warn of a self-induced economic nuclear winter, and called for the administration to declare a 90-day timeout on the tariff regime. Bessent trusted that the president would eventually come down from the obstinately high tariff rates, but he feared the situation could run out of control before that happened. "You lose leverage if this spills out into the real economy," Bessent told Trump, offering his advice. Bessent used a phrase from his Wall Street days to describe the risk. It was called the screen going to the street. If that were to happen here, it would be perilous, he thought, and hard to reverse, especially if a reactive panic set in. The signals from the investor class were also becoming apocalyptic. J.P. Morgan Chase CEO Jamie Dimon told investors that recession was the likely outcome of the rolling markets. Legendary hedge fund manager Ray Dalio began warning that investors should focus less on tariffs and more on a once-in-a-lifetime breakdown in the political, geopolitical, and monetary systems. Warner Bros. Discovery canceled all non-essential travel. Delta abruptly scaled back its annual projections. Airlines reduced their flights, assuming less money from travelers to book them. The economy seemed poised for a sharp contraction. As the investor class prepared for doomsday, Trump posted another astonishing message to Truth Social. He announced that he was pausing the tariffs for 90 days, with one big exception. Based on the lack of respect that China has shown to the world's markets, I am hereby raising the tariff charged to China by the United States of America to 125%, effective immediately, the president wrote in a wild communique to the world. The trade war with China would intensify. But for the rest of the world, a temporary truce had arrived. That afternoon, the market surged nearly 10% on the news, and Trump surrogates rushed to the cameras to clean up the mess, claiming that pausing the tariffs was the plan all along. This was, they said, a genius negotiating strategy from the dealmaker of dealmakers, despite Lutnick telling CBS News 3 days earlier that the tariffs are coming, without delay. The world had just witnessed a master class in economic brinkmanship, they would all say. But in fact, Trump had blinked. The collapsing bond markets left him no choice. Investors were losing faith that the United States would be able to make good on its debt. Trump himself would soon go before the cameras and undercut his team's talking points that this had been the plan all along. He made clear that his decision to pause the tariffs had been entirely ad hoc. Was this idea of doing a pause, did that just come about this morning? A reporter asked. Can you tell us exactly what came into consideration for you and your advisors? For a period of time, I would say this morning, over the last few days, I've been thinking about it, the president said. I've been dealing with Scott, with Howard, with some other people that are very professional. And I think it probably came together early this morning, fairly early this morning. Just wrote it up. We didn't have access to lawyers. We wrote it up from our hearts, right? It was written from the heart, and I think it was well written too, but it was written from the heart. For some in the White House, the whole episode was terrifying. Across the administration, officials were shaken at just how close to financial disaster Trump had willingly brought the United States and the world. Having weathered the tariff brinkmanship, Besant was becoming increasingly assertive, feisty even. A week after the tariff pause, there would be a confrontation in the Oval Office that would also serve as a bizarre coda to Elon Musk's tenure. Musk had taken it upon himself to fire the interim head of the IRS, installing his own interim director with the goal of cutting the agency in half. Besant, who by law oversaw the agency, didn't take kindly to this, and he finally had had enough. An argument between the two quickly escalated. "Fuck you," the Treasury Secretary had said to the billionaire. Musk leaned into Besant. "Say it louder, I can't hear you," he taunted. "Fuck you," Besant repeated. Again from Musk, "I can't hear you, say it louder." Taking a different tack, Besant hit Musk where it hurt most, the emerging sense that he had vastly overpromised on what he could accomplish with Doge. "Elon, are the savings $2 trillion? Besant sneered. $1 trillion, 100 billion. At that, Musk lost it. "Fuck you," he said. "What have you ever done?" As Musk and Besant walked out of the Oval Office, they continued to snap at each other. Then the situation got physical. Musk lowered his shoulder into Besant and there was a shove. Besant would later tell others that he had developed an entente cordiale with both Musk and Lutnick. But at the time, soon after the Musk fight, the Treasury Secretary told associates that had he not had another meeting to get to, he would have knocked the shit out of Musk. When the president heard about the rumble, he had one pressing question. "Who won?" he asked an advisor. Part II Retribution, Chapter 14, I am your retribution. It was a single line in a speech, delivered at the Conservative Political Action Conference at a hotel in National Harbor, Maryland, in March 2023. Donald Trump was months into his third presidential campaign. Just over 3 weeks later, he would be indicted for the first time. He would speak so openly about retribution in the months that followed that his campaign advisors worried he was damaging himself politically. "Tone it down," became the whispered note of caution. And so on January 10, 2024, just as Republican primary voters were about to make their preferences known, Trump told Fox News host Brett Baier, "I'm not going to have time for retribution." He added, "Our ultimate retribution is success." But the reality was that retribution against critics, prosecutors, investigators, journalists, and even late-night talk show hosts was always at the top of Trump's second-term agenda. During his 4 years out of power, Trump had faced an avalanche of legal troubles, and he would not forget it anytime soon. In 2023, he became the first former president in American history to be criminally arraigned. It was a humiliating experience, and Trump, who prized control of his environment at all times, brooded throughout his new life as a full-time defendant. In short order during the spring and summer of that year, he would be criminally indicted 4 times in state and federal courts on dozens of charges. In March, he was indicted in New York State Court on charges he falsified business records to conceal a pre-election hush money payment in 2016 to the porn actress Stormy Daniels to cover up an alleged affair. In June, a federal grand jury in Florida indicted him on charges related to his handling of classified documents after leaving office, and for obstructing efforts to recover them. In August, he would be indicted twice, first in a federal court in Washington, D.C., on charges related to his efforts to overturn the 2020 election, and again in Georgia State Court on racketeering charges also related to 2020. But there was one upside to this cascade of indictments. It was all happening at the same time that Trump's presidential campaign was heating up, and the legal onslaught gave his political message an added charge. It delivered non-stop media coverage and the appearance of constant motion as Trump went from one arraignment to another, galvanizing his supporters, torquing his fundraising, and transforming what was already a movement into a force field. It was also giving the candidate and his staff the sense they were fighting not just for an election, but for their lives. "If I lose, I'm fucked," Trump told an aide as the election grew nearer. "He has to win," one senior advisor said after Trump's second indictment landed, a sentiment shared by most in Trump's orbit. Privately, several aides said that they expected to be prosecuted should Kamala Harris win. The stakes were not in the main about tax reform or immigration or other policy priorities. This was about staying out of prison. To them, these actions against Trump and his intimates were all illegitimate, an act of legal war via subpoenas, investigations, and indictments. The same senior advisor would say, "I wouldn't want to be the people who did this to him, should Trump make his way back." And indeed, despite his own complaints about the weaponization of government, Trump immediately sought revenge upon assuming office. Within hours of taking the presidential oath, the Pentagon removed the official portrait of the former chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Mark Milley, for whom Trump had particular enmity. In the following days, he stripped protective details from Milley, and others he had viewed as disloyal, including former National Security Advisor John Bolton, former Secretary of State Mike Pompeo, and former Defense Secretary Marcus Burr. All had been targeted for years by Iran, following the U.S. drone strike Trump had ordered that killed General Qasem Soleimani in his first term. On the same April day that Trump announced his tariff pause, he went even further in his revenge mission. The White House issued a presidential memorandum ordering the Department of Justice to investigate an aide from Trump's first term, Chris Krebs, who had run Homeland Security's Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency. He also ordered the suspension of the security clearance of former senior Department of Homeland Security official Miles Taylor, who in 2018, writing as anonymous, had written a New York Times op-ed followed by a book about the quiet resistance within the government to counter Trump. Trump directed DHS to review Miles Taylor's activities as a government employee. Of Taylor, Trump would say, "I think he's guilty of treason." Like so much of the policymaking of the administration that came after the pre-staged executive orders queued for day one, the orders issued on that April afternoon were improvised. Trump hadn't even been able to remember Chris Krebs's name. Days earlier, the president had been meeting with a few staff, including his personal counsel Boris Epshteyn and Stephen Miller, when he began to muse about past grievances, saying, "I remember there was this lawyer who was in the administration who said the election was fair and there's no fraud." "Who was he?" "Oh, the DHS, I think you're talking about the DHS guy," Miller replied. "I forget his name." Epshteyn pulled out his phone and did a quick search. "Chris Krebs," he said. "Yeah, Chris Krebs," Trump said. "Whatever happened to him? He was a bad one, take a look at him." Miller, who was known as the keeper of grievances, then proceeded to have a presidential memo drawn up, unleashing the resources of the federal government on a man whose sole offense against Trump had been to attest to the security and validity of the 2020 election. In the first term, Trump had wanted, and had even ordered, Justice Department investigations of his enemies. But those orders, some of which were delivered in private and through intermediaries, had not yielded the results he was looking for. Now, though, he no longer felt the need for middlemen. His targets would be written up in executive actions by his staff secretary and then endorsed by the White House counsel. Retribution was no longer a relatively furtive mission. It was now a very public driving force of the Trump presidency, and it wouldn't stop with just individuals. The president and his team were determined to also neuter the institutions that had defied him. On February 25, during a routine signing ceremony in the Oval Office, the president paused when he was handed one particular directive to sign. It ordered the suspension of security clearances for staff at Covington and Burling who had lent legal assistance, free of charge, to the investigations led by Jack Smith, the special prosecutor who had indicted Trump twice. Staff Secretary Will Scharf handed Trump the leather-bound order. The president looked almost giddy. "This is a good one. Is everybody listening?" Deranged Jack Smith, Trump said. When a reporter tried to change the subject as he was signing the memo, he cut her off. "I just want to savor this one, please," he said. Howard Lutnick, standing to Trump's left, laughed loudly. "Who would like this pen?" Trump asked, brandishing the black Sharpie he had used to sign the document. "Here, why don't you send it to Jack Smith? He's a deranged person." Asked moments later about such a targeted use of presidential power, Trump's giddiness vanished. "Excuse me, I've been targeted for 4 years," he said. "Longer than that, so you don't tell me about targeting." More law firms would be targeted. Next up was Perkins Coie, a famous Democratic firm that had employed another Trump enemy, Mark Elias. And then, on March 14, came Executive Order 14,237, titled, Addressing Risks from Paul Weiss. Paul Weiss, Rifkind, Wharton, and Garrison didn't actually pose a risk to the country. But it had once employed one of Trump's nemeses, Mark Pomerantz, who in 2021 became Special Assistant District Attorney in the office of then Manhattan District Attorney Cyrus Vance Jr. Pomerantz had been hired for one reason, to investigate the business and personal finances of Donald Trump, who was suspected of bank, insurance, and tax fraud. In late 2022, the new district attorney Alvin Bragg won a criminal conviction on tax fraud and falsified business records against the Trump Organization itself. Its chief financial officer, Alan Weisselberg, pleaded guilty months earlier to a fraudulent tax scheme. But Weisselberg, who had started with the Trump family working for the president's father, was compensated handsomely by the Trump Organization and refused to cooperate with prosecutors against the president. Trump was not charged, and Pomerantz would resign in frustration. In his resignation letter, Pomerantz wrote that the office's investigation had yielded evidence sufficient to establish Mr. Trump's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt, and that the public interest warrants the criminal prosecution of Mr. Trump. The executive order attacked Pomerantz by name and threatened Paul Weiss's business by restricting its attorneys' access to federal buildings, including courthouses. But that wasn't the worst part of the order from the Paul Weiss perspective. The executive order threatened any client of Paul Weiss that their business with the federal government could be terminated if they continued to work with the firm. The firm's clients included some of the most storied brands in America, which had billions of dollars worth of business with the federal government. The executive order would be one of 7 signed by Trump targeting law firms, and one of 12 orders or presidential memos naming specific lawyers. The use of executive orders for such a retributive purpose was both unprecedented and legally dubious. In the real world, of course, public vilification by a president of the United States was impossible to ignore. Days after Executive Order 14,237 was signed, Brad Karp, the managing partner of Paul Weiss, made his way to the Oval Office. A mutual friend, New England Patriots owner Robert Kraft, had called the president on Karp's behalf 2 days after the order was signed, vouching for him, and asking whether Karp could come in to see Trump. Karp's firm would be the first to raise the white flag in the face of such an unprovoked attack from the White House, but not the last. Karp would explain to Confidence that Paul Weiss clients were calling in and telling him that, as much as we love you, if you don't resolve this with the Trump administration, we will have no choice but to cut off business with the firm. Making matters worse, rival firms were targeting Paul Weiss's most valuable partners for recruitment as the Trump order threatened their business. So although Paul Weiss could have fought the president in court and likely won, Karp was convinced the 150-year-old firm would not have survived the battle. Paul Weiss was one of the top white shoe practices in the United States, with $2.63 billion in gross revenue the previous year. It also had a sterling history of pro bono civil rights work. Paul Weiss attorneys had assisted Thurgood Marshall in Brown v. Board of Education and took on Eddie Windsor's landmark gay marriage case. But now its managing partner had judged the firm defenseless in the face of an all-out attack from the president. Brad Karp entered the Oval Office on March 19, hoping to negotiate a deal to save his firm. The president walked in, joined by several aides including Boris Epshteyn, and they all took a seat. The original idea to target Covington had come from Stephen Miller's operation, but Epshteyn had picked up the broader concept and run with it. He was now in the driver's seat on the Paul Weiss deal. Those with a connection to anything judged, politicized, and injurious to Trump would have to be held accountable, Epshteyn told others. This meeting marked a vindication. Epshteyn had a long and sometimes fraught history with the Trumps, highly valued by the president as an enforcer, but viewed by many in his circle as a liability. He had known the family since meeting Eric Trump at Georgetown, but even Eric had privately complained to confidants over the years about Epstein's approach. His determination to stay as close as possible to Donald Trump and aggressively deliver perceived wins had led to his own indictment in Arizona the previous April, for his alleged role in a conspiracy to certify a slate of fake electors, though the case would suffer a blow in 2025, and it was unclear whether it would continue. In congressional testimony that year, the special counsel, Jack Smith, named Epstein as one of the unindicted co-conspirators in the 2020 election case against Trump. Trump would joke about how Epstein could spin any development, good or bad, as a positive. But he liked Epstein and credited him with assembling a legal defense team that helped Trump stay out of prison. Where Epstein's money came from once the new administration began was less clear. He insisted to associates that he was never paid for pardons, never lobbied the president on anyone's behalf to receive them, and never sought retainer agreements from corporate officials, though some of those officials said privately that he had. During the transition, Epstein had been accused of approaching prospective second-term appointees with a proposal that they pay him a retainer. For what exactly, it was sometimes unclear. According to an internal review conducted shortly after the election, Epstein had allegedly lunched with Scott Bessent, who had spent more than a year seeking to become Treasury Secretary, in February 2024, and requested a stipend of $30,000 or $40,000 a month to promote Bessent at Mar-a-Lago. Bessent told others he had refused and called his own media consultant to complain. "I can't believe this asshole just shook me down," he said, according to the review. That summer, according to the same review, after Bessent's name surfaced as a potential Treasury Secretary, Epstein allegedly pressed him again, this time suggesting a $10 million investment in a 3-on-3 basketball league he was promoting. Bessent told others he had refused and the relationship soured. A week after the election, Bessent claimed to have heard through the grapevine that Epstein was knifing him at Mar-a-Lago, trying to torpedo his cabinet prospects. In Bessent's telling, Epstein told him over the phone, "You should have done what I told you, I'm Boris fucking Epstein." Epstein denied trying to shake down Bessent or anyone else. The conversations described in the review were either confected or misconstrued, he told associates. He had discussed a public relations contract with Bessent, and the phone call was simply Epstein saying it was too late to help. Trump had directed his incoming White House counsel, David Warrington, to investigate complaints about Epstein. Warrington issued a strong warning in a summary of his findings. Epstein's conduct must be stopped and his employment and proximity to President Trump should be terminated. Otherwise, his conduct will likely lead to, at best, a scandal involving the incoming Trump administration, and at worst could lead to criminal indictments. But Bessent did not make the allegations under oath. Ron Wyden, the ranking Democrat on the Senate Finance Committee, would release a letter saying that before Bessent's confirmation hearing, the nominee told the senator that Epstein had talked to him about a public relations retainer. After the hearing, according to Wyden, Bessent said in a written answer that no one had ever asked him for money in connection with his appointment. And so here was Boris Epstein, back in the Oval Office. One advisor said that Trump simply liked him, describing Epstein as my psychiatrist. "He's highly neurotic, but it's controlled," Trump would say approvingly. Other aides called him the good news guy, but one said that Trump admitted that sometimes it was just nice to have someone tell him everything was going to be okay. Another close advisor explained that Trump liked to keep people like Epstein close at hand. He valued lawyers he thought would do anything for him. Trump had also learned through bitter experience that it was unwise to make enemies of former aides, especially those privy to his secrets. In his first term, he had followed the advice of his lawyers and kept a safe distance from those caught up in scandals, among them Roger Stone, Paul Manafort, and Michael Cohen. Now, with a Congress that would not check him and presidential immunity afforded by the landmark 2024 Trump v. United States ruling, Trump had little reason to heed Warrington's warning. "The people who think they killed Boris, they didn't," a senior aide would say. "They only made him stronger." Back in the Oval, Epstein watched as the president flexed his power over the chairman of Paul Weiss. Confounding some members of Trump's team, Brad Karp had come to the White House alone. Trump opened with a mini tour of the Oval Office, guiding him around the room, pointing out the oil paintings and a framed copy of the Declaration of Independence. During the show and tell, Karp mentioned that he'd had a heart attack 2 months earlier. As they sat down, Trump asked the group if they were okay with him dialing in one of his attorneys. "Get Giafra on the phone," he called out to an aide. Robert Giuffre, co-chair of Sullivan and Cromwell, another top Manhattan white shoe firm and Trump's lawyer, would listen to the entire meeting on speakerphone. He was expected to help Epstein hammer out the Paul Weiss deal. Trump was looking for a massive dollar figure to tout to the public. Karp took a seat in the middle of a row of chairs facing the president's desk. Epstein and Steve Witkoff flanked him on the left, Susie Wiles on the right. What followed was a very long discussion of golf. Trump regaled the group with his recent tournament victory. Then he launched into a litany of grievances about his opponents, remarkably calm even as he excoriated them in the most brutal terms. He let loose on E. Jean Carroll, who had won a sexual abuse judgment against him and had been represented by Karp's former law partner Roberta Kaplan. He complained about his 2 impeachments and took a swipe at Mark Pomerantz. Through all of it, Karp mostly listened. Trump was genial, often flashing a broad smile, and spent very little time on the specifics of the Paul Weiss matter. Both men appeared to understand the endgame. Trump wanted a symbolic victory over the firm, and Karp was prepared to give him one. Karp had offered an initial settlement of $25 million in pro bono legal services, mutually agreed upon by both sides. Epstein later told others he thought they could have gotten $100 million if they just asked. But as Karp was leaving the Oval Office, Trump turned to him and said, "So you'll give us $40 million?" Karp said he thought the deal was for $25 million. Trump smiled and repeated that he wanted 40. So $40 million it would be. The president directed Karp, Epstein, and Giuffre to work out the particulars. Over the next 24 hours, Epstein negotiated aggressively, pushing Paul Weiss to commit to pro bono work on weaponization for the administration. Karp refused. With Giuffre playing mediator, they landed on 3 uncontroversial areas: combating antisemitism, promoting fairness in the criminal justice system, and assisting veterans. Paul Weiss would pledge $40 million in legal work across those causes over the next 4 years. In substantive terms, the deal was almost meaningless, a short written agreement describing pro bono work the firm already did. Paul Weiss would easily surpass $40 million in those 3 areas just by continuing to operate as normal. But the headline number, with its appearance of a staggering concession, would add to Trump's power and the fear he could wield to bring more firms to heel. When a senior Trump aide was told that Paul Weiss's capitulation had made everyone afraid of the president, the aide replied, "Good, they should be afraid." Epstein gloated to friends about the deal and bragged about his new leverage over Karp. As one recalled, "Boris says, I'm in a pretty good place now. I'm the chairman of Paul Weiss." But he had much larger plans. Within days, Skadden, Arps, Slate, Meeker, and Flom had agreed to do pro bono work for initiatives favored by the president. Trump hadn't targeted Skadden in an executive order, but the firm said it was acting proactively to avoid any prospect of one. Trump's advisors treated each settlement as the new precedent. This time, the baseline figure would be $100 million. Dollars by publicly marking individuals or entities for retribution by decree, and having his targets crumble in anticipation of such attacks, Trump had effectively opened up a new front for the second term, terrorizing his foes. And it would not stop with Paul Weiss. Ever since Covington and Burling was targeted, the leadership of Harvard University had been on high alert. By the second week of April, lawyers for Harvard had been in talks for weeks with the administration's new anti-Semitism task force, hoping to agree on measures to ensure the safety of Jewish students on campus. This was in the wake of the previous year's demonstrations against the war in Gaza, when some students had been subjected to verbal abuse and physical assault. Harvard was intent on avoiding the treatment that Columbia University had received just the month before, when administrators there had been informed that unless the school gave in to a list of demands that went far beyond concerns over antisemitism, more than $400 million in federal grants would be withheld, on orders from the White House. When the broadside against Columbia came, members of the Harvard Corporation suspected they would be next. Lawyers for the university were already engaged in what they had seen as productive talks with Trump administration attorneys. And then, on the night of Friday, April 11, Harvard lawyers received an emailed letter that was so severe in its demands that it amounted to something close to a federal seizure of the university and the takeover of its prerogatives. Harvard in Cambridge, Massachusetts, was the oldest, richest, and most prestigious institution of higher learning in the country, with an illustrious history dating back to 1636. It had long relied on federal grants to fund vital research across a wide variety of disciplines, from public health studies to medical research to scientific discoveries in genetics and neuroscience, technology and engineering. But concerns about the progressive bent of higher education had been a long-standing Republican focus, going back decades. in the anti-Israel protests on campuses all over the country in 2024, and what Trump and many on the right saw as university administrators' feckless indulgence of leftist students, had further fueled that anger among conservatives. Now Trump saw an opportunity to leverage federal dollars to crack down on these institutions, which he and many of his supporters saw as hotbeds of anti-Americanism and woke ideology. The very real menace of resurgent antisemitism on college campuses would provide the opening and the pretext. Trump had more leverage than he had initially realized. All told, that spring the federal government had existing commitments to Harvard totaling nearly $9 billion in grants. When an aide informed him of this fact on April 1 over lunch in his private dining room, Trump had wondered out loud, what if we never pay them? Wouldn't that be cool? The April 11 letter, which was signed by the General Services Administration, the Department of Education, and the Department of Health and Human Services, essentially demanded government control over hiring and admissions at the university, subject to oversight and an annual audit through 2028. It proposed to police viewpoint diversity in both hiring and admissions. It demanded that the university overhaul its governance to the Trump administration's specifications. It insisted that the university immediately shutter any DEI programs, offices, committees, positions, and initiatives, and that Harvard demonstrate that it has done so to the satisfaction of the federal government. The letter also mandated that Harvard, working in conjunction with the government, would audit programs and departments that most fuel anti-Semitic harassment or reflect ideological capture, and punish any associated faculty found culpable. Whether the Anti-Semitism Task Force or the White House had actually intended to go that far would soon be lost in the war of words that followed. As it turned out, the letter had been in draft form when it was mistakenly emailed to Harvard's lawyers just before midnight on April 11. The email had been intended only for internal circulation inside the Trump administration, and not for the president of Harvard just yet. But once it was made public, the White House didn't retreat from its demands. Harvard's president, Alan Garber, and the rest of the Harvard Corporation had been readying themselves for just such an assault, but did not expect anything of this magnitude. In a Zoom call over the weekend, members of the Harvard leadership team were in total agreement that the university must file suit immediately. The stand on principle would not be a painless act. Garber's defiance provoked a quick response from the White House, with the Anti-Semitism Task Force immediately announcing that it would freeze $2.6 billion in federal grants to the university. Then the White House proceeded to pound Harvard over the next several months, using every lever in reach. The university's leadership watched as Stephen Miller's top policy hand, May Mailman, herself a Harvard-trained lawyer, became more resourceful by the day in devising new ways to hurt the institution. The administration moved to cut Harvard off from federal funding entirely, from the National Institutes of Health to the Department of Defense. Trump called for Harvard to lose its tax-exempt status. The Department of Homeland Security demanded records on foreign student visas, and when it deemed Harvard's response insufficient, the administration moved to revoke the university's ability to enroll foreign students at all. Trump then issued a proclamation barring international students and scholars from entering the country to attend Harvard. In a final blow, the Education Department reported Harvard to its accreditor, threatening the university's very standing as an institution. In Cambridge, an awareness dawned: they're not going to stop. The Trump administration's onslaught was so intense, so relentless, that the leaders of the premier university in the country worried at the time that this battle could severely damage Harvard and perhaps profoundly change the university. But they joined the fight nonetheless. And over the course of a punishing year, Harvard would go on to sue the administration twice, and would notch up victories in lower courts over research funding and international student visas. The government would be forced to release more than $2 billion in frozen funds to Harvard. But by the end of 2025, the university's fate would still be hanging in limbo in the appeals court. The retribution campaign that yielded the quickest results for Trump was the crusade against the news media. As would become the pattern across industries, the default response would be capitulation. The shot across the bow had been Trump's lawsuit against George Stephanopoulos and ABC News, filed months before Election Day. Trump claimed that the anchor of the network's flagship Sunday news show had defamed him when saying on air in 2024 that Trump had been found liable in a civil case for raping the writer E. Jean Carroll. The jury had found Trump liable for sexual abuse and defamation of Carroll, but had rejected the specific count of rape. even though the judge in the case later said his own interpretation of the verdict was that Trump raped Carol in the common parlance. And Stephanopoulos had displayed a news story describing the judge's view. The Trump team had been proud of the jury's verdict on that count. Proving that actual malice was involved on Stephanopoulos' part would have been a very tall order. But shortly after Election Day, ABC News' parent company, Disney, looked to settle the suit. They did not want a multi-year court battle that had been filed in a district in Florida, where judges tended to be more favorable toward Trump. The legal challenge could also have been used to contest the landmark press freedom ruling by the Supreme Court in New York Times Co. v. Sullivan. The cost to the company may have been steep, especially with a vindictive president, whose government oversaw the licensing of local affiliates of broadcast networks. As a settlement, initially, Disney offered $500,000. The Trump team made clear at the outset it wanted much more. In early December 2024, the president-elect's advisors and Disney had agreed on the framework of a settlement, $3 million to a charity for military veterans that the two sides would have to agree on. Trump also wanted a personal apology from the anchor. Stephanopoulos did not apologize, but he soon had what was deemed a cordial meeting with the president-elect at Trump Tower, and the situation seemed to have been resolved. But days later, the Trump team began trying to change the terms. Boris Epshteyn had told associates the president could get a vastly higher sum from Disney, $60 million, if not more. Suddenly, Trump was no longer interested in the deal he had previously agreed to. Now that he had been told he could get more money, he wanted to try. After the Trump team discarded the initial framework, the only option Disney would agree to was to donate to the future Trump Presidential Library, where the public could track the donation. The sum of $15 million was discussed by the two sides. Trump agreed and then changed his mind again, while the lawyers prepared for a court-ordered mediation session to take place on December 13. The judge had scheduled depositions for Trump and Stephanopoulos to take place a few weeks later. Disney executives balked at efforts to keep raising the price. They were concerned, too, about maneuvers by some on the Trump team to steer the money to an advocacy group aligned with the incoming president, and were moving forward with the court case. By the end of the mediation session, Trump appeared to accept he had hit his limit, and the deal was entered with the court. It would be $15 million, put in escrow for an eventual Trump Presidential Library account, plus $1 million for Trump's legal fees, which had been covered for years by donors to his Political Action Committee. From there, the Trump team turned to CBS News. Trump had grown infuriated with the network's probing and critical coverage of his first presidency and the legal avalanche that followed him out of office, and he was determined to now shape and punish the network. Kamala Harris had sat down for a pre-election interview with the CBS flagship news program 60 Minutes, which aired on October 7, 2024. Trump, who had a contentious history with the program, demanded a number of preconditions for an interview himself that CBS refused to meet. CBS first aired an extended version of a rambling and somewhat incoherent answer Harris gave to a question about Middle East policy. The next day, 60 Minutes aired a much shorter edit from her response. The minor discrepancy, the product of editing, which was any broadcaster's prerogative, was suddenly fresh fodder for Trump's team. They began a weeks-long campaign against CBS to release the full transcript of the interview, insisting Harris's answers had been edited deceptively to portray her in a more flattering light. CBS believed it would have been unfair to Harris to simply release the entire transcript, something they hadn't discussed before setting up the interview, and which would set a precedent for the future. Their answer was no. Trump's subsequent lawsuit, filed in Texas, a place where neither he nor CBS were located, accused the program and the network of partisan and unlawful acts of election and voter interference, with the goal of pushing the election Harris's way. Trump's legal action alleged he had suffered mental anguish as a result. It was a preposterous claim, but to the shock of network executives, the judge in the case declined to dismiss the suit. Now back as president, Trump could inflict his payback, and there was added leverage. CBS was owned by Paramount Global, the entertainment conglomerate mired in debt and run by media scion Shari Redstone. In July 2024, she had announced a merger with Skydance Media, a production company owned by David Ellison, son of the multi-billionaire tech executive Larry Ellison. While Trump liked Larry, who was one of his own political donors, he would grouse about the son, who had donated nearly $1 million to support Joe Biden's re-election. Paramount's own parent company needed the FCC to approve its merger with Skydance, a deal that would bring Redstone more than $500 million. This was a concern that floated in the background. No federal approval meant no deal. In the meantime, Trump advisors had made it clear to Paramount that an apology and some money were going to be required to settle the 60 Minutes suit. For veteran CBS News executives, an An apology when they hadn't actually erred was unfathomable. Boris Epstein oversaw the negotiations for the Trump team. Someone in the president's orbit initially floated $100 million for a settlement, but Paramount executives insisted that they would not pay any more than the $16 million Disney had coughed up. Eventually, CBS News president Wendy McMahon and Bill Owens, the long-serving 60 Minutes executive producer, agreed to release the full Harris transcript, but with no apology. It almost didn't matter. The list of grievances from the new administration was now down at the microscopic level. The administration had begun scrutinizing individual 60-minute segments that had displeased the president. In April 2025, Owens resigned, later saying he had been encouraged to soften coverage of Trump. McMahon resigned a month later, saying she and the company did not agree on the path forward. Near midnight on July 1, Paramount said it had reached a $16 million settlement with Trump. The money would go to the Trump Presidential Library. Unlike the Disney deal, Trump advisors claimed privately that there was some flexibility in deciding the precise amount the library would receive from Paramount. 60 Minutes agreed, too, that it would release full transcripts of future presidential candidate interviews, a change in network policy. Redstone, on advice of her lawyers, had recused herself from the Paramount board vote on the settlement. For such a mighty news organization, once known as the Tiffany Network, as a mark of its prestige, this was a devastating moment in a history that was part and parcel of modern America. CBS had started out almost 100 years before in 1927 as a radio network, United Independent Broadcasters. It became the Columbia Broadcasting System in 1928 and went into television 13 years later in 1941. It had delivered the news from every front across the American experience. It had withstood, and indeed stood up to, the vicious and censorious era of the Red Baiter Joe McCarthy. CBS had helped to shape the protocols, along with scores of other media companies from newspapers to radio and TV, of what courageous journalism meant. And now it had been brought to its knees. Trump had sued CBS over an edited interview, a nuisance suit that no president before him would have dared file, let alone win. But Trump didn't need to win in court. He had something better, the power to block Paramount's merger. As with the ABC News lawsuit, the settlement with Paramount and CBS did not include an apology. But the broad perception across the news industry was that instead of fighting on principle for their journalists, CBS's owners had paid to make it all go away. Around 3 weeks after the settlement with Trump, the FCC approved Skydance's purchase of Paramount, a deal valued at $8 billion, which gave the Ellisons a premier news media holding. Separately, Trump would claim on Truth Social that we also anticipate an additional $20 million in-kind advertising or similar programming from CBS as part of the settlement. Paramount officials said they had no idea what he was referring to. Roughly a week before the FCC signed off on the merger, the network announced it would be canceling the comedian Stephen Colbert's Late Night Show, a platform from which he had frequently ridiculed Trump, and excoriated the network for the legal settlement he called a big fat bribe. Colbert said he felt free to speak out. When he learned that Colbert's show was being canceled, Trump celebrated the decision as a victory. Chapter 15 On election night 2024, New York's Attorney General Letitia James attended a Democratic watch party at the Garden City Hotel, hosted by the chairman of the state party, Jay Jacobs. Senior Democrats gathered in a separate war room to monitor the results, as attendees mingled in the main party area in a ballroom, where there was a cash bar and cookies served. As the results rolled in with the Trump victory looking increasingly likely, the mood in both rooms darkened. Jacobs seemed eager to finish a television interview with Spectrum News, whose camera captured the largely empty room behind him. In the war room, James, seated at the far end of a long table, was at a loss for words. Like many Democrats, she had believed Kamala Harris would win. Shortly before 11 p.m., someone asked her if she wanted to speak to the ballroom crowd. James declined. "No," she said, "I'm going home." There was, she would later tell an associate, just one thing going through her mind. "I'm going to be fucked." She was not wrong. Letitia James had long been at the very top of Donald Trump's target list for retribution. In September 2022, she had brought a civil suit accusing Trump and his company of a decade-long pattern of fraud, inflating the value of his properties to secure more favorable mortgage and insurance terms. The lawsuit, which James's team won in February 2024, had endangered not just Trump's image and reputation, it had struck at the very heart of his business and wealth. By the time Trump was first elected in 2016, James had built a career as a public defender and city official in New York, and had one citywide office as public advocate, a relatively powerless role she used, as others had, to position herself for higher office. In James's case, that meant channeling the deep anger that New York Democrats felt toward the real estate developer who had risen to the presidency from their own city. Nearly 2 years later, in November 2018, James won a vacant seat for New York Attorney General. She had campaigned openly on targeting President Trump. "I will never be afraid to challenge this illegitimate president," James had said in a campaign video. "I believe that this president is incompetent. I believe that this president is ill-equipped to serve in the highest office of this land. And I believe that he is an embarrassment to all that we stand for." Trump, she said, likely had illegality in his businesses. She promised to shine a light on his real estate days. By March 2019, James had opened an investigation into the Trump Organization. The Attorney General claimed the fraud her investigation had discovered was so extensive that her office would try to block the Trump family from doing business in New York State for 5 years, and permanently bar them from running their eponymous company. Trump and James came face to face on August 10, 2022, at the Attorney General's offices at 28 Liberty Street. Trump would sit for roughly 4 hours for a deposition. It was an extraordinary moment in a vicious battle of wills. But it started out, as such Trump contests often did, with a charm offensive. In spite of his bitterness over the entire proceedings, Trump handed James a piece of paper with his cell phone number on it and told her to call him if she liked. James passed it to a member of her security detail. Since the case began, she had needed more or less constant security. Such were the perils of taking on Trump. He then took a black Sharpie out of his suit pocket, signed a glass Coke bottle for James, and handed that to her as well. "A memento bearing his signature could be worth something," he said. James looked at the bottle and laughed. "A souvenir." Aides told James she couldn't accept it. "It's a thing of value," they said. She would hand the bottle off to one of Trump's Secret Service agents. "She asked me to sign it," Trump would later claim. She brought it in. The long windows of the conference room were covered, a request by the Secret Service as a measure of protection for Trump. But one of Trump's properties, the landmarked 40 Wall Street, was just a few blocks away. Showing off, Trump approached the windows to see if he could catch a glimpse of it. But there were no pleasantries when Trump and James were seated across the table for the on-the-record deposition. Trump, arms folded tightly in his familiar defensive posture, would refuse to answer James's questions. Trump had previously mocked people who invoked their Fifth Amendment rights against self-incrimination as obviously guilty. Now he would do exactly the same, except in his case, he suggested this was proof of his innocence. "Anyone in my position not taking the Fifth Amendment would be a fool, an absolute fool," Trump declared in an opening preamble. And Trump would do just that, more than 400 times during his 4 hours at the table. With the trial set to begin in early October 2023, the presiding judge, Arthur Engoron, tried repeatedly to head off what would be a second Trump-related civil trial in New York that year. In a series of meetings with Trump, James, and their attorneys, Engoron would ask, "How can we settle this?" A figure of $150 million had been floated at one point. At another, $100 million. Appalled at the sums being proposed, Trump spewed a string of invective at Letitia James. "I am very rich," he jeered. "My businesses are very successful." But James, he said, was not successful. She was a hack. "You're dishonest," he said, "incompetent and awful." Trump had taken to calling James peekaboo, and while she was unsure what it meant, she and most others assumed it was racist. Trump said it was innocuous, just an old nickname of someone he'd recalled from high school. "Didn't mean anything," he said. "It was just a nickname, but I've called her much worse than that." Trump blamed Engoron for failing to head off the trial with a deal. There would be no settlement. James attended the trial herself, especially on the days that Trump was present in the courtroom. It was not typical for an attorney general to sit in on a trial, but given Trump's outsized presence in the room, she felt she should be there. Trump took copious notes as his former lawyer and now hostile witness, Michael Cohen, testified. Trump sometimes closed his eyes, appearing to sleep. His son Eric, who often came for the trial, exchanged pleasantries with James. The trial itself soon became something of a circus, as Engoron grinned broadly for a camera and got into a heated back and forth with Trump on the day he testified. In February 2024, Engoron finally issued a penalty. Trump owed the state of New York roughly $355 million plus interest. James and her aides were shocked. She would later tell an associate she was aghast as the judge's ruling was read. In bringing the suit, she had sought $250 million in damages, anticipating that the court would award the state somewhere around $200 million as a ceiling. She knew such a high figure was a ripe target for an appeals court to knock down when Trump inevitably challenged the decision. And sure enough, the appeals court would eventually throw out the financial penalty, although it left the finding of fraud intact. But that would come later. In the moment, Trump had 30 days to pay more than $400 million in penalties and interest, and no bank would give him a bond to cover it because he lacked the cash assets for collateral. His allies approached some of their wealthy friends, asking if they would be willing to make personal loans to cover the bond for Trump. Most said no, a few said they would. It ultimately was not necessary, but the weeks of searching for financing were nerve-wracking. During this time, Trump's mind repeatedly cast back to what his father would think of his predicament. Fred Trump was a successful businessman whose brutality toward his sons was family legend. He had faced his own legal threats, including an arrest in 1976 for ignoring code violation citations on a building he owned in Maryland. Donald was already working for his father's company at the time. Donald Trump, 77 years old and facing corporate Armageddon, had said months earlier to a confidant, "What would my dad think if he saw them coming after me like this?" The financial penalty was a big number, Trump told the Associate. "I don't know if my dad would be proud of me," he continued. "After them coming after me for $500 million, I don't know if he'd be proud of me, but all I can do is fight." During the time of his first criminal arraignment in April 2023, Trump was already plotting revenge. The intensity of his rage was clear to all, as he repeatedly complained that the Biden administration, Gestapo, was after him. Trump's outrage and sense of persecution was genuine, even as his advisors looked for ways to play it up to his campaign's advantage. This had been especially true with the case brought against him by Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg for falsifying business documents in the Stormy Daniels hush money case. It was a different and distinct case from the one Pomerantz had denounced Bragg for refusing to bring in 2022. And with this one, the district attorney's office believed the documents and witness testimony would result in a conviction. Even before that indictment was handed down, Trump's team began strategizing ways to tether any Bragg case to Joe Biden. Trump's supporters, one advisor said at the time, would not tolerate such a move and would see it as election interference. To his aides, Trump savaged Bragg, calling him a fat pig, a racist, and a partisan. He and Letitia James, two black prosecutors, were both equal opportunity hires. It helped his cause that even some mainstream voices had criticized both cases. Some argued that Bragg's novel legal theory and the long-ago events made it hard for the public to understand why the charges were worth bringing. The Bragg trial would be a degrading experience for Trump. Among other things, he was forced to listen to humiliating testimony, as Stormy Daniels recounted in detail their sexual encounter. Trump refused to acknowledge an affair with Daniels, leaving his lawyers to hope jurors would find that credible. Neither Melania nor his daughter Ivanka showed up in court, and his advisors tiptoed around what they later privately acknowledged was the strain the trial caused for the family. On the fourth day, a mentally ill man consumed by conspiracy theories set himself on fire in the park across the street from the courthouse. "Do you think he did it for me?" Trump queried an advisor. The answer didn't matter. "Let's tell people that he did it for me," Trump said. On May 30, 2024, 3 months after the huge penalty in the Letitia James case had lacerated Trump, a criminal conviction in the Bragg case came thumping down. But by now his presidential campaign was fully harnessing the potent theme of Trump as martyr, persecuted for going after the Washington establishment. The former president happily embraced this as a re-election message. It was his default setting anyway. The compounding effect of his legal woes was giving Donald Trump the rationale for his return, and would help make him unstoppable as a political force. Less than 2 months later, on July 15, 2024, the Republican Party would officially nominate Trump as its candidate for president. He knew that if he returned to power, he could have his payback. But Bragg did not prove to be the target of much of Trump's ire. Trump and his circle of advisors blamed the judge and Biden more than they did the prosecutor. Rather, Trump reserved his special venom for Letitia James, who had gone after his money and had gone first. Trump wanted the New York Attorney General, in the words of one close ally, taken out. 6 feet under isn't far enough. Enter Bill Pulte. An heir to a home-building fortune, Pulte had come to Trump's notice in 2019 with some favorable tweets. He was also a Trump donor, and he had later connected with Roger Stone, who squired Pulte around Mar-a-Lago during the 2024 transition. Pulte had his eye on the position of Secretary of Housing and Urban Development, but he would ultimately accept the directorship of the Federal Housing Finance Agency, FHFA, a low-profile office he would turn into a howitzer for Trump's retribution agenda. Pulte became for months an irritant to many of Trump's top aides. He had quickly grasped how to push the president's buttons, and he would fuel Trump's paranoia and encourage his perception that his other advisors were failing him somehow. Pulte would show up at the Oval Office or at the president's golf club in Sterling, Virginia, hoping to catch Trump at the buffet table. He would lug foam boards under his arm with photos to illustrate his case about various targets who should be prosecuted, and the prosecutors who were doing nothing about it. At one Oval Office meeting, Polt's boards featured photos of the two U.S. senators from Virginia, both Democrats. Because these senators had supported one of Trump's choices for U.S. attorney, Polt argued, that nominee should be viewed with suspicion and replaced. Then there was Polt's insistence that Letitia James and Senator Adam Schiff of California, who had championed the 2016 Russia investigation, should be indicted. Allegations of mortgage fraud became a hobby horse for Polt. He would use his social media account on X to accuse people of crimes. His allies said he realized how powerful a tool his office could be, and maintained that he used only publicly available mortgage documents to make his allegations. Inside the White House, even those who wanted to see Schiff and James indicted were not so sure of that. Regardless, in short order, he made a criminal referral to the Department of Justice, recommending that James be prosecuted for having listed both a property in Brooklyn and another in Virginia as her primary residences, which he said had given her more favorable mortgage terms for each property. Polt accused Schiff of similar violations. Roger Stone had been softening the ground in public, posting on X in February the claim that James had committed mortgage fraud and that she had accused others of the same kind of crime. Stone then taunted her online in April. "Look for the FBI on your doorstep one morning soon." Polt was not the only one with a knack for egging the president on against his perceived enemies. In the days before Liberation Day, Laura Loomer had been raising hell on social media about a vetting crisis in the Trump administration, posting on X that various members of Trump's national security staff and intelligence community were disloyal. Loomer told associates Trump had seen her posts, called to tell her he was impressed by her research, and asked her to come to the White House. An Oval Office meeting was scheduled. Like Polt, Loomer was once a disciple of Roger Stone, a far-right activist who described herself as an investigative journalist. She had become known principally as a purveyor of conspiracy theories and anti-Muslim tropes. Loomer and Stone got credit with Trump and his team for taking the lead in attacking Ron DeSantis when he challenged Trump in the 2024 Republican primaries. Her extreme advocacy for the president surpassed even Trump's most devoted sycophants. Trump called her a fantastic woman, a true patriot, and Loomer made it her mission to search out and destroy any perceived disloyalty in the MAGA ranks and among Trump's staff. She made lists and lobbed a mix of true and unsubstantiated accusations. In preparation for her meeting with Trump, Loomer got her nails and hair done and bought a new outfit, a red pantsuit. In the midst of a frantic day of preparations for the Liberation Day address, Trump's assistant Margot Martin entered the Oval Office to announce that Loomer was waiting in the lobby. "Bring her in," Trump said. Martin escorted Loomer into the room, and Trump asked her to wait while he finished marking up a passage of his speech. J.D. Vance walked in to check on the progress of the address and took a seat. Howard Lutnick joined, along with Susie Wiles. Representative Scott Perry of Pennsylvania, who had been a significant behind-the-scenes player in Trump's efforts to overturn the 2020 election, was also present. The director of White House personnel, Sergio Gore, previously a Trump political advisor and the publisher of the president's books, now in charge of staffing the federal government, sat with his back to the wall. After a few minutes, Trump looked up from his desk, turned to Loomer and said, "What's up? What have you got?" "I want to talk to you about some of the people in your administration who are undermining you and working against your agenda, and your administration while serving in key intel and national security positions," Loomer said, opening the folder she had brought. "This is a great risk to you and your legacy, knowing that these individuals that I'm going to brief you on are Obama and Biden loyalists. Some of these people are never Trumpers. Some of these people are Democrats." Knowing the president liked absorbing information on paper, Loomer had gone to a FedEx before the meeting to get her list of names professionally printed and bound, organized, official-looking, and impossible for anyone to later claim they hadn't seen. It was her way of bypassing gatekeepers. She had printed 5 copies and gave handouts to the president and other members of his staff. Vance quipped, "Why do we need the CIA when we have Laura Loomer?" Loomer asked the president, "Why would you want to have anybody who is affiliated with Obama and former CIA Director John Brennan and former Director of National Intelligence James Clapper and Kamai working in your administration knowing that they weaponized the intel agencies against you and your family?" Trump turned to Wiles and Gore. "She's got a good point," he said. The list contained the names of several members of the president's national security staff, who Loomer asserted were disloyal, not to their missions, the country, or the Constitution, but to Trump. Her evidence was scant or in several instances specious. But scant and specious was the new standard, and the president listened attentively. Her list included a 4-star general, Timothy Haw, who was both the director of the National Security Agency and head of U.S. Cyber Command. Loomer told Trump that Haw had been handpicked for these positions by his great enemy, General Mark Milley. By association, Loomer targeted Haw's deputy, Wendy Noble, as well as several National Security Council staff members. Loomer also called for the dismissal of Alex Wang, the principal deputy national security advisor, on the grounds that his wife had worked for Joe Biden, and that his late father-in-law was compromised by the Chinese Communist Party. These claims were especially galling to friends of Wang, whose family had escaped communist China and who himself held hawkish views on China. If Wang's wife had worked for Biden, she had also worked for Donald Trump. She had served as an assistant U.S. attorney in the District of Columbia from 2015 to 2024. But details mattered little now. That prosecutors were independent of politics was an increasingly alien view in the White House, and any service in the Department of Justice during the Biden presidency was highly suspect. It suddenly took on the air of allegation. The irony was that Candace Wang was a recognized Republican lawyer who had clerked for Brett Kavanaugh and had assisted his confirmation as a senior official in the Trump DOJ during the first term. The charge against Wang's father-in-law was even more infuriating to those who knew the family. A native Taiwanese who had become an American citizen, Wang's father-in-law had worked for a Hong Kong-based satellite company, AsiaSat, whose ownership structure included a British telecommunications company and a Chinese state firm. Major American investors would later join. But this was all Loomer needed to accuse the Wang family of being compromised by the CCP. She also posted photos from Alex Wang's wedding on social media, perhaps hoping that Asian faces in the wedding pictures would bolster her case that the Wangs were CCP subversives. As Loomer reeled off her list, Trump's anger grew. He turned to Sergio Gore. "What the fuck, Sergio?" he said. "Why aren't we catching this stuff?" Gore's personnel team did not officially handle NSC staffing, but he had the ability to stop hires if he wanted to. Gore had even taken heat for being too heavy-handed with the background check procedures, but the dynamic in the room was not conducive to such an explanation. "We'll take care of it," he said nervously. "We'll take care of it." "Well, why were they hired in the first place?" Loomer demanded. "We'll take care of it," Gore said again. Loomer continued down her list, detailing the sins of each individual until finally Trump snapped. "Fire them," he said. "Fire them, just get rid of them." "I want these people fucking fired now," Loomer pressed on with her case. But by now, Trump's attention was waning. He had to get back to speech prep and to the seismic announcement that he was about to make in the Rose Garden. Mike Waltz entered the room. His standing was already shaky. Just the week before, it had come to light that he had somehow included a journalist, the Atlantic magazine's editor-in-chief, Jeffrey Goldberg, on a Signal chat group among top administration officials that was initially intended to coordinate a meeting about an upcoming bombing campaign against the Iran-backed rebel group the Houthis. Hegseth would soon use the Signal channel to share sensitive information about the strikes, and after the leak the incident became known as Signalgate. Waltz entered the room unaware of the ambush that awaited him. Trump handed him Loomer's list of names. "Why aren't they fired?" Trump asked Waltz. Stunned, Waltz stood in the dock, trying to formulate a response as he looked over the list. He protested that one of the staffers Loomer was aiming to get fired had been Marco Rubio's staff director on the Senate Intelligence Committee. "He's a pro," Waltz said. He added more, and Alex Wang was recommended by Arkansas Senator Tom Cotton and was vetted. "The stuff about his father-in-law being a CCP agent is ridiculous. His family was persecuted by the Chinese government." "I don't know what you're doing," Trump said, "but just get rid of them." Waltz was in no position to argue further. "Fuck, I've got a big speech today and I've got to deal with this shit," Trump said. "Just get it done. When in doubt, you've just got to let them go. Just fucking fire them." "All right, everybody out now," the president said in a foul mood. He gave Loomer a hug goodbye and said, "I have to go give this speech. We've got to get you in here more often. Come and see me soon." Then, in front of Loomer, he turned to Gore. "Sergio, make sure you're working with Laura on this stuff. We have to get her in more often." Wang would stay on in his job until Waltz's departure. But without any inquiry and solely on the word of an internet provocateur, 6 of the officials on Loomer's list would be fired in short order. The National Security Council would be thinned out, and the agency that handled critical foreign signals intelligence and cybersecurity, the National Security Agency, would lose its leader. Loomer had been the judge and jury. Trump, the executioner. The showdown between Loomer and Waltz had played into Trump's long-standing paranoia about the NSC. "Why do I need a whole State Department with Marco and whatever this whole National Security Council thing is, too?" He would muse occasionally in meetings with advisors. Do we just need to doge one of these things? You tell me, why do I need this? In response, Waltz explained at one point that Trump needed an air traffic controller. You need someone who, when you say this is what you want, someone that's pushing all agencies in the same direction, Waltz told the president. And if you're asking what you want, then someone who is bringing you all those options. Trump cut him off. I'll just call everybody, he said. The role of National Security Advisor to the President of the United States had for decades been a vital function of the White House, at its best serving as an honest broker to mediate between the many agencies and departments of the vast federal government. But Trump saw no need for a broker. From as early as February, people close to Trump were intimating that Waltz was not long for that world. J.D. Vance had been at odds with Waltz. And Sergio Gore, who was fighting against others including Elon Musk, was actively undermining him, telling colleagues Waltz was trying to fill the NSC with people who hated Trump. Gore never mentioned that his office had given an approving nod to some of the hires targeted by Loomer. Susie Wiles was frustrated with Waltz as well, and would later tell associates that the first Green Beret ever to be elected to Congress could never adjust to being a staffer. He always acted like the principal, Wiles would tell others. While Waltz was a member of the cabinet, he may not have seen himself as a West Wing staffer. Concerning the Middle East especially, Wiles and Vance both felt that Waltz's instincts were too hawkish, that he was too sympathetic to the Israeli line. Defenders of Waltz countered that he was doing his best to implement the president's agenda, and they would soon have good reason to feel vindicated by Trump's actions. The unavoidable, if uncomfortable, reality for the anti-interventionist wing of the GOP was that Trump was, and had always been, far more comfortable projecting U.S. power abroad. He was far more attached to the Jewish state, and far more hawkish in his foreign policy instincts than J.D. Vance or Tucker Carlson. Trump had campaigned as the anti-war candidate, but both his presidencies revealed a willingness to use military force, especially against Iran. The pro-Israel hawks, or neocons, as Carlson and others would deride them, even though most of them had no interest in the neoconservative project of promoting democracy abroad, would soon get from Trump the muscular U.S. actions in Iran and elsewhere that they had yearned for decades. But rather than just fire Waltz, Trump proposed a reassignment, something he had not afforded top officials he fired in Term 1. Trump saw Waltz as a loyal soldier. And he did not want Waltz, who had given up a career in the House of Representatives, to spend just 100 days in the administration and leave on a sour note. In an Oval Office meeting on Thursday, May 1, Trump offered Waltz the high-profile role of ambassador to the United Nations, a post he had once considered fit for his daughter Ivanka. Mike, this is much more glamorous, the president assured Waltz. Congratulations, this is a promotion, you're not a staff guy. And this isn't a staff thing, this is much better, much more prestigious. But don't be a Haley, Trump warned Waltz, referring to his first-term UN ambassador Nikki Haley, who Trump believed had used the role to advance her own political ambitions. And don't be a Bolton, he added, referring to his first-term National Security Advisor John Bolton, who had gone on to write a scathing book about his time in the Trump White House. No books, he stressed. Absolutely not, Mr. President, Waltz replied. You deserve to get unvarnished advice without somebody writing it down. That guy was always writing, Trump said of Bolton, a prolific note-taker. I don't think he ever looked at me because he was just writing everything. In the wake of all this, Trump gave Marco Rubio, who had already been given the jobs of Secretary of State, Acting Administrator of USAID, and Head of the National Archives, a fourth title. He would now also be the National Security Advisor. Voices like those of Loomer and Polt encouraging Trump's darkest instincts reflected the growing influence of Roger Stone on Trump's second term, though Stone and Loomer would later turn against each other. The dream of a Donald Trump presidency had been nurtured longest by Stone, a political operative whose once thriving lobbying career had been tarnished by scandal years before, forcing him to the fringe of U.S. politics. Both Trump and Stone had been mentored by the infamous Roy Cohn, and Stone understood well the politics of white grievance. He played to Trump's natural impulses. Most of Trump's first-term aides despised him, and he was held at an even greater distance in Term 1 amid the Russia conspiracy investigation. Trump would give Stone, who used the phrase "stop the steal" in 2016, and maintained that 2020 was rigged, a last-minute pardon in January 2021. But Stone never visited the White House in that term. Stone's access changed during the 2024 campaign. Susie Wiles and other top Trump campaign advisors had their own long-standing relationships with Stone. They believed he was smart and saw him as a victim of the same DOJ weaponization that Trump had complained about. Others on the team had an additional incentive to bring Stone back into the fold. They recognized it was safer to hold him close than to alienate him. Stone had a reputation as a dirty trickster, a label he claimed to dislike, but that captured the air of cloak and dagger menace he cultivated for decades. He was prone to publicly attacking those who refused to hire him. During his years on the fringes of politics, some candidates had hired him through third parties to keep him from becoming a headache. The fights and rapprochements between Trump and Stone over 40 years were almost impossible to track. But at the end of the day, Trump always came back to Roger Stone. In his second term, he stopped pretending otherwise. Chapter 16, the memo from White House Staff Secretary Will Scharf was dated April 29, 2025. The subject line read, "The writ of habeas corpus." Addressed to Susie Wiles and stamped confidential, it was a blinking red warning light, a signal that the second Trump White House, back in power for just over 3 months, was approaching a very dangerous line. Scharf was no resistance figure. A conservative who had bemoaned John McCain as too moderate for the 2008 Republican nomination, he believed Trump had been vindictively prosecuted. "We contest elections at the ballot box, not in the courts in this country," he said on ABC's This Week. After Boris Epshteyn tapped him for Trump's legal team, Scharf helped craft the arguments behind the dismissal of the Mar-a-Lago documents indictment and the case for broad presidential immunity before the Supreme Court. He had eagerly embraced some of the most controversial elements of the president's agenda. As staff secretary, he was the final stop for paperwork flowing through the White House before it reached the president's desk. He was a low-key presence in the West Wing and a stickler for process. Colleagues had noted his concern when others broke the chain of command. Among other duties, Scharf's office processed the executive actions and presidential memoranda behind what became known as the retribution agenda. As extreme as some of Trump's retributive actions turned out to be, they were often less extreme than he desired. A small group inside the administration worked quietly to steer the president away from moves that would inevitably be tied up or overturned by the courts. Their efforts grew more difficult as the year wore on. Miller, according to West Wing officials, had targeted Scharf after an episodic charm offensive, quickly coming to issue sharp directives to the staff secretary on how that office should function. But Scharf was not alone in his concern. White House counsel David Warrington had told colleagues he was skeptical of some of Stephen Miller's more radical views of executive authority. Earlier in April, the Supreme Court had handed down a ruling that dashed the administration's hopes for a free hand to expel illegal immigrants without a right to individual hearings. The ruling was complicated, but turned in part on the idea that the detainees could go to court and file so-called habeas corpus lawsuits challenging the legal basis for their removal. But here was an opening. What if Trump simply claimed the power to suspend habeas corpus? Then the detainees would be blocked from receiving hearings or seeking court orders to prevent their removal. It was an opportunity for Trump to claim broader powers than he had asserted at any other point in his 2 presidencies. The right that Miller and Trump had discussed suspending was among the most fundamental in the Anglo-American legal tradition, enshrined in the Constitution in the nation's earliest days. It guaranteed anyone held by the government the ability to challenge their detention before a judge. The Supreme Court had long held that anyone on U.S. soil and in the custody of the government, even people government officials said were non-citizens, was entitled to its protections. Only Congress could suspend habeas corpus, and only in the most extreme circumstances. But despite having spent his first term filling as many federal benches as possible with conservative appointees, Trump was finding that judges, including those he thought of as his own judges, were still stymieing his agenda. His critics had often found courts that were friendly to their arguments to halt his policies with temporary orders. Now, Miller was encouraging something Trump had long dreamed of, to bypass the judges entirely. It was not the first time the issue had come up. Miller had for a while been enthusiastic about suspending habeas corpus for migrants, raising it with the president and in larger meetings with other advisors. The president asked his aides about Lincoln's suspension of habeas corpus during the Civil War. Miller tasked the Justice Department with studying the issue. Other officials who learned about the discussions were deeply alarmed, and Will Scharf put his concerns down in writing. The history of habeas corpus dates back to the very dawn of English common law, he wrote in his confidential memo to the White House Chief of Staff. Denial of habeas corpus rights was a key grievance underlying the American Revolution, and the right to apply to the federal courts for habeas review dates to the beginning of the Republic. The writ of habeas corpus, he wrote, prevented government actors from detaining, imprisoning, or executing individuals arbitrarily. The Latin phrase translated to "you should have the body," and the principle it encompassed was older than the Constitution, older than the Republic, older even than the Magna Carta. Scharf laid out the United States law in unsparing detail. The Constitution provided that habeas corpus could only be suspended in times of rebellion or invasion, and courts had almost uniformly held that suspension required congressional action. Even where Congress had explicitly done so, the Supreme Court had insisted on alternative procedural safeguards, and had almost never permitted those alternatives where civilian courts were open and functioning. The sole exception was the military trial of captured German saboteurs during World War II. Throughout American history, Scharf wrote, all three branches of government had been loath to interfere with habeas corpus, doing so only in the direst of circumstances, and typically with respect to very limited categories of individuals. Only one president had ever claimed he had the power to suspend the writ without congressional authorization: Abraham Lincoln, at the start of the Civil War, when Congress was out of session for a lengthy period. In the entire history of the Republic, habeas corpus had been formally suspended by a leader only 4 times. Lincoln's unilateral action was the first. After a court ruled it illegal, Congress authorized the suspension in 1863. The second came during Reconstruction, when Congress passed the Ku Klux Klan Act of 1871, and President Ulysses S. Grant used it to crush white supremacist terror in 9 counties of South Carolina, deploying the 7th Cavalry alongside federal marshals. The third was in the Philippines in 1905, when the governor suspended the writ during an armed insurrection against American colonial rule. The fourth was in Hawaii after the bombing of Pearl Harbor, when the territorial governor declared martial law, and Franklin Roosevelt later approved. Even that suspension, which lasted nearly 3 years, was later rebuked by the Supreme Court. Scharf's memo also cited George W. Bush, whose expansive claims of executive power helped lay the groundwork for Trump's second presidency. Among other things, Bush had claimed he could indefinitely imprison terrorism suspects at the U.S. base at Guantanamo Bay, Cuba, and that courts had no jurisdiction to hear habeas corpus lawsuits challenging the basis for their detention. After the Supreme Court ruled otherwise, in 2006 Congress passed a law purporting to strip the judiciary of jurisdiction to hear such lawsuits. But in a landmark 2008 case, the Supreme Court ruled that the detainees still had a constitutional right to file such lawsuits. In every one of these instances, the country was at war or confronting armed rebellion, and in every instance but Lincoln's, the executive had acted with explicit congressional authorization. The upshot of these cases is that for all persons held in de facto U.S. territory habeas rights apply, or in the limited circumstance of military detainees, an adequate alternative to habeas must be provided, Scharf concluded. Scharf did not explicitly say in the memo what the president should or should not do, instead providing a dry recitation of the history of suspending habeas rights. But the implication was plain. A president had tried to do what Miller and Trump were pursuing only once in American history, under the most extreme circumstances the nation had ever faced, and even then it was found to be unlawful. And there was another implication the memo did not spell out. It would be the president, not Miller, who bore the consequences. Suspending habeas corpus was not the only radical idea that Miller would endorse. He had pressed repeatedly for the president to invoke the Insurrection Act to deploy active duty troops to American cities. Most West Wing staff agreed there had been moments during the George Floyd protests of 2020 when that might have been more defensible. But what was happening on the ground now bore no resemblance to the upheaval of that summer. Scharf privately told colleagues that, under the current circumstances, habeas corpus and the Insurrection Act were 2 lines the White House should not cross. Many inside and outside the White House agreed, with some calling the push to suspend habeas corpus insane, believing it would roil the country and cripple the Trump presidency. But the president was interested. The warnings to the senior staff discussing the idea had to be as direct and forceful as possible. I. Miller's vision of presidential power freed from judicial restraint was not merely theoretical. Trump's team had prepared an executive action for the president to sign on Inauguration Day, and later another action for DHS to arm the White House with sweeping legal justifications and tools for mass deportation. The first described the influx of illegal immigrants as an invasion, language that could later serve as the pretext for invoking the Insurrection Act or the Alien Enemies Act. The second activated, for the first time, a 1996 law empowering federal officials to deputize local law enforcement for immigration crackdowns. The Trump administration would lean on local law enforcement in the first year until the ranks of ICE officers grew, but that power would remain a loaded weapon on the shelf. Federal judges would repeatedly rule that the surge of migrants into the United States did not constitute an invasion, but the administration kept pushing anyway. 6 weeks after Marco Rubio negotiated a deal with El Salvador's President Nayib Bukele to accept criminal deportees and imprison them in his notorious CECOT, the Terrorism Confinement Center, the United States dispatched its first plane loads of migrants. The administration would say later that CECOT was reserved for the worst of the worst. In the days leading up to Saturday, March 15, dozens of detained migrants were tagged to be transported. No one explained why. Many of them had not seen a judge. The reason for the roundups would soon become clear. These men had been selected for 3 deportation flights bound for El Salvador. The federal government would later declare them members of dangerous gangs such as Tren de Aragua and MS-13, insisting their affiliations had been confirmed through rigorous screening. Most astonishing was the legal mechanism the administration used to remove them. Trump had quietly signed an order invoking the Alien Enemies Act of 1798. The rarely used wartime deportation statute had been a key legal authority behind the internment of Japanese, German, and Italian nationals during World War II, and only twice before that in the country's history. Invoking the act to declare the men part of a broader invasion against the United States would allow for summary removals without hearings. The 3 flights had staggered departures, ultimately taking off between 5 p.m. and 7:40 p.m. Word of the plan leaked hours earlier. The American Civil Liberties Union and Democracy Forward rushed to federal court in Washington to seek emergency intervention. The case was assigned at random to Judge James Boasberg, who was known and disliked by the Trump legal team. He had overseen the grand jury proceedings that led to Trump's indictment for his efforts to overturn the 2020 election results. Boasberg held an immediate virtual hearing and directed the planes to stay grounded or be turned around if they were already in the air. Whether turning around a plane or not embarking anyone on the plane, or those people covered by this on the plane, I leave to you, Boasberg told the administration's lawyers around 6:50 p.m., but this is something that you need to make sure is complied with immediately. 2 of the planes had already taken off. Boasberg issued a written order roughly 30 minutes after his verbal directives, temporarily barring the administration from using the Alien Enemies Act to deport migrants. But the 3rd flight, still on the ground in Texas at the time of the order, departed anyway. Stephen Miller had wanted the planes to keep going. David Warrington, Todd Blanche, Susie Wiles, and other top officials conferred quickly. As the planes were already over international waters, they decided they were on safe legal ground. The flights would continue to El Salvador. And the Justice Department would claim in court 3 days after the hearing that the 3rd plane was filled only with people who had final deportation orders. Miller liked the administration's chances with the Supreme Court's conservative supermajority, believing a favorable ruling on the use of the Alien Enemies Act could give Trump new tools to boost the numbers of those it deported. But there was a significant problem, one that would highlight the reason that people being detained or deported by the government had a right to court hearings: the possibility of a mistake. There was a man aboard the 3rd plane to El Salvador whose deportation was wrongful for a different reason, and his case would rouse intense outrage and public sympathy. Gilmar Abrigo Garcia was a Salvadoran national who had lived in Maryland for more than a decade after entering the United States illegally in 2012. He had a family and was picked up by police for loitering in 2019. Federal officials would later claim he was a member of MS-13. An immigration judge said the government provided reliable evidence to support that claim about gang membership. But Abrigo Garcia was also granted a non-removal order preventing him from being sent back to El Salvador. A court had established that he had a well-founded fear of persecution if he was sent home. He was eventually given a work permit and had regular check-ins with immigration authorities. His lawyer said he had no criminal record. 2 domestic violence allegations by his wife were dropped. With Trump back in office, Abrigo Garcia was detained by ICE agents on March 12, 2025, while bringing his son home. A Justice Department lawyer would acknowledge in a court filing that his presence on the flight to CECOT had been an administrative error. The federal government had mistakenly deported people before. But when mistakes were made, administrations had usually made good faith efforts to correct the error and bring those deported back to the United States. The Trump team had no interest in doing that now. The administration's hardest-line restrictionists believed the U.S. faced an existential threat from unchecked migration. This was no time to give in to the left. On April 10, the Supreme Court directed the Trump administration to facilitate Abrigo Garcia's return, though the justices sent the case back to a lower court judge to clarify how. The vagueness of the court's order gave them all the room they needed. Miller and Trump simply behaved as if the directive hadn't been issued at all. Abrigo Garcia had been in the Salvadoran prison for terrorists for a month by the time Bukele visited the Oval Office to finalize the deportation deal, 4 days after the Supreme Court ruling. The two presidents were loose and proud, effusive in their mutual praise, and the room echoed with a chorus of agreeing cabinet members, in the manner typical of Trump officials. "We know that you have a crime problem, a terrorism problem," Bukele told Trump. "We are eager to help." From there, the conversation proceeded with the words crime and terrorism used interchangeably. When CNN's Caitlin Collins, standing in the press scrum, asked Trump whether the U.S. would secure Abrigo Garcia's return, he attacked the question and savaged her network. Then he turned to his cabinet and invited them to weigh in. Their collective answer was a hash of self-justification and unreality. Collins then asked Bukele whether he intended to return Abrigo Garcia to the U.S. Reading the room, Bukele sneered at Collins. "The question is preposterous," he said. "How can I smuggle a terrorist into the United States?" Before the press was let in, as the two presidents conferred quietly, Trump had been caught on a hot mic. "Homegrowns are next." "Homegrowns," he told Bukele, adding, "You gotta build about 5 more places." The Supreme Court justices would weigh in again 5 days later. The court's initial order stopped the administration from using the Alien Enemies Act to deport migrants. III Miller reveled in the media attention on the Abrigo Garcia case. If controversy put a spotlight on the president's mass deportation efforts just as his first 100 days in office approached, all the better as far as Miller was concerned. To him, the case was an opportunity to shame the press and Democrats. The only obvious thing to do was more. The administration mounted a sweeping effort to portray Abrigo Garcia as a dangerous gang member. But the deep vetting that immigration officials claimed they were conducting more broadly turned out, in some cases, to be no more than a search of social media feeds and a scan of the men's tattoos. One deportee said his tattoo was in honor of his autistic daughter. In Abrigo Garcia's case, the White House said the tattoos on his knuckles, a marijuana leaf, a smiley face, a cross, and a skull, were meant to signify the letters and numbers MS-13. His family maintained he had never been a gang member. The dispute over Abrigo Garcia's supposed gang history served as the backdrop for Trump's interview with Terry Morin of ABC News on April 29, the same date as Will Sharf's habeas corpus memo for Susie Wiles. Days earlier, Trump had posted an image of himself holding a photo of Abrigo Garcia's fist. MS-13 had been digitally superimposed on the more ambiguous but real imagery on his fingers. "This is the gang that is perhaps the worst of them all. What is wrong with our country?" Trump had written. When Morin challenged him about the doctored photo, Trump insisted it was real, and continued to do so privately with aides long after Morin had left. None were eager to tell the president the letters were photoshopped. The next day, prodded by a reporter, Trump alluded to the habeas corpus discussions for the first time publicly. "There's one way that's been used by 3 very highly respected presidents, but we hope we don't have to go that route," Trump said during a cabinet meeting, and then repeated himself. "But there is one way that has been used very successfully by 3 presidents, all highly respected." The White House, meanwhile, was lacing into anyone who called Abrigo Garcia a Maryland man. "Nothing will change the fact that Abrigo Garcia will never be a Maryland father," Caroline Leavitt said. "He will never live in the United States of America again." Caitlin Collins and her colleagues would report on May 9 that Trump's cabinet meeting comments were a reference to suspending habeas corpus, and that the president was directly involved in discussions about whether to attempt it. Instead of recoiling from the report, Stephen Miller spoke to reporters outside the West Wing about the conversations. "The Constitution is clear, and that of course is the supreme law of the land, that the privilege of the writ of habeas corpus can be suspended in a time of invasion," Miller said. "So it's an option we are actively looking at. Look, a lot of it depends on whether the courts do the right thing or not," he added. When asked about it later, Trump denied he had ever seriously contemplated suspending habeas corpus. When the president was pressed, he did not exactly hold the line. "If you're going to do that, that's a big one," he said. "You wouldn't do it for that particular person," he added, referring to Abrigo Garcia. The administration's defiance of court orders would quickly become a pattern in the second term, and threatened to escalate further. For weeks, Miller and Elon Musk had been pressuring the House to impeach federal judges who blocked executive action, another extreme measure, another point of leverage against the judiciary. It didn't go very far, and by June, neither had the administration's efforts to resist the order to return Abrigo Garcia. He was brought back from El Salvador, but only after the Justice Department secured the first criminal indictment he had ever faced in the United States, charging him in a conspiracy to smuggle migrants into the country. The charges stemmed from a 3-year-old traffic stop. Boasberg would later rule that dozens of migrants sent to CECOT on the deportation flights had also been denied their rights. They had been transferred from the Salvadoran prison to Venezuela and were still petitioning for hearings back in the United States. The formal suspension of habeas corpus that Scharf had warned against never came to fruition in the first year of Trump's second term. But in July 2025, ICE issued a memo that would reinterpret existing laws to slow down those rights for thousands of immigrants inside the United States. For nearly 30 years, immigration laws had been interpreted with a clear distinction between people stopped at the border and people arrested in the interior of the country. Many apprehended at the border could be held in mandatory detention without a hearing. But those arrested inside the United States, people who had been living in the country, some for years or decades, often faced an easier path to appear before an immigration judge and request release on bond. The July memo eliminated that distinction. Under the new guidance for ICE, detainees were to be treated as if they were still standing at the border, no matter how long they had lived in the United States. And because of the severity with which the administration restricted asylum claims for people crossing the border, the vast majority would not qualify for a bond hearing. The vast majority of federal judges ruled against the administration's interpretation of immigration law. Those judges ordered the government to change its practices, but the Trump administration frequently ignored them and kept going. By November, the number of people with no criminal record held in ICE detention had increased by more than 2,500%. Nearly 70% of the people in ICE custody had never been convicted of a crime. They sat in detention facilities across the country, month after month, filing petitions for habeas corpus hearings that judges said needed to be allowed. Thousands were still waiting by the end of 2025. At least 31 people died in ICE detention centers that year. The upshot of all this legal maneuvering was that Miller's team had found a way to gum up the works for migrants, for months on end. Among them was still Kilmar Abrigo Garcia. He had been detained again by ICE after he was arraigned on criminal charges. He was kept in custody until a judge, exasperated with the Justice Department's tactics, ordered his release in December. Chapter 17. By midway through the year, a picture was emerging of how the Oval Office operated in Trump's second term. It was of a president spending his days at the Resolute desk in a series of rolling bull sessions, accompanied by a core group of intimates. These were supplemented by a rotating cast of extras, and on any given day they could be Republican lawmakers, titans of industry, former pro wrestlers, country musicians, Gulf royals, crypto bros, or friends of felons seeking pardons. They would enter and exit the frame, with some invited to stay for meetings they had no business attending. The conversations ran fast, often straying far from the point, or from anything visitors imagined when they arrived at the White House. The president's sentences often began on one topic and ended far away. The ever-present Natalie Harp was generally on a chair off to the side, her laptop open, head cocked, listening but never contributing unless ordered to by Trump. She fulfilled in a flash any request, whether a Trump 2028 hat needed to be fetched from the merchandise room, a quick Google search, or producing the latest story from right-wing websites like Breitbart or Gateway Pundit. Once Dan Scavino became the head of the Presidential Personnel Office in late 2025, he mostly handed over Trump's Truth Social account to Harp. Most presidents had adhered to the mantra that their most valuable commodity was time. George W. Bush and Barack Obama scheduled their days down to blocks of 10 or 15 minutes. The ideal gatekeeper function of a White House chief of staff was to guard those blocks of time against needless interruptions. But Susie Wiles had little interest in micromanaging her boss's time, perhaps correctly calculating it was futile. She could try to control access to who got into the Oval Office, and what their agenda might be, but otherwise she would let the president set his own pace. In Donald Trump's White House, time was a flexible concept. To outsiders, the administration appeared a hive of activity, but those brought into the Oval Office would often remark that Trump seemed to have all the time in the world. Unless the meeting concerned an imminent military operation, Trump was usually relaxed, gossipy, unhurried. Many visitors to the Oval were charmed. Even those who didn't like him would often describe the president as solicitous and flattering, offering Diet Cokes and candy as if he were a greeter at one of his clubs. He would tell bawdy jokes and compliment his guests on how good they looked. He signed MAGA hats and extra ones for their kids and would urge them to come to Mar-a-Lago that weekend or to one of his golf clubs. He would spend hours examining the minute details of Oval Office decorations and plans for the ballroom he was plotting on the grounds of the East Wing. He loved showing off the quality of the speakers that piped his music, Pavarotti and Sinead O'Connor and James Brown, into the Rose Garden patio. And he would regale visitors, especially foreign leaders, with the details of his 2024 election victory, subject them to his familiar litany of complaints about Sleepy Joe, and pepper them with questions about the dangerous animals in their countries with the fascination of a child. "I still can't fully describe what the Oval Office is like with him," said one visitor. "You'd have two people on two different speakerphones, another person on a cell phone." I'll never forget talking about a highly classified program, and this guy looked like just a salt of the earth. Country guy walks in and he's got samples for the Rose Garden paving, pops them on the desk. And the president stops what we're talking about, gets up there and walks out there with him, and I see a lot of hands moving. And he comes back and then looks over our shoulders, and the curator is there with somebody to drill the cherubs into the wall that he had brought up from Mar-a-Lago. And then he goes back to the people on the phone, gives them guidance. And then he tries to come back to us, but we're out of time. This pattern would repeat all day long. The president's last 3 meetings of the day would often blur into one contiguous meeting. Trade, national security, a visiting CEO, all would be mashed together into one borderless conversation. Trump had run his days this way, unstructured and improvisational, since the years he spent working from his corner office in Trump Tower. But in his second term, Trump had made the White House more fully his home, not just fixing it in accordance with his aesthetic, but fundamentally changing the rhythms and structures and operations of the place. In the first term, Trump usually came down from the residence to the Oval Office by 10:30 or 11 a.m., accompanied by valets carrying great piles of paper. An inveterate hoarder, Trump had previously stashed paperwork inside the White House residence in his beautiful mind boxes. Returning to the White House in 2025, Trump had brought his unique organizational style right into the West Wing, converting Jared Kushner's old office, adjacent to the president's private dining room, into an all-purpose hoarder space packed with papers, paintings, tchotchkes, MAGA paraphernalia, and various gifts he couldn't bear to throw away. The beautiful mind boxes, which became a symbol of one of Trump's 2 federal indictments, were no longer used to cart his papers around. Instead, advisors just carried the documents loose. Some mornings Trump would be up early making phone calls and posting on social media while watching TV. But occasionally, aides couldn't reach him during the hours between 8 and 10, which they soon came to realize meant he had stayed up all night, on the phone or watching television or both, only to finally catch some sleep around 4 or 5 in the morning. One late morning, when no one had heard from the president and staff had been unable to reach him, an aide checked on the president only to find that he was still asleep in the residence. Trump had every comfort close at hand. His longtime aide and personal valet, Walt Nauta, who bore the title Director of Oval Office Operations, would carry around not just the usual personal items, makeup, hairspray, tic-tacs, but also scissors so that Trump could snip his hair when he found that it was getting too long in the back, poking over his collar. Nauta would also have a steamer nearby to iron out the creases in the president's suit as Trump stood before him. The president had once offered Nauta's steaming services to British Prime Minister Keir Starmer. Trump remained a night owl. He had never been a big sleeper, but now it seemed to his staff that he was sleeping even less, keeping stranger hours than he had in his first term. And while Trump had always been a homebody, during his first term he often got out on the road, appearing at dozens of political rallies. In the first year of his second term, he became almost entirely housebound, shuttling mainly between his comfort zones, the White House or one of his clubs. Following the 2024 election, Trump had told aides that he was done with rallies, done with campaigning. This was barely a surprise to those around him, given the 2 assassination attempts. He had worried about his personal safety traveling outside the White House during his first term, but was now far more cautious than ever before. There was another factor, one that Trump was even less willing to discuss. He had spent 4 years of the Biden presidency mocking his successor's age and clearly diminished stamina. But the fact that Trump had followed Biden by becoming the oldest man ever sworn into the office of the president did not mean he felt compelled to provide frequent health updates of his own. That he had aged since he last lived in the White House was obvious. There were the repeated bouts of drowsiness during mid-afternoon public events. And there were the near-constant bruises on his hands, which his aides first attributed to marks from frequent handshaking. Trump, who usually tried to conceal the bruising with makeup, later said they were caused primarily by the unusually large aspirin regimen he took as a blood thinner. Trump had had cataract surgery not long after leaving office. One of his eyes would often catch the light in photographs, a telltale sign of the procedure. His new White House doctor issued a lengthy note in April 2025 after the president's physical exam, attesting to his fitness to serve. The doctor provided another note a few months later, when photographers noticed a thickness around Trump's ankles as his pant legs hitched up while he sat at formal events. This time, the president was found to be suffering from chronic venous insufficiency, meaning his legs were not properly pumping blood back to his heart. Trump was upset about all the coverage of his swollen ankles, and he insisted that Caroline Leavitt address it at the podium. Others in the West Wing thought formally addressing his cankles was a peculiar choice, but it reflected the president's intense concern about his appearance. He was also having trouble hearing, asking people to repeat questions they had just asked. Joint press conferences with world leaders were more often held in the Oval Office than in the East Room, in part because the acoustics were better, and he didn't have to stand for an hour. Whatever thin verbal filter he had had in the past was gone. He was saying whatever he wanted when he wanted. Another note from the White House doctor came in October, after Trump made a visit to Walter Reed National Military Medical Center ahead of a trip to Asia, a long flight in a constricted space for a nearly 80-year-old who had developed ankle swelling. The doctor said Trump had medical imaging, cardiac workups, and blood tests performed. The specific results or even types of imaging done weren't disclosed, but the doctor deemed the president's all-around health exceptional. Nonetheless, some of Trump's aides began to say privately that for the first time he was beginning to seem old to them. Those who spent time with him could see the signs, the moments of fatigue, the cupped hand behind the ear, but Trump's personal dominance in any room often papered over what his body could no longer fully conceal. While it was true that Trump's days were loosely structured, and his meetings were almost entirely unstructured, it was also true that information was guarded much more closely and far fewer officials were in the loop than ever before. He relied on a small core group, overseen by Wiles, that was more aligned than any configuration of his staff in his first administration. They kept information to themselves, mostly away from the media and from their own government. Senior officials at key agencies or on the National Security Council were often in the dark about major policies being hammered out in meetings. When a meeting was convened to discuss the most sensitive matters, regardless of subject, a familiar coterie was usually in the room. Wiles, J.D. Vance, Marco Rubio, Steve Witkoff, Stephen Miller. On economic matters, Scott Bessent and Howard Lutnick would join. Supplementing that nucleus for military matters, Trump would often defer more to his chairman of the Joint Chiefs, Dan Kane, rather than his Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth. White House officials observed that Hegseth found navigating the president easier with Kane around. For serious intelligence matters, Trump relied on CIA Director John Ratcliffe. For using intelligence in personal revenge missions, he could count on his Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard. For the press, it was Communications Director Stephen Chung and Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt. For political affairs and personnel, it was James Blair and Sergio Gore, and later Dan Scavino. Trump made decisions so rapidly, and with so little process, that to be absent from the West Wing was not just to lose your chance to shape a policy, it was to lose your chance to know about it before the rest of the world did. Rubio was a case study of this dynamic. As Secretary of State, he was America's chief diplomat, but he would spend less time abroad than any Secretary of State in recent memory. After he added the role of National Security Advisor, he spent almost all his time in the White House. Rubio confided to colleagues he did not mind foregoing the foreign travel, but he did apologize to officials at State for spending so little time at Foggy Bottom. The Oval Office was now his de facto workspace, he would explain to them. The reason State was in the loop on what was happening, he would tell associates, was because he was in constant proximity to Trump and his decision-making rather than locked away on the 7th floor of the State Department. If you were not by Trump's side every day, you might as well not have existed. Despite his supreme self-confidence, Trump was starting to realize there were obvious limits to his ability to shape events globally. Xi Jinping, Vladimir Putin, and Benjamin Netanyahu all understood that Trump was a force to be managed, and each had at times tapped him along and sought to manipulate his key advisors. For Netanyahu, the principal objective was getting Trump on board his campaign to destroy the nuclear capacity of the Iranian regime. Anti-interventionists in the MAGA camp had been telling anyone who would listen that Trump was down on Netanyahu and dead against joining his war with Iran. Trump had played into this at times, saying different things to different people, depending on what they wanted to hear. In the early months of the administration, he had told an Israel skeptic on his team that he did want any part of a Netanyahu war against Iran. He told another advisor that Netanyahu was a con man, one of the worst insults in Trump's lexicon, and contrasting unfavorably with a hustler, a term of admiration from Trump. Several administration officials believed early on that Trump's presidency would be over if they allowed themselves to be drawn into a conflict with Tehran. Were that to happen, at least one of those officials vowed to others that they would resign. Accordingly, all the administration's diplomatic energies were being poured into trying to strike a deal with Tehran, and negotiations were well along, led by the eternal optimist Steve Witkoff. But all this noise obscured a stubborn fact about Trump. The president already agreed with Netanyahu on the most important matter, that Iran could never be allowed to get a nuclear weapon. The main difference between the two leaders was that Trump was much more optimistic about the prospect of a deal with Iran. But Trump's patience was very short. Many in the MAGA movement had forgotten, or had chosen to forget, that during his first term, Trump went against the advice of his national security advisor and secretaries of defense and state and tore up Barack Obama's nuclear deal with Iran. And later, against the advice of some of his advisors, he had ordered the assassination of Iran's most famous military officer in January 2020. Trump's anger at Iran had only grown since then. Iran had plotted to kill him during the campaign, and while some of Trump's aides wanted to pretend otherwise, his feelings about the regime were more intense and less transactional than his views about nearly any other topic. When Netanyahu's top aide, Ron Dermer, left a 2-hour meeting with Trump, days after the 2024 election, he reported back to Netanyahu that he thought there was an 80% chance that Trump would agree to join Israel in a military campaign against Iran. Dermer was so optimistic that he convinced his wife to let him stay in government for an extra 6 months beyond his planned departure, to help ensure that the two countries worked together to destroy a military nuclear program that Dermer viewed as an existential threat. Putin was proving to be a much bigger headache than Trump had anticipated. As for the unending war in Ukraine, in February the United States had voted against a UN resolution condemning Russia's invasion of Ukraine and demanding a troop withdrawal, a shocking move that had for the moment firmly aligned Washington with Moscow. 3 months later, Rubio was skeptical that Putin actually wanted a deal, and Trump had reluctantly come around to the same view, having decided that the Russian president was a bullshit artist who was just stringing him along. There was no sin greater than making Donald Trump look foolish, and even as the ubiquitous Witkoff was still trying to strike a deal to end the war, many of the staff knew there was a good chance that Trump would simply lose interest and walk away. Putin had sought to persuade Witkoff of his sincere desire to end the war, while at the same time relentlessly bombarding and terrorizing Ukraine and killing its citizens. Witkoff was highly amenable to this charm offensive. At one point, Trump's special envoy told the Russian president, "You guys are good at a lot of things, but you're really bad at PR." Witkoff would persist in his efforts to find a breakthrough with Putin based on a personal chemistry. Putin seemed to play into this while giving up absolutely nothing on the battlefield. Later in the year, while sitting with Witkoff at the Kremlin, Putin was doodling on his personal stationery, cream-colored, with the Russian presidential seal embossed in the corner. "What are you drawing, sir?" Witkoff asked. Putin held up the piece of paper. In thick looping pen strokes it said 3+2, shorthand for the territorial framework that Witkoff had discussed with him. 3 oblasts Russia would keep outright and 2 where the fighting would freeze in place. "Can you sign that for me and can I take it home?" Witkoff asked. Putin signed the drawing and Witkoff brought it home, where he had it framed in black with a taupe mat. But as troublesome as those two problems were, no international dilemma vexed Trump more than China. As with the war in Ukraine, the president's tendency to promise easy solutions to complex problems and to effect them very quickly had also failed with Xi. He expected the crushing tariffs would bring the Chinese to heel, but not only had those failed to do the trick, the intensity of Xi's retaliation and the steadfastness of his resolve had the White House scrambling to de-escalate the situation while saving face. One official described Trump as schizophrenic on the China issue, aware that the 145% tariffs he had imposed were unsustainably high, and that he had effectively imposed a trade embargo against a major world economy. It turned out that Xi Jinping had far more leverage than Trump realized. Unlike Trump's first term, Xi was now well prepared for him. In addition to levying retaliatory tariffs, China moved to restrict the export of rare earth metals and magnets to the United States, materials essential to electric cars, drones, robots, and missile systems. U.S. imports of magnets dropped to a fraction of their prior volume within weeks, and global automakers and aerospace manufacturers faced factory shutdowns. Although Trump had insisted that his tariff regime would not result in higher prices for American consumers, he soon took to saying, well, maybe the children will have $2 instead of $30. And maybe the $2 will cost a couple bucks more than they would normally. Trump's staff bridled at this seeming indifference to the impact of his policies, especially since there was no promise more central to his 2024 campaign than the vow to provide immediate relief from inflation. Trump's line about the dolls being more expensive is not a good one, said a senior official. He's got to stop saying that. It's very much a let them eat cake line. Faced with the prospect of empty store shelves for the holiday season and significantly higher inflation, the president charged Scott Bessent with the job of de-escalating the trade war with Beijing. The tit-for-tat that had led to 145% tariffs had been, Bessent would tell associates, unintentional. China was the only country to aggressively retaliate against Trump's tariffs, and neither side was eager to back down. At one point during the tumult, the president asked where the U.S. tariff level on China stood. When he was told it was 145%, he had responded, holy shit. By the middle of May, after meetings in Geneva, both sides agreed to a 90-day truce, the Americans lowering tariffs to 30%, the Chinese to 10%. The White House, in an absurd stretch, announced what it called a historic deal. Privately, Trump would tell aides, I knew they would fold. Market instability persisted, and something else had also happened. Several American weaknesses had been exposed, chiefly that the United States was alarmingly dependent on China for many of the raw materials vital to its economy. Also exposed was a basic truth of Trump's rather mercenary approach to Beijing. For all of his bellicosity regarding China, using the term China virus to describe COVID, and his campaign riffs on how China was raping America and stealing its jobs, Trump was actually not much of a China hawk at all. He had always viewed the relationship transactionally. He had little interest in human rights issues, was unmoved by the traditional approach to Taiwan, and cared about the island only insofar as he wanted a steady supply of semiconductors. In a rhetorical flourish meant to demonstrate his disregard, Trump in private would pick up a small object such as a spoon and say, "This is Taiwan." While he maintained America's traditional stance of strategic ambiguity, refusing to say what he would do if China invaded Taiwan, those close to him said his private views were much clearer. They essentially boiled down to this: why would I send American troops to fight a war over a tiny island that most Americans couldn't locate on a map? Nor did he seem to care about Beijing's horrendous treatment of the Uyghurs or about its crackdown on activists in Hong Kong. During his first term, when pressed as to why he hadn't imposed sanctions on Beijing in response to human rights atrocities in Xinjiang, Trump answered, "Well, we were in the middle of a major trade deal." To the extent that Trump had ever been stirred to respond to the human rights record of the Chinese government, it had been with admiration. During his first term, he had praised Xi Jinping for the swift and brutal way he dealt with suspected drug dealers, by summarily executing them. The one area where Trump was hawkish was trade. But as time had worn on in his first term, it became clear that he really just wanted a big deal with Xi that he could tout as the greatest deal ever. The actual China hawks in that administration, Mike Pompeo, Peter Navarro, and others, had continually pushed him to confront China more aggressively, but Trump had held them off. At least until COVID descended, which he considered a personal betrayal on Xi's part, at which point he unleashed the hawks. Now the China hawks were almost all gone. Xi Jinping operated with assert sagacity and even when reactive seemed to follow a discernible, coherent strategy. He saw the United States as a declining power, progressively ungovernable, and dangerous on the way down in terms of Chinese interests. In the jousting between the countries that had played out after Liberation Day, China had more than held its own, exercising crucial leverage, and for the ensuing months Trump would continue to de-escalate, ordering his staff to do nothing that would upset his hopes of a grand bargain with Xi. He would later demand that tough on China language be removed from his administration's national defense strategy. Trump also wanted to get a deal to preserve TikTok in the U.S., having realized how popular he was on the platform and seeing this as a boon to his political movement. This gave Xi still more leverage to use against Trump. At Treasury, Bessent would describe the administration's emergent China strategy as de-risk but don't decouple, and would list the areas where the United States needed to become self-sufficient: pharmaceuticals, rare earths, semiconductors, steel, shipbuilding. But Bessent believed the U.S. would lose any leverage it had if it were to completely disengage from China. "We don't want to create a North Korea of 1.4 billion people," he would tell others. "Would not be good for the world." Trump shared Bessent's view. He was often suspicious of China's policies, but made clear to his team he did not want to go as far as some China hawks wanted in cutting off trade with Beijing. Instead, he wanted deals he could tout to the American public. He continued to insist that his great relationship with Xi Jinping would always carry the day. As the president prepared to embark on the first major foreign trip of the second term, to Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and the United Arab Emirates, Caroline Leavitt fielded questions in the briefing room about the purpose of the trip and about Trump's itinerary. The 27-year-old had worked as a junior staffer in Trump's first term, then ran a failed campaign for a New Hampshire congressional seat before joining Trump's 2024 campaign. She would become a celebrity in MAGA circles and attract nearly 3 million followers to her Instagram account. She blended posts of herself on TV defending her boss with more personal content, videos with her toddler, reading him books, taking him to the Museum of the Bible. She would become the youngest White House press secretary in history. The only political era she knew was the age of Trump, and the president delighted in her rapid-fire beatdowns of the fake news media. "Oh boy, those lips, ba 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 ba, that beautiful little face, ba ba ba, right?" Trump said in an interview. And on this Friday, May 9, the fake news media had questions, lots of them, about the possibility of Trump conducting personal business abroad, or visiting the sites of his company's real estate deals in the Middle East. Leavitt bristled at the questions, retorting that the president had sacrificed dearly for the sake of public service. "I think it's frankly ridiculous that anyone in this room would even suggest that President Trump is doing anything for his own benefit," Leavitt admonished the press. "He left a life of luxury and a life of running a very successful real estate empire for public service, not just once but twice. And again, the American public re-elected him back to this White House because they trust he acts in the best interests of our country and putting the American public first. This is a president who has actually lost money for being president." Leavitt's umbrage was forceful, theatrical, and divorced from reality. Just 1 week earlier, the government of the United Arab Emirates had announced that its sovereign wealth fund was investing $2 billion in USD1, the crypto stablecoin issued by the Trump and Witkoff families, World Liberty Financial. Eric and Don Jr. were senior executives, and the company's daily operations were run by Witkoff's son, Zach. In that single transaction, the Emirati investment transformed USD1 into one of the largest stablecoins in the world. Token sales alone brought in hundreds of millions of dollars. 2 days after Leavitt's indignant protestations, news broke that the president would be accepting a luxury 747 gifted to him by the nation of Qatar. The $400 million plane, which was being described as a flying palace, had once been used by a member of the Qatari royal family, former Prime Minister Hamad bin Jassim bin Jaber Al Thani, and would, once refurbished to national security specifications, be used as Air Force One. Trump had long complained about the condition of the 2 decades-old Air Force One jets, and how embarrassing it was for the U.S. president to be traveling around on such shabby planes. He had made the decision that he wanted the Qatari plane immediately after touring it at the Palm Beach Airport in February 2025, taking in its bedroom suite, luxury lounges, an expanse of wood paneling, gold-toned furniture, and white leather. Initially, the Air Force had proposed paying for the plane, as it wanted to keep it for use in the Air Force One fleet for years to come. The Qataris were asking for $150 to $200 million for the plane, which was deemed a reasonable price given its age. But then it was announced that the aircraft would be a gift, an idea that a senior official would say was generated at the POTUS level. It was then further clarified that the plane would eventually be turned over to the Trump Presidential Library in his post-presidency, although some advisors expected that Trump would use the plane for his personal travel once he was out of office. White House counsel David Warrington and Attorney General Pam Bondi, who had once been a registered lobbyist for Qatar on anti-human trafficking efforts, announced that in the legal opinions of both of their offices, nothing in the law would prevent the Defense Department from accepting the aircraft and then later donating it to the Trump Library. Confusion reigned as to how the plane, tracked as a sale, suddenly became a gift. In any case, on the same day that the news first broke, the president posted on Truth Social that the 747 was a gift, free of charge. Were the gift personal, it would have been unambiguously prohibited under the Foreign Emoluments Clause of the Constitution, which barred any officeholder from accepting presents from a foreign state without the consent of Congress. Before the Trump administrations, it had been the long-standing norm for presidents to divest from potential conflicts of interest or to seek official guidance as to whether an offered gift was permissible. No president had ever tested the clause quite like this. But Trump insisted it was a gift to the U.S. government, not to himself, and he went on the attack against anyone who questioned the legality or the ethics. "I think it's a great gesture from Qatar. I appreciate it very much," he would say. "I would never be one to turn down that kind of an offer. I mean, I could be a stupid person and say, no, we don't want a free, very expensive airplane. But I thought it was a great gesture." It soon became clear that the free plane would ultimately cost American taxpayers several $100 million to upgrade for the president to safely travel on it by the target date of mid-2026. Criticism of the gift was resounding and occasionally even bipartisan. Laura Loomer, not long from her victory in thinning out the National Security Council, called the president's decision a stain, and supported her point with a cartoon of the 747 modeled on the Trojan horse, only this time filled with armed jihadis. Chapter 18 for Trump, the highlight of his Middle East swing was the visit to Saudi Arabia. Aides all noted the way he lapped up the red carpet treatment. Of the Saudis, Trump would say, "They really know how to receive someone." On one leg of the trip, he raced excitedly back to the press cabin on Air Force One to announce that soon fighter jets would pull alongside the plane to escort them to the next stop. He would be greeted at palace after palace with sword dances and horsemen accompanying his limousine. Everywhere he went, Trump's staff observed, he wore an expression of genuine, deep satisfaction. The smile never left his face as he marveled at the Saudi royal architecture, ballroom after ballroom, each more opulent than the last. As he beheld perhaps the most rarefied displays of state wealth on earth, he was in the planning stages for his own ballroom, the crown jewel in his plan to remake the comparatively demure White House into something like an American palace. But when it came to the Middle East, the most pressing issue remained Iran, and Trump was finding himself wedged uncomfortably between an inscrutable supreme leader in Tehran, the Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, with whom his administration was vigorously pursuing nuclear diplomacy, and Benjamin Netanyahu, who thought the only way to deal with the Iranians was through the military. Since the previous December, Netanyahu had been preparing to strike several targets in Iran, and he wanted Washington to join the effort, as only the United States possessed the 30,000-pound bunker buster, bombs that might penetrate the 300 feet of granite and reinforced concrete that protected the Fordo enrichment facility. Fordo had been built in a mountain fortification to withstand a conventional bombardment. Trump still hoped to force the Iranians into a diplomatic solution. But from the outset of the administration, the president had authorized U.S. Central Command, the branch of the military responsible for the Middle East, to coordinate with the Israelis on options should a military strike become necessary. 4 military options had been drawn up by CENTCOM Commander General Michael Kurilla by mid-February. Under the most limited option, America's role would be confined to a support function, handling refueling and passing along intelligence. A second option called for joint American-Israeli strikes, while a third placed the U.S. in the lead with Israel providing support, drawing on B-1 and B-2 bombers, aircraft from carriers, and submarine-launched cruise missiles. The fourth option, swiftly tossed aside, envisioned massive American airstrikes paired with an Israeli commando operation, backed from above by V-22 Ospreys or similar aircraft. Netanyahu and Trump were in accord on the most important point. Iran must not be allowed to develop a nuclear weapon. Beyond that, Netanyahu believed that a confluence of factors in the region presented him with a historic opportunity. Trump was back in office, and all elements of Iran's axis of resistance, Hezbollah, Hamas, and its other proxy forces, had been severely degraded. For years, Netanyahu had avoided a major strike against Iran, fearing retaliation, but the risks of hitting now were far lower than they had ever been. According to Netanyahu, the moment wasn't just an opportunity, it was an emergency. Citing intelligence that some in the White House found dubious, he claimed the Iranians were very close to producing enough highly enriched uranium for a bomb. But the nuclear clock was only one of several that Netanyahu said were working against Israel. Iran was racing to rebuild the air defenses that Israeli strikes had seriously degraded the previous fall. Tehran had sought replacement S-300 systems from Russia, but Moscow refused, saying all assets were committed to Ukraine. So Iran was attempting to produce domestic copies while also approaching the Chinese. At the same time, Iran was rapidly reconstituting its ballistic missile manufacturing capability. Netanyahu's argument was that Israel could not afford to wait until Iran had rebuilt enough missile capacity to overwhelm Israeli interceptors. at which point the cost of any strike on Iran's nuclear facilities would become prohibitive. Every week of inaction, in his telling, narrowed the window. As spring unfolded, it became gradually clear to the White House that Israel would only be constrained for so long. The president's team, particularly Steve Witkoff and J.D. Vance, had been holding off Netanyahu's increasingly urgent appeals. They had managed to thwart his plans once in early April, a moment which coincided with relentless lobbying from Tucker Carlson, joined in the effort by Steve Bannon and the Turning Point USA founder Charlie Kirk, whose appeal to Trump was canny and non-confrontational. Always praising and never criticizing, Kirk harnessed the persuasive power of flattery. "The base has war fatigue," Kirk said publicly. "That's all young Americans have ever known: blood and death and sand. We want to focus on fixing America's problems first. This is an incredibly complex situation in Israel, but thank God we have a president who is working every day, and sometimes in the middle of the night, fighting to keep America out of yet another Middle East quagmire." Privately, Kirk would tell associates that he was far more worried about what Trump might do than he was letting on in public, but recognized that airing those concerns could only backfire, reducing his ability to influence the president. As the leader of the nation's preeminent organization for young conservatives, Kirk was constantly in touch with college-aged Republicans, and he could see that many of them were turning against Israel. A rift was opening up inside MAGA. While older Republicans still overwhelmingly supported Israel, a sizable cohort of younger MAGA adherents were asking questions at Turning Point events that sounded remarkably similar to the types of questions floating at gatherings of young leftists. These young right-wingers wanted to know why America was supporting Israel's genocide in Gaza, why the U.S. president was seemingly acting at the behest of a tiny client state. In darker corners of the movement, corners that were becoming more visible by the day, many of Trump's supporters were becoming more brazenly anti-Semitic and conspiratorial about the role of Netanyahu and world Jewry. It wasn't just the well-known white supremacist internet personality Nick Fuentes, but enough other voices to cause rising panic among traditional pro-Israel lawmakers and donors in the Republican Party. Trump, however, was largely oblivious to this war within MAGA. He lived in a bubble, shuttling between his private clubs and the White House, and he was rarely shown anything but good news. He rarely browsed Twitter, now X, as he had in Term 1. His main inputs were Fox News, which was far more pro-Israel than the MAGA conversation on social media, and whatever snippets of information Natalie Harp printed out and brought him. Trump found Netanyahu exasperating, but the president was, some of his younger aides would say, a boomer whose heart was with Israel. They speculated about whether he even cared so much anymore, knowing he would never have to again face the voters. He had the luxury now of thinking about his legacy. Few in the administration were more worried about the divide over Israel than Kirk's close ally J.D. Vance. But as skeptical as the vice president was about Netanyahu, and as anxious as Vance was about a potential crack-up inside the MAGA coalition that could hurt him in 2028, the vice president had to be careful not to alienate Trump by pushing too hard against his instincts. Vance was worried about the U.S. getting pulled into an Israeli regime change war in Iran, and his allies worked hard to make an anti-interventionist case to the president to counter Iran hawks like the right-wing commentator Mark Levin, but the vice president himself trod lightly. In a Situation Room meeting, he laid down a marker. If we bomb their nuclear facilities, great. If we get sucked into a longer-term war, this will go down as a massive mistake. But he became more reticent in front of Trump once it became clear that the president was moving closer to Netanyahu's view. Vance had enjoyed what could only be called a storied leap into politics, successfully campaigning in Ohio for the Senate in 2022, becoming Trump's running mate in 2024, and being sworn in as vice president in 2025. He was a populist, socially conservative, full-throated opponent of the left, and he was a staunch opponent, too, of U.S. involvement in foreign wars. His network was a mix of the top rung of younger MAGA influencers, and some of the billionaire venture capitalism set in Silicon Valley. Like Rubio, Vance had a young and photogenic family. And like Rubio's, the early Vance story was far from the cookie-cutter model. Vance recounted in his 2016 memoir, Hillbilly Elegy, an upbringing in the shadow of an Appalachian culture, his mother's broken relationships, and a world riddled with drug use and alcoholism. Ultimately, his grandmother pulled him in clothes for survival and pushed him toward education. The book was regarded by many as a moving portrait of redemption through love and hard work, but by others as a linear account of poverty with a narrow reliance on myths of welfare dependency to chart white working-class disaffection. Vance had enlisted in the U.S. Marines as an 18-year-old and spent 4 years as a military journalist. He went on to Ohio State University and then Yale Law School, where he started writing hillbilly elegy on the side, and then into corporate law before he found his footing in the world of finance and venture capitalism at Peter Thiel's Mithril Capital. He became a harsh critic of Donald Trump, identifying as a never-Trumper, a position from which he would commence a retreat when his eyes turned to a Republican Senate seat in Ohio. A month after Trump left the White House in January 2021, Vance began a courtship, starting with an apology to the former president for describing him as cultural heroin. Over the next year, Trump watched as Vance took on debates and public fights. Trump, who loved nothing more than a convert, was impressed by Vance's intellect and good looks. But some on the White House staff would observe that Trump had more personal chemistry with Rubio. Until late May, Trump had held out hope for a deal with Iran. After an unscheduled trip to Washington on April 7, Netanyahu again pressing his case for imminent military action, together with a special appeal for the bunker busters. The Trump team mounted a full-court press to rebuke him and impress upon the Israelis that they must not strike Iran alone, and certainly not without advance warning to the United States. Those who delivered that message included the president himself, along with Waltz and Rubio. The conversations were tense. As one senior administration official later put it, the president was absolutely serious about wanting a deal, and this was no deception, as some would subsequently claim. Trump had seemed bullish that he was capable of reaching an agreement. Trump had already told his team he wanted to send a letter directly to the Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. Witkoff and Waltz worked up a first draft. Its demands were blunt: direct negotiations on the nuclear program, with a deadline to reach a deal. No enrichment, no weaponization, no long-range missiles, full access to inspections. Trump hoped they could resolve this peacefully, or, as the letter made clear, very bad things could happen. Trump took the draft and added his own flourishes to make it beautiful. He boasted about the letter to his cabinet and staff and would read it aloud to select visitors in the Oval Office. When he was satisfied it was just right, Trump had Witkoff fly to Abu Dhabi and hand-deliver it to the President of the United Arab Emirates, who would ensure it reached the Ayatollah. But the mullahs weren't much for beautiful letters, and there would be no diplomacy of personality, no affectionate back-and-forth between Trump and a rogue head of state, as there had been in his first term with North Korea's Kim Jong-un. Instead, there would be something more conventional. Several rounds of talks between Witkoff and his Iranian counterpart, Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi, stretching through April and May, mediated by the Omanis. The sessions alternated between the diplomatic club in Muscat, described by one American official as a social club for the Omani deep state, and the Omani ambassador's residence in Rome. The talks were indirect. The Omani foreign minister passed messages between the American and Iranian delegations, which spent their days sequestered in separate ornate rooms within each diplomatic compound, never meeting face-to-face. If the terms had been solely Witkoff's and Araghchi's to decide, the United States and Iran might well have struck a compromise. Over 2 months of negotiations, the men developed a warm rapport. Both were congenitally optimistic, and at least in Witkoff's case, unencumbered by the weight of history. He tended to be light on specifics. When it came to something as complex as uranium enrichment, the devil was in the details. But this did not deter the indefatigable Witkoff from hoping to pull something off. In his first meeting with Araghchi on April 14, Witkoff suggested that Iran be allowed to maintain a civilian program at the levels negotiated under the 2015 Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action, the Iran nuclear deal, signed by the Obama administration. This was the very deal Trump had withdrawn from in 2018, calling it a horrible one-sided deal that should have never, ever been made. Hyperbole aside, Trump's more substantive critique had always concerned the JCPOA's ancillary terms. He was sharply critical of the deal's sunset clauses, including one that would see the agreement's restrictions on uranium enrichment levels expire in 2030. He also condemned the decision by the deal's co-signatories, the United States, United Kingdom, France, Russia, China, and Germany, to unfreeze approximately $50 billion in Iranian assets. Trump would rant at length about the pallets of cash that Obama had delivered to the Iranians, insisting the billions were financing terrorism. Even if there was no concrete proof to support that specific claim, the unfrozen assets were certainly propping up the regime in Tehran. But before Trump abandoned the deal, the terms of the JCPOA, enforced by a strict international monitoring regime that included intrusive inspections and the threat of renewed sanctions, had kept Iran out of the nuclear club. Witkoff's schedule was totally overloaded. He was laboring to reach deals to end wars in Ukraine and Gaza, and at the same time struggling with complex nuclear diplomacy with Tehran. He was sending mixed messages in public and private. When he seemed to be endorsing the Obama-era standards for Iran's nuclear program, pro-Israel hawks turned against him. Rupert Murdoch's New York Post published withering attacks against Witkoff, which White House officials scrambled to defend. Under pressure, and after consulting with the president, Witkoff changed tack. He insisted that Iran must scrap its nuclear facilities and enrichment program altogether. No enrichment of any kind for any purpose would be tolerated on Iranian soil. The sudden change took some in the administration by surprise and frustrated the Iranians. A senior administration official vented privately that U.S. policy on any given issue amounted to whatever Donald Trump said last on that subject. And then it will change in 24 hours or in 2 hours or in 1 hour or in 1 minute, the official said. So in a way the people who say, well, process is bullshit, they're right. It's not the easiest thing in the world to generate sympathy for the Iranians, but they were fucking pissed. They were frustrated by it. The revised terms were unacceptable to Tehran. For the Iranians, enrichment capacity was a point of national pride. No enrichment had been the international demand for years prior to the Obama deal, but now it was a non-negotiable red line. Through May, Witkoff and Araghchi continued to talk. At the same time, the White House picked up information that the Israelis were losing patience and preparing to launch a bombing campaign without any help from Washington. In a sign of the occasional opacity between even the tightest of partners, the intelligence came not from the Israelis but from the CIA. Some of Trump's advisors were worried that Netanyahu would launch an attack as soon as Trump left the region after his trip in May. Inside the administration, there was a growing exasperation with the Israelis, a sense that they were unwilling to entertain any option other than a military campaign against Iran, and that they were steadily working to dislodge the White House from its diplomatic solution. The Israelis' main worry was that Trump was so eager to get a deal that he would sign on to something that they couldn't live with. And the Iranians had grown increasingly frustrated by Witkoff's reluctance to commit anything to paper. In their final meeting, Araghchi's delegation insisted on a written draft to take to the supreme leader. When Witkoff finally submitted a 1.5-page summary on the last day of May, it was a testament to vagueness and left out specifics about the White House position on enrichment. Once the Iranians had Witkoff's draft in hand, they sat with it for more than a week. At the most crucial point in the negotiations, the proposal seemed to drop into a void. To Witkoff's team, it was as if the mullahs in charge of Iran existed in a time before instant communication, and had chosen an inopportune moment to deliberate in opaque silence. This period when the negotiating parties fell out of touch would prove fatal to any prospect for the peaceful resolution of the Iran nuclear issue. During that time, Netanyahu would seize his moment and strike. In a call on Monday, June 9, the Prime Minister told Trump he was going to attack Iran. At that point, Trump could have tried at least 3 things to restrain Netanyahu. He could have cut off intelligence sharing, he could have stopped resupplying Israel with military hardware, or he could have taken the drastic step of publicly denouncing Netanyahu and his proposed war. But Trump chose to exercise none of his leverage over Netanyahu. On the morning of June 12, the day the Israeli assault began, J.D. Vance, Marco Rubio, and Susie Wiles gathered in the vice president's office for a Catholic mass with communion. Vance's priest conducted the service. To pray for the people, Wiles would later tell others. The president would tell different people different things. His hawkish allies were often given the impression that he was determined to support Israel to the hilt, and do whatever it took to prevent Iran from building nuclear weapons. But Charlie Kirk, who spoke to Trump over the weekend before the strikes, told others that Trump did not support Netanyahu taking military action against Iran while the U.S. was still trying to make a deal. Even on the day of the attack, Trump seemed to be preserving his options. He had told Vance and Witkoff to reach out once more to the Iranians to see if they would accept an offer, and he told some associates that he had counseled Netanyahu against attacking Iran. I don't know about this, Trump told one aide just hours before the strikes. I told Bibb I don't do it. And for the first couple of hours after Israel commenced bombing, Trump resisted commenting on the attacks, leaving it to other Republicans like Senate Majority Leader John Thune to issue statements in support of Israel. If the campaign went badly, Trump wanted no part of it. The first official statement from the administration on Thursday night came from Rubio. In a break from the tradition of administrations of both parties standing with Israel in wartime, the statement was muted and went out of its way to distance the U.S. from the attack. The careful tone was not an accident, nor was it a genuine rebuke of Israel. U.S. intelligence had identified a pre-baked Iranian contingency plan, standing orders, already delegated to field commanders. to strike American and Israeli targets simultaneously the moment Iran came under attack. Among those targets were U.S. military bases in the region. If those bases were hit, the United States would have had little choice but to enter the war directly, the very outcome Trump wanted to avoid. The studied neutrality of that first statement was a signal aimed squarely at Tehran. This was Israel's operation, not America's. The Trump administration needed to buy time before it could be drawn in on its own terms. By Friday morning, as it became clear that the first wave of strikes was stunningly successful, Trump, who had been watching the triumphal coverage on Fox News, began claiming credit for himself. In a series of phone calls with reporters, Trump praised the attacks, asserting that he had played a central role in coordination with the Israelis, and he warned Iran that more were coming. On Truth Social he posted, "Iran must make a deal before there is nothing left. Just do it before it is too late." One witness to the whole episode, an official who served in Trump's first administration, was reminded that nothing gets Trump's attention like success. He had seen the same dynamic with the Abraham Accords. Trump only became fully invested after the first agreement generated ecstatic press coverage. Suddenly he was fully bought in because it was such a big diplomatic success. Watching the non-stop adulation for Israel's bombing on Fox News, Trump could not abide being a bystander to history. He needed to get involved in a bigger, more dramatic way. He immediately began talking privately about dropping what he called the big one, the 30,000-pound bunker-busting bomb Netanyahu had been craving. Only the U.S. had this bomb, and it was the sort of dramatic intervention, a display of overwhelming force that did not involve American boots on the ground, that appealed to Trump. The anti-interventionists in Trump's coalition went into overdrive to try to cool him down. Carlson again warned Trump that his enemies were trying to manipulate him into war, but Trump, annoyed by Carlson's criticisms, got into a testy back and forth with him on the afternoon of Friday, June 13, one day after Israel launched its first strikes. Carlson was attending his daughter's engagement party when his cell phone rang around 5 o'clock. Trump started off gently, insisting everything would be fine with Israel and Iran. But Carlson, angry about the bombing campaign, was uncharacteristically sharp with the president. "I just think you should know that everyone thinks you're being led around by the nose by Israel," Carlson told Trump. "And you run this big country. They're a tiny country with no resources and no actual strategic value, really, and so you dictate terms, you do not receive terms. That's just not the way it works." No, it's going to be great," Trump said. "I think you'll be surprised. We're going to take them out, it's going to be good, you have to use strength to get to peace." Trump was giving Carlson his usual talking points, but the anger in his voice suggested that Carlson's criticisms had gotten under his skin. "You're going to destroy your presidency. You won't do anything after this," Carlson told Trump. "If you get into a regime change war with Iran, it's over. This is a trap laid by your enemies, and the people telling you to do this hate you." When the journalist Michael Schurer from The Atlantic asked Trump the next day about the concerns of people like Tucker Carlson and how helping Israel fight Iran squared with America first, Trump made it clear that America first would mean whatever he said it meant. "Well, considering that I'm the one that developed America first, and considering that the term wasn't used until I came along, I think I'm the one that decides that," Trump said of a term that had been used by American isolationists during World War II. "For those people who say they want peace," Trump added, "you can't have peace if Iran has a nuclear weapon. So for all of those wonderful people who don't want to do anything about Iran having a nuclear weapon, that's not peace." 4 days into the Israeli campaign, Trump nearly blew up the message that the United States was not a combatant. At 6:30 in the evening of June 16, he took to Truth Social to declare, "Everyone should immediately evacuate Tehran. American forces were not flying combat missions over Iran." But Trump's post made it sound as if they were. Within the hour, Israeli journalists were falsely reporting that the United States was attacking Iran. Top Pentagon officials were alarmed, worried that Iran would seize on the reports as justification to strike American bases in Qatar or Iraq. The department scrambled to contain the damage. At 8:20 p.m., Chief Pentagon spokesman Sean Parnell issued a carefully worded statement clarifying that U.S. forces were not participating in offensive operations in Iranian airspace. "American forces are maintaining their defensive posture, and that has not changed," Parnell wrote on X. "We will protect American troops and our interests." When Trump learned of the Pentagon's clarification, he erupted. He demanded to know what the hell his people were doing. He didn't want clarifications, he wanted the Iranians frightened and disoriented, unsure of what was coming next. When it came to military operations, Trump preferred vagueness and menace. He doubled down the next morning, posting on Truth Social that the United States had complete and total control of the skies over Iran. Then he issued a demand that stunned even hawkish members of his own administration: unconditional surrender. His posts were confusing enough to keep the general panic level high. And from that moment on, the White House and Defense Department communications teams essentially downed tools for the remainder of the 12-day war. No one wanted to get out in front of the president. When reporters called seeking clarity on American operations, they were directed to Trump's Truth Social feed. There was no strategic communication around the conflict because there couldn't be. Trump was the communicator-in-chief, and everyone else had learned once again to get out of his way. The defensive posture Parnell had described would last only 5 more days. 9 days after the bombing began, the United States would enter the fighting directly for 1 day, launching Operation Midnight Hammer, a high-precision military operation targeting Iran's most critical nuclear facilities. The strikes represented the most forceful direct U.S. attack against Iran in decades. The fortified nuclear site at Fordo was hit with 12 of the bunker busters, resulting in the site being obliterated, Trump proclaimed. By this point, most of the senior administration figures had buried their doubts and supported Trump's action, knowing they had no capacity to convince him otherwise. But some appeared better at making peace with the decision than others. On the Saturday night of the U.S. strikes, J.D. Vance seemed anxious, which some attributed to his fears that the war could spiral out of control. In the Blue Room of the White House that evening after the bombing, Trump was putting the final touches on his address to the nation when the vice president suggested he soften some of the language. "I know what I'm doing," Trump shot back with an edge in his voice. Seemingly irritated by Vance's second-guessing, Trump turned his back on the vice president without saying anything more. The next morning, Sunday, June 22, Trump grew still more annoyed at Vance. After watching the vice president on the ABC News program this week, Trump vented to others that Vance hadn't repeated his own new phrase that Iran's nuclear program had been totally obliterated. Trump told one associate, "Everyone needs to say fucking obliterated. That's the word. Everyone just needs to copy what I say. Obliterated, obliterated." At this early stage, the precise damage to the nuclear facilities was not yet clear, and an initial intelligence report, reported by CNN and the New York Times, suggested the damage may have been more limited than Trump was claiming. Vance had been appropriately careful in his language on this week, but Trump wanted to hear the word obliterated. As Rubio and Hegseth had done in their television appearances, Vance had emphasized on ABC News that the U.S. had no intention of pursuing regime change in Iran. This was a limited operation to take out the Iranian nuclear threat. Trump had said as much privately on many occasions. But just hours after Vance and the others made that assertion, Trump would say the opposite. Exuberant in the moment, the president seemed to forget his own trepidation at being drawn into a regime change war in the Middle East. He had reserved special scorn for President George W. Bush for doing just that in Iraq, with profound consequences still rippling out from that disaster. But flush with a success that seemed to carry no consequences at all, Donald Trump couldn't help himself, and he took to Truth Social on Sunday with an idea. "It's not politically correct to use the term regime change," he wrote. "But if the current Iranian regime is unable to make Iran great again, why wouldn't there be a regime change? MIGA?" Trump would soon drop that idea. The next night, Monday, June 23, Vance would appear on Brett Baier's special report on Fox News, where he would have to respond in real time to Trump's social media post announcing a ceasefire. Vance made sure to use the word obliterated several times to describe the destruction of the Iranian nuclear facilities. The 12-day war was now over, it seemed, and while Trump was exaggerating with his claim that Iran's nuclear program was finished, it had certainly been set back. Just as fortunate, the fallout seemed minimal. No American lives were lost, and a humiliated Iran's response consisted of tepid strikes at a U.S. base in Qatar. Perhaps a bit chastened or a bit opportunistic or both, Vance would go on to use the short campaign as an object lesson of Trump's brilliance. As was his wont, he attempted to put an intellectual framework around the episode. "We are seeing a foreign policy doctrine develop that will change the country and the world for the better. 1. Clearly define an American interest. 2. Negotiate aggressively to achieve that interest. 3. Use overwhelming force if necessary," Vance posted on X on June 24 over a post from Trump in which he declared, "Iran will never rebuild their nuclear facilities." Vance's post didn't quite fit the facts. It could hardly be said that Trump had exhausted the diplomatic avenue with Iran. And the truth was that Trump was largely reacting to events, rather than being a strategic driver, and that Netanyahu had been in the driver's seat. But the whole episode once again demonstrated the way Trump could confound those who wanted to put him in ideological boxes or fit his actions into a coherent worldview. For all his America First rhetoric, contempt for Bush-era interventionism, personal irritation with Netanyahu, and the considerable risks involved, he had decided to bomb Iran anyway, and he had gotten away with it. As always, those searching for geopolitical or strategic motivations came away empty-handed. Some in the room, while the decision was being made to back up the Israeli bombing campaign, recalled later an overriding impression of a president marveling at the Israeli military prowess, jealous of the resultant good press, and eager to get in on the action himself. In term 2, Donald Trump was doing what he pleased without meaningful resistance. Notably, the worst predictions of the anti-interventionist Cassandras had not come to pass. And now that Trump had a successful military strike under his belt, it would only embolden him further. Chapter 19. Lonnie G. Bunch III, the secretary of the Smithsonian Institution, excused himself from the video conference to take a phone call. He rejoined the meeting after a few minutes, only to excuse himself again to take another call. The sequence repeated itself several times during the emergency meeting of the Smithsonian's Board of Regents. The interruptions kept coming, despite the crisis the museum system had on its hands. It was June 2, and Bunch and the Smithsonian regents, including Vice President J.D. Vance, had gathered in haste. 3 days earlier, Trump had announced he was firing the director of the National Portrait Gallery, Kim Saget, describing her as highly partisan and a strong supporter of DEI. It was not at all clear that Trump had the authority he professed to have to summarily dismiss Saget, who had held the position for 12 years, and whose role fell under the purview of the Smithsonian Board. And it wasn't at all clear what came next. As Bunch tried to conduct the virtual meeting, it was, as some attendees would later find out, Trump himself who kept calling. While Bunch took Trump's calls, the board continued its discussion, trying to figure out what it was that had so offended the president. It soon became clear that Trump was irate about his own photograph hanging in the portrait gallery. It was awful, he would say, and he objected to the exhibition label that accompanied it, which noted that he had been impeached twice. At a certain point, Bunch stopped picking up the president's phone calls. He had enough to deal with on the video call. Vance and the newest Smithsonian regent, Carlos Giménez, were incensed with their colleagues on the board and were echoing Trump's message that Saget had to go. Eventually they wrapped up, agreeing to deal with the matter at the next in-person board meeting the following week. When Trump returned to power in 2025, his campaign to crush institutional DEI programs had quickly mushroomed into a larger attempt to remake American culture itself. Just weeks into his new term, Trump had taken over the John F. Kennedy Center for the Performing Arts, replacing its long-serving board chairman, the investor and philanthropist David Rubenstein, with himself. Performing arts lovers watched in growing horror as Trump and the new interim executive director, Rick Grenell, dramatically changed programming, dismissed staff, forced out board members, and imposed their own preferences on the institution. Trump would also anoint himself host of the center's prestigious Lifetime Honors Ceremony. For the ideologues in Trump's West Wing, the cultural takeover was an important course correction to wokeness. That worked for Trump too, but there was also another purpose. It gave him the kind of theatrical opportunities stymied since he was a young man. At his first board meeting after gutting the staff, the president had surprised attendees by declaiming his aptitude for music as a boy, something that he said had rankled his father. He had wanted to attend film school, but Fred Trump disapproved. Later, Trump had tried producing a Broadway show in 1970 that flopped. Now with the Kennedy Center, he could be the star, handing out awards. Next, he had the vast complex of the Smithsonian in his sights. Allies of Lonnie Bunch long believed that Trump would target him for dismissal, even though the president had no authority to do so directly. Trump would months later make his feelings about the Smithsonian's focus on the country's history of slavery well known. The Smithsonian is out of control, where everything discussed is how horrible our country is, how bad slavery was, and how unaccomplished the downtrodden have been. Nothing about success, nothing about brightness, nothing about the future, he had written on social media. It was both an attack on efforts to tell the full story of slavery in America and a signal that Trump planned to use the executive power of the presidency to order a new historiography, sanitized of the blemishes that any legitimate history called for, but enhanced with the president's point of view. Lonnie Bunch was an avatar of the kind of American success story Trump had little interest in. The 72-year-old Bunch was the first black secretary of the Smithsonian, a position he had assumed in 2019, during Trump's first term. He was the grandson of a sharecropper, raised in Belleville, New Jersey, and had built a career as a professor and educator, spending most of his career working for Smithsonian museums before becoming the founding director of the National Museum of African American History and Culture. It opened to an exuberant reception in 2016, with President Obama presiding over the ceremony. In the second half of Trump's first term, Bunch had published a memoir about his tenure building the African American Museum from scratch over the course of a decade. Entitled A Fool's Errand, the book included a scene in which Bunch had given Trump a tour of the museum in 2017. Trump came off as remarkably uninterested in the history of slavery in the country he was about to lead. When they stopped in front of an exhibit about the Dutch involvement in the slave trade, Trump paused a moment before turning to the director to remark, "You know, they love me in the Netherlands." I was so disappointed in his response to one of the greatest crimes against humanity in history, Bunch had written. On March 27, 2025, the White House website had announced a new executive order titled Restoring Truth and Sanity to American History. In the order, Trump took aim at federally funded cultural institutions for being beholden to a divisive race-centered ideology that portrayed American and Western values as inherently harmful and oppressive. Executive Order 14,253 targeted several individual museums in the Smithsonian complex, as well as the Smithsonian Institution itself, as examples. Lindsay Halligan, a former insurance lawyer who had served on Trump's legal team between his terms, had come to the president early in the second term after visiting some of the Smithsonian museums. Halligan had told Trump she was horrified by what she would describe as wokeness. Trump would charge Halligan and Vice President Vance with enforcing the executive order to remove improper ideology from the Smithsonian. Programs that degraded American values, or that divided Americans based on race, would be prohibited. Vance and Halligan would further be responsible for appointing new citizen members to the top Smithsonian board who were committed to the president's view. The term improper ideology was alien to many Americans' ears and redolent of notions of state censorship. The government would attempt to impose a new standard of art and scholarship, though in reality this was an amorphous notion, dependent on the whims of one man. The scene was now set for an extraordinary pitched battle, both inside and outside the castle, as the Smithsonian's main building was known, as a microscope hovered over all federally funded institutions, on the lookout for violations of the new aesthetic. On April 6, the Board of Regents had gathered for its traditional dinner ahead of the full board meeting the next day. The dinners were held at different locations within the Smithsonian network. On this night, it was in a large open area at the National Postal Museum. The Smithsonian Board of Regents was made up of 17 members. The Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, John Roberts, served as Chancellor and presiding officer, and there were 3 senators, 3 members of the House of Representatives, and 9 citizen members, as well as the vice president, together overseeing the vast Smithsonian maze of museums and research centers. The board structure had been designed to insulate the Smithsonian from partisan politics. The dinners were usually social gatherings, belied by the formality of the cloth-covered tables, servers, and 3 courses plated for the guests. That night, the new regent from Florida, Carlos Giménez, was in attendance, making his first appearance, and he was not particularly interested in pleasantries with his new colleagues. Seated 2 chairs to Bunch's left, Giménez, a former firefighter and mayor, listened as the regents one by one expressed support for Bunch in the face of the harsh criticism from the White House. "We support you," one regent said. "We think you've done a great job," said another. When it was Giménez's turn to speak, his principal message was, "I don't know you and so I cannot support you." His words were softer than his belittling tone, which shocked Bunch and the rest of the room. No one rose to defend Bunch, a painful point that he would make to some board members afterward. The evening ended on a tense note. At the board meeting the next morning, Giménez was ready for a fight, and toward the end of the meeting, he asked a seemingly benign question. Was there a process for reviewing exhibits? The answer was complicated. Potential exhibitions had traditionally been assessed through a committee system to ensure accuracy, that the subject matter was appropriate and the content unbiased. These committee reviews were driven by scholarly research and peer review from experts in relevant fields. Major decisions were finalized by the Secretary of the Smithsonian and the Board of Regents rather than federal agencies. In recent years, as the process began to incorporate more data on visitor experience, the Smithsonian had developed additional reviews taking into account visitor preferences. But even as the system evolved to better engage audiences, there were still differences in how they were conducted. The institutional sprawl of the Smithsonian, 21 museums, the National Zoo, and 14 research and education centers, meant that there was no flowchart or standard process for reviewing exhibits, but rather a patchwork of different applications. One museum might take a completely different approach from another. If someone was searching for a crack in the system to rein in the Smithsonian, this was it. As Jimenez pressed the other board members for details of how exhibitions were assessed and what filters they went through, it was clear the White House had found its opening. The regents assembled around the board table would soon realize it, too. Bunch told the group he was already trying to refine the existing process. But some would leave the room that day with a deep sense of unease about what might come next from the president's allies. 2 months later, on Monday, June 9, the regents arrived in the morning for their seasonal meeting. It had been just a week since the emergency video conference to discuss Trump's order to fire the portrait gallery director, and the regents had dined the night before at the Museum of Asian Art. There they had the opportunity to view the Ruffled Feathers exhibition, which explored James McNeill Whistler's famous Peacock Room, with his pointed, and at the time controversial, commentary on art and commerce. The June 9 board meeting was held in a large room on the ground floor of the Museum of American History, with its showcases of historic items including early board games and toys. The tables were arranged in a U shape, and at the closed end of the U configuration, Lonnie Bunch sat next to the chair of the Board of Regents, Health Policy expert Risa Lavizo-Murray, Vice President Vance, and Chief Justice Roberts. The other regents sat along the sides, with Congressman Jimenez at one end. Vance told the group that they needed to follow Trump's orders. The president, he said, had already made his wishes clear about what the board should do with the National Portrait Gallery. Vance went on for several minutes warning, "You cannot refuse him. Trump was the president," he reminded them, "and he had the power. He signs the checks," Vance added bluntly. "This should be an institution for everyone. I'm not demanding we hire someone with right-wing political views," the vice president added. "I am merely asking that we not make the face of this institution a left-wing crazy person." Jimenez, who had been escalating in aggression since his first appearance in April, was more wound-up and hostile than Vance. The congressman was adamant that portrait gallery director Kim Saget must be fired immediately. Several of the regents tried to slow down the discussion, arguing personnel decisions were for the board to decide, not the White House. The matter, and the passions of their powerful fellow regents, should be taken under review. Prior to the meeting, several of the alarmed regents had agreed among themselves to pass a resolution stipulating this was their business to deal with, and that the president had no standing to make personnel decisions. They wanted to make sure their resolution was put to a vote before Vance and Jimenez could get up their separate resolution, which was to fire Saget forthwith. Despite Trump's earlier announcement that he had terminated her, Saget was still showing up for work. "She's got to go," Jimenez jumped in again. "She's got to go right now." Vance indicated again that if Saget was not fired, the White House would explore the option of defunding the Smithsonian. Vance's warning met strong resistance. The White House did not have the authority to do that, some regents shot back. John Fahey, the former head of Time Life Inc., and National Geographic and Democratic Senator Gary Peters of Michigan were especially emphatic. Vance argued that the Smithsonian was politicizing the history of the country. Peters responded succinctly, "You're coming here threatening to cut off funding to the Smithsonian if we don't paint the picture you want. That's politicizing it." Vance disagreed, but things were not going Vance's way. He abruptly left the room for another appointment, putting Ben Moss, his policy director, in his seat while he was gone. The 31-year-old Moss promptly pulled up an image on an iPad of the Statue of Liberty depicted as a black transgender woman holding aloft a lamp filled with flowers. It was a painting by the artist Amy Sherald and was set to be shown at the National Portrait Gallery in September as part of a major exhibition of her work. "This image," Moss declared, "is also a problem." Sherald was one of America's foremost contemporary artists, whose iconic 2018 official portrait of former First Lady Michelle Obama had made her a household name. Her upcoming National Portrait Gallery exhibition was titled American Sublime and comprised dozens of paintings in her traditional oeuvre, everyday portraits of Black Americans. The show had already been on display at the San Francisco Museum of Modern Art and the Whitney Museum of American Art in New York. The D.C. art world was eagerly awaiting its transfer to Washington. Moss held up the digital image of transforming liberty. "This," he said, "is not what Americans want to see." A stunned silence descended. Was this what the White House meant by improper ideology? John Roberts, who was known as the chief to his fellow regents, seemed caught off guard by the sudden shift in the meeting's topic. But Bunch's team and Roberts' advisors had anticipated a moment like this, where the Trump administration would challenge artistic content. The debate around Lonnie Bunch's board table was becoming a chess game, as various regents tried to hold their own against Gimenez. Finally, a resolution stating that the matter of Kim Saget's job came under the authority of the board was put on the table. Gimenez tried to counter it with his proposal to immediately fire her. John Roberts, with the clarity of a man accustomed to enforcing the rules of regular order, pointed out that there was already a resolution on the table. He advised Gimenez that the first one must be voted on before the next one could be brought up. The vote stipulating that the authority to manage Saget's job belonged with the board was approved, rendering the Gimenez proposal moot. Later that day, the Smithsonian regents released a public statement reflecting the vote taken earlier, pushing back against the overreach of Trump and Vance. All personnel decisions are made by and subject to the direction of the secretary, with oversight by the board, the statement read. But 4 days later it was all over anyway. On June 13, Kim Saget quit, explaining in a note to staff that her resignation was the best way to serve the institution. On behalf of the Smithsonian, Bunch would thank her for putting the Smithsonian ahead of her own position. On July 23, Amy Sherald abruptly canceled her upcoming show at the National Portrait Gallery. In a letter to Bunch, she made clear she believed there had been a breach of faith with the gallery. She wrote that Bunch had discussed with her the possibility of installing a video adjacent to her work Transforming Liberty, and the video would feature person-on-the-street chats by people who were for and against trans rights. This went too far for Sherald, who said that the video would have opened up for debate the value of trans visibility, and she didn't want it attached to American Sublime. Outraged that the institution appeared to be caving to political pressure, Sherald struck first with her own cancellation, removing her show in its entirety and stunning the art world. In a statement to the media, Lindsay Halligan claimed Sherald's painting had recast a national monument through a divisive and ideological lens, and that the Statue of Liberty was not an abstract canvas for political expression. It is a revered and solemn symbol of freedom, inspiration, and national unity that defines the American spirit, Halligan declared. Removing the artwork, she said, was a principled and necessary step, and the administration was committed to ensuring the Smithsonian was free from ideological overreach and political distortion. A few weeks later, the White House dramatically underlined its intentions with a letter to the Smithsonian. Dear Secretary Bunch, it opened, before outlining a sweeping review in line with the President's executive order on restoring truth and sanity to U.S. history. It demanded a top-to-bottom assessment of everything from wall texts on exhibitions to websites and social media content. The White House signees would oversee interviews with curators and staff to look inside the process of selecting and approving exhibitions, and they would review current and future exhibitions, with particular focus on the 250th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence. The museums had a total of 4 months to comply with these official requests. After that, the administration would provide its own final report, in time for review in early 2026. The letter was signed by Halligan, Vince Haley, Assistant to the President and Director of the Domestic Policy Council, and Russell Vought. In essence, the letter was a warning to prepare for a massive overhaul at every level of the most powerful cultural institution in America. Bunch had considered writing an opinion article for a newspaper about what was taking place at the Smithsonian. He ultimately decided against it. But with this latest shock wave, the Smithsonian Executive Committee scheduled an emergency meeting for the next day, with John Roberts, Bunch, the 3-person executive committee, senior staff, and attorneys all in attendance. Running for 52 minutes, the meeting went straight into discussions about the White House letter. Bunch raised the prospect of the organization issuing a public letter to the White House, pushing back firmly, and making it clear any review of the Smithsonian was the responsibility of the institution alone. But executive committee members promptly voiced concern that making such a letter public would pit them all directly against the president, and would almost certainly become a political fight with Trump, one that could damage the Smithsonian in the process. It would become clear after the others spoke that Roberts, who appeared mindful of taking a long-view approach of the Smithsonian's best interests, shared those views. In his case in particular, his colleagues at the meeting thought such a letter could pit the Chief Justice directly against the president, and not on points of law but rather on cultural interpretations of how a country should see itself. The members of the executive committee shared the same concern. The idea was put aside. For Bunch, this was a moment to consider his own future. He was as much of an institutionalist as Roberts, trying to take a long view of preventing enduring harm to the Smithsonian and its funding. But he would tell allies that he felt disrespected by Vance and Gimenez. And as he was absorbing the brunt of a full-on assault from the Trump administration, he was being pressured by some of his closest allies, prominent philanthropists and friends among them, who wanted him to either quit or be more outspoken at this break point in history. So what path should he take? Soon Trump requested a personal meeting with Bunch. A small group of regents would help him prepare. Few could forget the scenes of Volodymyr Zelensky being subjected to Trump's rage in February. On Thursday, August 28, Bunch joined Trump, Lindsey Halligan, and Sergio Gore, the head of presidential personnel, for lunch at the White House. Scheduled for an hour, the meeting went for 2.5. They sat for a while in the Oval Office before a meal of chicken as Trump showed scale models of the new White House ballroom. After lunch, Trump took Bunch and Halligan on a tour of the White House, with the president stopping at different rooms to offer his own appraisals. He regaled Bunch with examples of his expertise in framing, noting which artworks were correctly framed and which were not. If Bunch made any misstep that could have rattled the president, it may have been the moment when he corrected Trump on the question of which president had first lived in the White House. Trump thought it was John Quincy Adams. The correct answer was John Quincy's father, John Adams, in 1800. Trump was unaccustomed to being told by his own staff that he had his facts wrong, but appeared to take it in stride. The president gave Bunch another quiz in a game where only Trump could win. Which was the best building in Washington? Bunch volunteered the Smithsonian's castle. No, Trump replied, it was the Eisenhower Executive Office building next to the White House. He planned, he said, to have it painted white. Then Trump moved on to a favorite topic. What were the 3 kinds of light a chandelier could throw? There's white, there's silver, and there's gold, offered the president helpfully. Guess which is the greatest of the 3? Gold, Bunch replied. Trump seemed pleased. Trump was not especially interested in discussing the Smithsonian Review during his afternoon with Bunch, briefly telling him he was doing a good job, and instead asking about the organization's plans to honor America's 250th birthday the following year. For all of his raging on social media about the Smithsonian and slavery, Trump's aversion to one-on-one interpersonal conflict was still intact. Bunch had told Halligan that he intended to send a letter to the White House stating the Smithsonian's position against interference with its programming. Halligan told colleagues that he mentioned the letter in passing, without describing its contents. Regardless, Bunch was becoming convinced that he could weather the storm. Trump's real intentions, as always, were hard to discern. The outgoing chair of the Smithsonian Executive Committee told Bunch in the fall that a White House official had relayed that the president said his lunch with Bunch was one of the best he'd had. In fact, Trump had turned to his aides after their meeting and offered a grim assessment of Bunch. He hasn't changed, the president said. Chapter 20, a sharp red point glowed on the surface of the oil painting. It was Independence Day, Friday, July 4, and B-2 bombers had been roaring over the White House. As he awaited the evening fireworks, President Trump had taken refuge from the festivities on the South Lawn to entertain Speaker Mike Johnson with his own indoor version of a light show. Seated behind his desk, the president held a laser pointer and trained its light onto the painting over the fireplace, a portrait of George Washington carrying a dress sword. See the laser. It goes dim, Trump said. You know what that's called, expensive oil paint, good oil paint. The president flashed the laser over to the portrait of Ronald Reagan. Nope, they used cheap paint on that one, see? The pointer doesn't dim, it's not dim with Reagan, it's dim with Washington. Trump was grinning like a proud host showing off a personal museum. Before his guests could quite grasp what he was saying about the paint, the red dot skipped along the molding. Look here at the top, said Trump, aiming the laser at the edge of the ceiling. Right here, maybe just a trim line, what do you think? Because there's $2 million worth of gold here, but I want more, and there's Melania. The First Lady had joined them. It was clear she was not a great fan of all the gold. Trump explained to Johnson about Melania. She's a minimalist. But this is the Oval Office, it just looks better. For Trump, the past several weeks had been one triumph after the next. 2 weeks ago, it had been his successful bombings of Iran's nuclear sites. And now, earlier that afternoon, he had signed into law his major domestic policy bill, the One Big Beautiful Bill Act. He was already wanting to reminisce with Johnson about their victory, which had required a flurry of late-night phone calls from Trump to whip reluctant Republicans into voting for the bill. Mike, we got the big beautiful bill, and I got to tell you, every one of these motherfuckers, I called them and I said, I didn't say a word, they just picked up and said, we're with you 100%, sir, Trump said. And I was like, whoa, you didn't even know what I was going to ask. And then I figured he's kind of smart, because if I'm calling you at 2:30 in the morning, you know what I'm calling about. I'm not just calling to shoot the shit. And he says, we're with you 100%, sir. And they were going to be with us. As I just said, Mike, this whipping votes is easy. Passing the bill had not in fact been easy. It had taken a monumental display of raw power and had succeeded only because Trump wielded near-total command over his party in Congress, command greater than any president before him. The bill was a mixed bag. It contained plenty for Republicans to like. The legislation revoked Biden-era subsidies for solar energy, wind, and electric vehicles. And it fulfilled major Trump campaign promises on border security, with a massive $170 billion boost to the Homeland Security budget, and other popular measures such as no tax on tips and investment accounts for babies born during the Trump presidency. But many Republicans who ultimately voted for the bill were gravely worried about several key features. The legislation would cut an astonishing $1 trillion from Medicaid, the health coverage for millions of the poorest and most vulnerable Americans, and imperil the funding of rural hospitals and food stamps. Many of Trump's most fervent supporters relied on these programs, and the bill would, at the same time, blow out the national debt. It would raise the debt limit by $5 trillion, a betrayal of principle for fiscal conservatives, who had repeatedly promised voters they would slash deficits. The excesses of the big beautiful bill would dwarf any savings made by DOJ. It didn't help that the most powerful donor in Republican politics, Elon Musk, had made it his mission to tank the bill, publicly threatening to fund primary challenges against any Republican voting for it. "I'm sorry, but I just can't stand it anymore," Musk wrote about the bill in a post on X. "This massive, outrageous, pork-filled congressional spending bill is a disgusting abomination," he added. "Shame on those who voted for it. You know you did wrong, you know it." Musk left out the fact that privately he had been complaining that the bill would harm his electric car company Tesla. When the president saw Musk's post, he looked at it for several beats, an expression close to pensive crossing his face. "They always leave me," he finally said. "They always do this. This is why I can't have friends." The president then called out to Natalie Harp with his French pronunciation, "Natalie, get me my phone." Instead of firing back on social media, Trump tried calling Musk, whose phone went straight to voicemail. He tried again and again, straight to voicemail. Looking a bit distraught, Trump said, "He never doesn't take my calls." Trump's concerns about Musk aside, Mike Johnson's judgment had been vindicated. He had felt certain that the only way to pass such a volatile mix was to group everything into one bill that would be too big to fail. Trump had agreed, and now they had passed it. Never before had there been a working relationship between president and speaker quite like the one that the 53-year-old Louisianan Mike Johnson had formed with Donald Trump. Longtime congressional observers could not recall a speaker who had ever deferred so much to a president. Over the past 30 years, power in Congress had been flowing away from individual members and their committees and concentrating in the hands of leadership. Now, in Trump's second term, there was a new twist. Power flowed out of the Speaker's office directly into the Oval Office. In a reflection of just how utterly subservient Johnson was to Trump, congressional reporters in Washington would begin to refer to President Donald Trump also as Speaker Donald Trump, a pithy take on the rapidly dissolving separation of powers. Trump's relationship with Congress would be nothing like the first term. Back then, especially in 2017, his first year in Washington, many Republicans regarded his victory as a fluke and his presidency as a passing episode of craziness. Members back then were often willing to criticize Trump publicly. To the party's leaders, Paul Ryan in the House and Mitch McConnell in the Senate, Trump seemed less a figure of idolatry than a boorish curiosity, whose behavior they often tried to ignore. But whereas Ryan carried himself as Trump's intellectual superior, Johnson cheerfully embraced his role as Trump's junior partner. After all, Johnson owed his speakership entirely to Trump, who had endorsed him at a key moment in his bid for leadership, meaning that Trump now owned him in a way he could never own Ryan. And where Ryan had sought to direct policy, Johnson made it clear that his sole purpose was to translate Trump's desires into reality. He benefited from the fact that Trump had learned a lot, too. In Term 1, Trump had regularly dive-bombed into the middle of congressional business, making unreasonable and unrealistic demands just as leaders felt they were getting close to crafting legislation. This time, during the passage of the big beautiful bill, Trump would be notably hands-off, trusting Johnson to do what was needed, and only engaging when brute force was required to overcome a member's resistance. The dynamic had changed in the Senate, too, though more subtly. Unlike Mitch McConnell, a giant of the upper chamber who eventually became his own power center in Washington, Senator John Thune of South Dakota had needed to repair his relationship with Trump after criticizing him following the January 6 attack on the Capitol. As the 2024 election drew nearer, Thune began paying social visits to Mar-a-Lago and holding friendly chats over the phone. Trump did not oppose Thune's bid for majority leader, and Thune repaid Trump's confidence by clearing the way for cabinet confirmations, including those of Pete Hegseth and Bobby Kennedy, that could not have passed muster under the Republican Senate in Trump's first term. A deeply religious man, Mike Johnson was known for his polite, calm demeanor, and for constantly texting around Bible verses. He was easy to underestimate, but he had a keen grasp of the full dimensions of Trump's relationship with GOP members. He was, after all, one of them, a young congressman who came up in the age of Trump. Because of that experience, Johnson understood the fear Trump inspired, with both the power and willingness to end a contrary Republican's career. But it was not just about the threats. He knew also, as did his colleagues, that Trump had a more powerful connection with Republican voters than any of them. And he knew that his own members were seduced by Trump. Trump exploited those emotions. He understood that many Republican lawmakers related to him like starry-eyed fans rather than as elected representatives of a co-equal branch of government. He offered more access than any modern president. Since 2017, he had handed out his cell phone number freely, even to the most junior members of Congress, who would never have dreamed of texting or calling the president. He invited them to play golf with him at his clubs, for dinner at Mar-a-Lago, and for flights on his private jet. He signed MAGA hats for their wives, husbands, and children. He gave rides on the presidential helicopter, Marine One. Do you know who sits in that seat? That's Melania's seat, Trump told lawmakers who flew with him on Marine One, the New York Times reported. She's the only one who sits in that seat. Do you know how special you are to be in that seat? Most previous presidents had their staff handle rank and file members, and typically the presidents dealt only with the most senior lawmakers and members of leadership. But little-known Republicans would now gush over their ability to speak to Trump directly. He's been very kind, he calls me Tim. Representative Tim Burchett of Tennessee gushed to the New York Times' Annie Carney after a phone call from Trump had changed his vote on the president's budget resolution in February 2025. He knows my district is very conservative, and he shares my passion for fiscal sanity, and I kind of dig that, Burchett said of Trump. It's cool that the president knows my first name. I dig that. Many members Trump knew similarly had come to feel emotionally indebted. Trump had worked long and hard to accrue that loyalty, with years of behind-the-scenes relationship building, combined with implicit and overt threats if people challenged him. It would serve him well in his second term. It seemed hard now for those around him to contemplate that just 4 years earlier, on January 20, 2021, no elected Republican of any stature had shown up to Joint Base Andrews for the bleak farewell at the end of Trump's first term. Trump's second impeachment that month had been supported by more members of his own party than any previous impeachment of an American president. House GOP leaders had told each other they were done with Trump, and on conference calls they canvassed what a post-Trump Republican Party might look like. But by the week before the Iowa caucuses, 3 years later in January 2024, every member of the House Republican leadership had endorsed Trump's re-election. By the time he returned to the White House, Trump was received as a godlike figure on Capitol Hill, and members competed to see who could pay him the most lavish respect. Some of these craven overtures would shock students of history, but the tributes came in droves. In 2025 alone, Representative Anna Paulina Luna of Florida had introduced legislation to commission the carving of Trump's face in granite at the Mount Rushmore National Memorial in South Dakota. Representative Claudia Tenney of New York proposed redesignating June 14, Trump's birthday, from Flag Day to Trump's birthday and Flag Day. Representative Addison McDowell of North Carolina proposed renaming Washington Dulles International Airport as Donald J. Trump International Airport. The Make Autorail Great Again Act, put forward by Florida Representative Greg Steube, would cut off every federal dollar to the Washington Metropolitan Area Transit Authority, WMATA, unless the agency formally rebranded itself as the Washington Metropolitan Authority for Greater Access, WMAGA, and renamed the D.C. Metro the Trump Train. Representative Warren Davidson of Ohio introduced the Trump Derangement Syndrome, TDS, Research Act of 2025, which would direct the National Institutes of Health, NIH, to study the psychological and social roots of what is known as Trump Derangement Syndrome, a phenomenon marked by extreme negative reactions to President Donald J. Trump. Representative Brandon Gill of Texas introduced legislation requiring that all $100 bills featured a picture of Trump on the front face of the note. And Representative Joe Wilson of South Carolina one-upped him, introducing legislation that would require the creation of a $250 bill bearing the image of Trump to mark the 250th anniversary of the United States. The bills would require an exemption to a law banning living figures from appearing on currency. Trump's control over Congress was aided by the fact that for the first time in his career in national politics, he had allowed an advisor to build a unified political operation around him. During Trump's first campaign for office and during his first term, his team was riven by infighting and factionalism. There was much less of that now. Starting in 2021, Susie Wiles had stitched together a tight-knit inner circle, and Trump would keep them all in place for the duration. They included two veteran GOP operatives, Tony Fabrizio and Chris LaCivita, forming a triumvirate with Wiles at the head of the campaign. LaCivita was a decorated Marine with decades of experience in national politics and a reputation for hardball tactics, most famously for conceiving the Swift Boat campaign to attack John Kerry's war record in the 2004 presidential election. Fabrizio was one of the most highly regarded pollsters in American politics. His numbers became such articles of faith on the Trump campaign that in dire moments the staff would sometimes say among themselves, "In Tony we trust." Wiles also brought on younger, loyal aides, including James Blair, a Florida political operative she had worked with in the lead-up to the 2018 governor's race. Most of the team credited Blair with such an accurate read of the electoral data that it was clear to them by 8 p.m. on election night that Trump had won decisively. They were all ruthless and all more effective at enforcing party-wide discipline than any previous iteration of Trump's political operation. When members of the 2024 Republican Platform Committee arrived at the convention in Milwaukee expecting the usual collaborative process, they were ambushed. Their phones confiscated, debate and amendments forbidden, and Trump's own draft of the GOP platform presented to them as the final text. They were not allowed to change a word. The delegates were nothing more than rubber stamps. The morning after his election victory, on November 6, 2024, Trump phoned his fundraiser Meredith O'Rourke, telling her to keep up the momentum. This was the peak of his political leverage, and he intended to make the most of it. By then, Trump was already receiving phone calls from Fortune 500 CEOs, many of whom had criticized him in the past. He would soon have the power to crush their businesses or reward them if he felt so inclined. The price to get into Trump's good graces would be high. In conversations with O'Rourke, Trump would dictate the number, the exact dollar figure, he wanted her to extract from each CEO. Within days, millions of dollars and then tens and hundreds of millions were pouring into Trump's various fundraising accounts. So much was coming in, and so fast, that the Trump outside groups would have more money in their accounts than the Republican National Committee, the House Republican Campaign Arm, and the Senate Republican Campaign Arm combined. No president had ever marshaled this much political money as a lame duck. So much money was flooding the Trump accounts that the inauguration events were soon overfunded, and Trump had to think about what else to do with all the cash. There would be a ballroom to build, a presidential library, a large triumphal arch in Washington, D.C., near the Lincoln Memorial. And there would be his political machine. The stated goals of Trump's outside political groups would be to hold on to the House and Senate in the 2026 midterm elections, and to avoid an onslaught of subpoenas and a near-certain third impeachment that would result from Democrats taking control. But they also planned to use the outside groups as weapons to enforce compliance. With Republicans holding only slim majorities in the House and Senate, Trump would need to keep wobbly Republicans in line to have a hope of passing his agenda. Wiles, LaCivita, and Fabrizio were mindful of Trump's determination to avoid a repeat of 2017, when his first major legislative effort, to repeal Obamacare, had failed when John McCain gave his dramatic thumbs down on the Senate floor. Trump had never forgotten the humiliation, and his advisors vowed it would not happen on their watch. LaCivita told associates he thought Trump could sometimes be too forgiving of members he liked, where he could unexpectedly go soft. Trump would say things like, cut him some slack. Other advisors felt Trump could sometimes be too understanding of lawmakers' points of view, too willing to let them off the hook if they explained how certain votes might hurt their constituents. LaCivita and Fabrizio saw their role as enforcers. To ensure the fear of political death was never far from Republicans' minds. Notwithstanding laws prohibiting fundraising on federal property, Trump and his team soon went around them. They would host goodwill dinners for big donors in what Trump called the Rose Garden Club, a paved-over patio with striped umbrellas where the old White House Rose Garden had been. By the fall of 2025, the Axios news site reported that Trump had raised about $1.9 billion from an array of corporate donors to help finance his political committees, White House construction projects, and celebrations of the nation's upcoming 250th anniversary. Of the president's evening fundraisers at his private clubs, an aide told Axios, $10 million used to seem like a lot of money. Now it's like a ho-hum night. As Trump began to govern, the giant and growing political bank balance augmented what was already a formidable apparatus of intimidation. Regarding the outside groups, La Civita would explain, it's the reason why the members of the House, the leadership of the House and the leadership in the Senate, are so willing to accept and to make law a lot of the things the president ran on, so quickly without dissension, without debate. And when you do oppose, you get your fucking head kicked in. It helped that Republican senators had an early demonstration of what happened to colleagues who opposed Trump's cabinet nominees. After Matt Gaetz withdrew his nomination, Trump's team decided they would not give in again on a major cabinet pick. Under previous presidents, a nominee like Pete Hegseth, who faced accusations of excessive drinking, financial mismanagement, and had made a secret settlement with a woman who accused him of rape, an allegation he denied, would have been a non-starter. A powerful senator would have gone down the street and told the president they simply couldn't support him. But such conversations were risky business in Trump's second term. Trump himself barely had to lift a finger. The MAGA machine had evolved so much since the first term that it was now virtually a self-driving car. It wasn't just that Trump had his well-funded political operation and a deep, visceral bond with the GOP base. He now had a social media army: Donald Trump Jr., Charlie Kirk, Steve Bannon, the right-wing influencer Jack Posobiec, and so many others, who had massive audiences and threatened any Republican who would consider voting against Trump's nominees. Senator Joni Ernst of Iowa became an early test case of the new dynamic. As a sexual assault survivor and the first female combat veteran to serve in the Senate, Ernst harbored serious concerns about Hegseth, who had also voiced his opinion that women should not be allowed to serve in combat. After she briefly aired her misgivings, Trump's social media army came down hard on her, and a dark money group associated with Elon Musk began running digital ads in Iowa encouraging people to press Ernst to vote for Hegseth. Trump allies deployed other strong-arm tactics, threatening a primary challenger. Nothing seemed to be off-limits for Trump world. The details of Ernst's messy divorce began showing up on social media. She ended up withdrawing her opposition and voting for Hegseth, but less than a year later, this senator who had been seen as a rising star in the party announced she would not run again. When Representative Thomas Massie of Kentucky voted against Trump on the Big Beautiful Bill, the Trump political machine promptly set up a super PAC in Kentucky, funded with more than $1 million and dedicated to defeating the congressman in his next primary. Republican members of Congress watched in fear and awe. No one wanted to suffer the Massie treatment. In the end, dozens of Republicans would vote for the Big Beautiful Bill, even though they worried about voter backlash. To defy Trump on his signature legislation risked political suicide. That was the route taken by Tom Tillis, the Republican senator from North Carolina who knew the Medicaid cuts would greatly harm his state, with the loss of billions of dollars and rural hospitals bearing the brunt. After much agonizing, Tillis concluded he could not in good conscience vote for the bill. What do I tell 663,000 people in 2 years or 3 years, when President Trump breaks his promise by pushing them off of Medicaid because the funding's not there anymore, guys? Tillis said on the Senate floor before the bill's passage. But by this point, his fate was sealed. Trump unleashed a verbal barrage, threatening to run a primary challenger against Tillis. The day after Trump's onslaught, June 29, this two-term U.S. senator announced he was retiring. His colleagues were in a state of shock. The episode, combined with the Trump team's ruthlessness against Massie, re-established that Trump was not to be fucked around with, said one close observer. It was a reminder that this guy has the means, the capability, the ability, and the willingness to drown people, and drown people that get in his way. The Senate approved the One Big Beautiful Bill by a vote of 51-50, with Vice President Vance casting the tie-breaking vote. Chapter 21, Elon Musk and Donald Trump finally split up at the end of May 2025 with a shower of invective from one side and the shattered trust of a broken marriage. After a public meltdown about Trump's Big Beautiful Bill, Musk escalated with another vicious serve against the president on June 5. Trump, Musk posted on X, was one of the villains he had been warning his base about for years. Time to drop the really big bomb. At real Donald Trump is in the Epstein files. That is the real reason they have not been made public. Have a nice day, DJT. In a follow-up, Musk wrote, "Mark this post for the future. The truth will come out." A month later, on July 7, the Department of Justice and the FBI released an unsigned 1.5-page memo stating that after an exhaustive search of its databases, hard drives and network drives as well as physical searches of squad areas, locked cabinets, desks, closets, and other areas where responsive material may have been stored, and a corresponding review of more than 300 gigabytes of evidence. The DOJ had concluded there was no evidence the notorious sex offender Jeffrey Epstein had maintained a client list. The memo also reaffirmed the original official finding that Epstein's death in 2019 had been a suicide. And with that, the memo indicated the Trump administration would not be releasing further information regarding the Epstein case, and no further investigation of uncharged third parties was warranted. The memo was accompanied by the release of video footage from the federal prison in Manhattan where Epstein had died, footage that officials said supported the conclusion of suicide. Less than 5 months after Attorney General Pam Bondi had referred to a secret client list of high-profile predators, the case was closed, or so it seemed. If the administration expected the memo would be the last word on the Epstein case, and that the president's most ardent supporters would accept the purported conclusions of the Department of Justice, simply because the department and its investigative agencies were now controlled by Donald Trump, they were sorely mistaken. The memo was an earthquake, and it was received by a portion of the MAGA base as a betrayal. It amounted to an abrupt disavowal of the sinister conspiracy theories that some of Trump's closest confidants had hyped during the Biden presidency and that they had promised to expose once Trump was returned to power. On the Lex Fridman podcast in September 2024, when asked about the client list, Trump had responded, "I'd certainly take a look at it. I'd have no problem with it. The list probably will be made public," he said, but he sounded half-hearted. Trump's campaign allies and surrogates were far less circumspect. Donald Trump Jr. and J.D. Vance had invoked the Epstein files as a broader campaign message to argue that powerful people in the government were hiding the truth from Americans. Just weeks before the election, Vance told the podcast host Theo Vaughn, "Seriously, we need to release the Epstein list. That is an important thing." In the engine room of the MAGA movement during the 2024 campaign, the Epstein files were potent fuel. An Epstein information ecosystem of right-wing influencers had manned the coal shovel. Elon Musk had used his social media platform to repeatedly question why a client list had not been released. His posts reached hundreds of millions of users. The far-right conspiracy theorist Alex Jones used his Infowars platform to aggressively promote theories about a global pedophile ring. Tucker Carlson and Charlie Kirk had both insisted the government should release the documents and floated the idea that there was a massive cover-up in progress. Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene, who had seemingly never met a conspiracy theory she did not embrace, spent much of her political capital lobbying for the release of the files. There were so many more. Laura Loomer, conservative activist Scott Presler, Chaya Raichik from Libs of TikTok, the Hodgetwins. But when it came to propagating the Epstein files as evidence of a deep state capable of evil, two podcasters were not to be outdone. On his own show, Cash's Corner, and in appearances on programs like Benny Johnson's The Benny Show, Kash Patel, a National Security Council director for counterterrorism and Pentagon chief of staff in the first Trump era, had repeatedly claimed that the government was hiding Epstein's black book, or client list of pedophiles. In a 2023 interview, he challenged officials to put on your big boy pants and let us know who the pedophiles are, and he frequently asserted that the FBI was deliberately withholding names to protect the powerful. Patel promised a second Trump administration would release everything to restore public trust. On the Dan Bongino show, Bongino's background as a Secret Service agent had lent authority to his claims of a cover-up. What the hell are they hiding with Jeffrey Epstein? He'd asked his large audience. The release of the files would rock the political world, he promised. The Washington swamp was not telling you the truth. Now he and Patel, whose appointments to run the FBI had been greeted with righteous enthusiasm by Epstein files obsessives, were tightly connected to a memo that stated in black and white that while information in the government's possession showed ample evidence of Epstein's own wrongdoing, there was no evidence of a wider conspiracy. Both men had been raising alarms internally that the Epstein crisis was gathering momentum with the base. Bongino hated the memo. He told Patel it would in no way align with their promises of transparency after taking over the FBI, and he objected to putting the FBI seal on the letterhead. He was overruled. Patel privately shared many of Bongino's concerns, but in an internal email on Wednesday, July 2, the FBI director gave his support. "Thanks for the edits, and I still believe this is the correct vehicle forward," Patel wrote to a small group of colleagues, including Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche. "I'm happy to add any additional sentences to compete the shortfall, but I do think we addressed specifically why more can't be released as it relates to specific topics, i.e. court order, CSAM child sexual abuse material, victim protections, etc." Bondi rarely used her Justice Department email and was not on the chain where they workshopped the memo that set off the crisis. She was aware of both the planned memo and the prison video release, but was not involved in editing the document. Inside the White House, Trump had no interest in releasing anything. And senior officials, including Susie Wiles and her deputy, James Blair, were initially skeptical about the reach of the Epstein crisis. They told colleagues that Republican voters didn't care, and they had Tony Fabrizio's polling to prove it. The Epstein brouhaha, in their view, was driven by fringe conspiracy theorists and amplified by noisy online influencers who didn't represent a meaningful block of voters. Bongino told anyone who would listen that this was a grave mistake. "It's not an online story. You don't understand," he told several White House advisors. Wiles, Blair, and others thought at the time that engaging with the Epstein situation would only enlarge it, putting an official stamp on the matter. Besides, Trump had weathered every storm imaginable for years. Why would this be any different? Nevertheless, Trump attempted to keep his angry supporters in line. On July 12, the president took to Truth Social to defend Pam Bondi against criticism, and he urged his boys and gals to stop wasting time and energy on Jeffrey Epstein, somebody that nobody cares about. Trump told aides he was very unhappy with some of his most influential supporters, including Charlie Kirk, Tucker Carlson, and Megyn Kelly, all of whom were publicly urging the administration to come clean. Kirk had held a Turning Point USA event the previous day that had turned into a complete Epstein grievance fest, with one speaker after another taking shots at Bondi over her handling of the Epstein situation. Trump had called Kirk and scolded him. As with the Israel issue, nobody in Trump's orbit had a better feel for the younger part of the MAGA base than Kirk, who saw that the Epstein cover-up, as it was now viewed, was cutting through to an alarming extent. Donald Trump Jr. and J.D. Vance, both of whom spent a lot of time on X and were tapped into the same younger and hyper-online portion of the base, were also very worried. They urged the White House to change course and to force the DOJ to release more of the files. Vance feared losing some of the so-called low-propensity voters, the young men who were not traditional Republicans, but who had voted for the Trump-Vance ticket in 2024. This was an audience tuned into the manosphere podcasters like Joe Rogan, and it was worrisome that the podcast hosts themselves were rebelling. But there was one major obstacle in the path of a solution. The president himself still had no interest in transparency. In fact, he wanted the whole Epstein issue buried, and he was snapping at anyone who mentioned it. His staff largely avoided the subject in their conversations with Trump over the coming days, forced to fret among themselves. On July 8, with reporters still pushing on Epstein, Trump snapped, "Are people still talking about this guy, this creep? That is unbelievable. Do you want to waste the time?" Finally, on July 16, in an exasperated Truth Social post, seemingly desperate to make his case in language that might be resonant with his base, Trump somewhat nonsensically called the Epstein case a hoax by Democrats, and then proceeded to heap abuse on members of his party and his base, disavowing their support, calling them past supporters and weaklings who had bought into this bullshit, hook, line, and sinker. The president's anger and his defensive response made it look as though he had something to hide. The story that Trump seemed unable to escape was his old party days friendship with Jeffrey Epstein, who would be unmasked over many years as one of the most abusive predators and pedophiles ever to have cultivated the powerful. Everything about the story was depraved, but for the women caught in his web, many of them underage, it was far worse. If July 16 at the White House had been tough, the next day things would get even worse. The official line was that while Trump and Epstein had been friendly for years in New York and Palm Beach, something undeniable, given the documentary evidence of a close friendship was abundant online, Trump had broken with Epstein 20 years before, and that from then on Trump had assumed a very dim view of the sex offender. White House aides ascribed the break to Epstein's abhorrent behavior with young girls, while Trump himself would later say he broke with Epstein because Epstein stole young girls who worked at the spa at Mar-a-Lago. Some White House aides cringed at Trump's explanation. Now the Trump team was having to deal with a new story on the way from the Wall Street Journal that would raise from the dead, yet again, the uncomfortably chummy relationship between Trump and Epstein. The Journal's story took readers back to 2003, when Epstein, already a notorious bachelor, was celebrating his 50th birthday. The paper planned to report that Donald Trump, and many others, had created birthday cards and letters to be assembled into a special birthday book. The year before, in a profile of Epstein in New York magazine, Trump had been quoted as saying of his friend, "I've known Jeff for 15 years. Terrific guy. He's a lot of fun to be with. It is even said that he likes beautiful women as much as I do, and many of them are on the younger side." The Trump birthday card for Epstein was bawdy and seemed in keeping with their shared attraction. It depicted a nude woman, hand-drawn, and inscribed with an imagined dialogue between the two men about a wonderful secret. The card was signed with what appeared to be Trump's jagged Sharpie signature, in place of the woman's pubic hair. Trump advisors giggled privately about the description of the drawing, but most claimed it was a forgery. Trump called the journal's editor-in-chief, Emma Tucker, in an effort to kill the story. Practically shouting, he told Tucker that she must hate America. He told her he would file a lawsuit. Trump also called Tucker's boss, News Corp CEO Robert Thomson, and News Corp's owner, Rupert Murdoch, directly. The presidential tantrum staved off immediate publication, but not for long. "He doesn't like being threatened," said one close observer of Murdoch. The Situation Room was the secure, 24-hour intelligence and crisis management center on the ground floor of the West Wing, the nerve center for national security decision-making for the president and senior staff. It provided secure communications, enabling the president to contemporaneously process intelligence coming in from the military, the intelligence community, and Homeland Security to handle crises and formulate policy. It was not a single room, but rather a complex of secure conference rooms, offices, and workstations designed to accommodate the most critical and classified discussions and operations necessary for the United States government to function. On May 1, 2011, the White House photographer Pete Souza had famously snapped President Barack Obama and his national security team, including Vice President Joe Biden and Secretary of State Hillary Clinton, receiving live updates as Navy SEALs raided the Pakistan hideout of Osama bin Laden, killing him in the process. The operation had ended the 10-year manhunt for the mastermind of one of the greatest atrocities ever committed on U.S. soil, the 9/11 attacks, resulting in the death of almost 3,000 Americans. The Situation Room was not typically used to deal with political issues like the Epstein files, but on July 17, 2025, at about 6 o'clock in the evening, it was the setting for a gathering of Trump's most senior advisors to figure out how to gain some measure of control over the crisis enveloping the administration. Everyone needed to get on the same page about how to tamp down the Epstein media swarm. Ignoring it hadn't worked. They needed a gesture of transparency to appease an increasingly angry base and to convey the idea that the president was sympathetic to their concerns, which itself was a problem because he clearly was. Vice President Vance was seated at the head of the table in the John F. Kennedy conference room with other senior administration officials arrayed around. Chief of Staff Susie Wiles, White House Counsel David Warrington, Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt, Deputy Chief of Staff Taylor Buttigieg, Communications Director Stephen Cheung, Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche, Associate Attorney General Stanley Woodward, and Deputy Chief of Staff James Blair. Attorney General Pam Bondi and FBI Director Kash Patel joined on the speakerphone, which sat on the table in front of Vance. The vice president could see more clearly than any of the White House officials in the room just how profoundly Epstein was dividing the MAGA coalition. He jumped in early, saying, "This is a huge problem." Another senior official said later that Vance had been pounding on the Epstein issue since the release of the memo, and had been telling people in the administration that Bondi needed to do a full public mea culpa. He was pressing for the administration to release all the Epstein files and calling for a congressional investigation. Vance had floated internally an extraordinary PR gambit, that the White House enlist Tucker Carlson to interview Epstein's former girlfriend and co-conspirator, Ghislaine Maxwell, in prison. It might help the president to have Maxwell say he did nothing wrong with Epstein. Vance said he wanted all the files released as soon as possible. Beyond the moral argument that the public had a right to know, Vance made a pragmatic case that few in the room wanted to hear. Congress was going to force the release of the files eventually, he argued. It was already clear that a bipartisan coalition was forming on the Hill, and the momentum was only going in one direction. If the administration got out ahead of it and released everything voluntarily, including whatever material existed about the president, they would at least get the credit for transparency. The alternative was to let the story drag on for months as information dripped out, each new revelation renewing the cycle of suspicion and fury. Better to rip the bandage off and move on. Even the unsubstantiated anecdotes about Trump should go out, Vance argued. They were going to surface regardless, and if the administration was the one publishing them, it would demonstrate good faith and take the oxygen out of the conspiracy theories. This was an argument no one else was willing to make. There was a push by some to have DOJ officials call a press conference to explain the department's position on the Epstein affair, beyond the short statement that had precipitated the crisis. At this point in the meeting, James Blair spoke up. "With all due respect," he said, "the communications strategy of this group got us here. I don't know that it's going to get us out. and if you're going to go in front of the press, you've got a lot of work to do. He began to ask pointed questions, demonstrating how difficult a press conference might be. The Justice Department had struggled with just how to dispose of the Epstein matter since the beginning of the second term, because the issue was all-consuming for the president's political base, but also potentially compromising for the president himself in ways that officials in the new administration didn't fully understand. The way forward was fraught. And the Trump Justice Department was subject to pressures that no other DOJ would typically face. Bondi herself had done some of that damage, committing what had been widely regarded as two egregious missteps early on. First, in an interview with Fox News on February 21, Bondi had seemed to both confirm a client list existed and hint at its imminent release. When asked whether the DOJ may be releasing the list of Jeffrey Epstein's clients, she responded, "It's sitting on my desk right now to review." On February 27, the White House Communications Office had scheduled a lineup of cabinet officials to brief popular right-wing influencers in the Roosevelt Room. The session began with the vice president, followed by the Secretary of State, walking the influencers through the administration's agenda. In attendance was a who's who of online MAGA, Mike Cernovich, Liz Wheeler, Colin Rugg, and DC Draino. The president himself had brought them all to the Oval Office and given them custom-designed challenge coins as a token of his appreciation. Before everything went wrong, one of them would remark, "It was the best day of my life." When it was time for the group to meet the Attorney General, Bondi and her team walked into the Roosevelt Room carrying boxes. Bondi had brought binders as handouts for the influencers. Her aides would later tell colleagues that the FBI had prepared them and assured her that they contained revelatory details. Someone on her staff said, "Watch this, this is cool, this is going to be epic." The White House staff had no idea what was in the handouts. As Bondi's staff started distributing the binders, the blood pressure of other staff in the room skyrocketed as they realized what was happening. The Attorney General was handing out something she was calling the Epstein files that had not been vetted by anyone in the White House. One official, opening the binder, began flipping through pages to see if Trump's name was mentioned anywhere. A few pages in, right in the middle of the page, there it was. Keir Starmer, the British Prime Minister, was in the White House that day. If news broke that the Epstein files had been released before the president was to meet the press with the Prime Minister, if even as some sort of confusing gimmick, that would be all the journalists would want to talk about. And Trump would be blindsided. One of Trump's aides hastily steered the influencers out of the White House, telling them the content of the binders was embargoed until after the president's press conference with Starmer, but that the communications office would be more than happy to talk about the files after that. As the influencers left, they all snapped selfies in front of the White House holding their binders, quickly posting the pictures to social media. They had created a shockwave of anticipation for what might be in them, and it was followed immediately by the influencers getting thrashed online for not sharing the information. How could something so important be embargoed? Was the Trump administration trifling with the influencers? Yes, as it turned out. Bondi's binders contained information about Epstein and his activities that had long been publicly available. They contained almost nothing new, but they had set the hairs running. When Bondi had met the influencers in the Roosevelt Room, she told them that this was just the first tranche of files. There would be more coming, she assured them. But that story would change too. And by early July, the administration would send out a different message. Never mind. Like some in the White House, Bondi had either grossly underestimated or simply been blind to the base's appetite for information about Epstein and those in his sphere of influence, and for justice to be finally done. She had somehow simultaneously oversold and trivialized the Epstein files. Once the team at the DOJ began looking at some of the Epstein material, it was disturbing. Bondi was particularly rattled by Epstein's collection of pornography that investigators had shown her. She wanted other Trump officials to understand how much of it there was. And yet it would be months before the Justice Department grasped the full complexity and volume of what it possessed. Several weeks before the release of the DOJ memo, Bondi and Todd Blanche had briefed the president on the status of the Epstein review. "We've gone through the files," Blanche told Trump. "There's not a lot there. A lot of child pornography, obviously we can't put any of that out. There are some mentions of you but nothing substantive." The files contained a trove of 302 forms, records of FBI interviews with witnesses. Trump was mentioned numerous times, as were other prominent men. Releasing the 302s was a non-starter, but doing nothing had made everything worse. For weeks, Patel and Bongino had grown more infuriated as they realized the scale of the mess for which they had become the public face. They reassured allies on social media in private conversations that they were taking the matter seriously, but the pressure was building. Bongino wanted to say something definitive to the MAGA base, and he and Patel pushed for the immediate release of the surveillance footage from the federal facility where Epstein had died. The video release turned out to be a disaster. The Justice Department ended up releasing roughly 11 hours of prison video intended to show that nothing nefarious had occurred. But the footage contained a missing minute, a visible time-stamp jump from 11:58 p.m. to midnight. The DOJ attributed this to a nightly system reset. To many of Trump's followers, it was yet more evidence of a cover-up. White House officials said they hadn't been told about the gap before the release. Social media lit up with blame not just for Bondi but for Patel and Bongino too. None of the three had ever experienced anger from the base at this volume. It was disorienting, especially for Patel and Bongino, whose power and influence had been built online. The movement that had treated them as heroes was now turning on them. After the release of the memo and the predictably furious reaction, Kash Patel was still trying to stay on good terms with the White House. But Dan Bongino had had enough. On Monday, July 7, the day the memo was released broadly, the deputy FBI director showed up to a daily Justice Department meeting with the FBI staff and the Attorney General. Bongino was in a volcanic mood. As soon as he entered the room, he erupted at Bondi, shouting at her. "You fucked this thing up from the start," Bongino yelled. "The way you've been talking about this, that dumb fucking charade with the Epstein files, the there on my desk nonsense, all the promises to the folks out there." Patel and Bongino both told a White House official that Bondi needed to resign. 2 days later, on Wednesday, July 9, the two men were summoned to a meeting with Wiles and Bondi in the Situation Room complex. They were the last to enter the small, wood-paneled room. Seated around the table were Bondi, Wiles, Blanche, and Taylor Buttigieg. The moment Bongino sat down, Wiles told him she'd been informed he had leaked a sensitive story about Epstein and Trump to ABC News. "I'll tell you what," Bongino replied. "I'll give you $100,000 cash right now. I'm not kidding. Walk out to West Exec, put that reporter on speaker, and get him to admit I leaked it. $100,000. Wiles snapped back. "Well, we all got ourselves into this." Bongino cut her off. No, we didn't get ourselves into anything. I warned you guys about this the whole time and you ignored me, and exactly what I said was going to happen happened. And now you're pretending I was in on this. I was never in on this." Bongino's aggressive response to Wiles startled the others. She was the White House chief of staff, essentially a stand-in for the president. Wiles put Bongino on the spot. "Going forward," she said, "we're all in. We're all going to agree to move forward. Are you in or not?" "No, I'm not," Bongino said. "This is not my plan. I'm not part of this going forward. Forget it. I'm out of here." He stormed out of the Situation Room and onto West Executive Avenue, where he climbed into the back of Patel's armored SUV and directed the driver to take him to FBI headquarters. Some of Bongino's friends hoped he would resign right then, an act of protest over the Epstein cover-up that would have made him a MAGA martyr and only grown his following. But White House advisors urged him to stay. If he quit over Epstein and went public, it would severely damage the president. Bongino told associates he would remain for Trump's sake and keep pushing for more Epstein information to be released. Privately, he seethed. In conversations with confidants, he lamented what the job had cost him. He said he'd lost tens of millions in podcast revenue, family time, and his audience. He was getting his head kicked in over a strategy he had opposed from the start. The relationships at the top of the DOJ were by now beyond dysfunctional. At another meeting in July, in Susie Wiles's office, Bongino and Patel told the chief of staff they suspected Bondi had leaked against them. "Blondie fucked this whole thing up," Bongino later told a confidant, repeating Laura Loomer's derisive nickname for the Attorney General. "She was the one on TV saying over and over they had all this stuff. There was never anything. We were always clear about that. But now everyone thinks we did something wrong, and I gave up everything. I had the #1 show on the radio. I gave up $44 million, living my best life. And now it's all disappeared because people think we screwed something up with Epstein." Bongino paused. "This is going to be President Trump's Iran-Contra." In the Situation Room meeting on July 17, 10 days after the release of the memo that had put nothing to rest, Todd Blanche laid out what he saw as their best options. Option 1 was to petition the court to unseal the grand jury testimonies, which were almost certain to contain no significant new information, and which everyone agreed was a good idea. Under the federal rules of criminal procedure, the secrecy of grand jury materials was regarded by most federal judges as almost always inviolate, and the bar for its release was exceptionally high. If the liberal judge refused to unseal them, as Blanche predicted, they could shift the blame for the Epstein cover-up away from the Trump administration and onto Democrats. Blanche's suggestion would make it appear that the White House wanted the materials released, when it was almost certainly impossible. Option 2 was to have DOJ lawyers question Ghislaine Maxwell. Blanche was happy to interview Maxwell himself. He had been more deeply immersed in the Epstein material than any others among the DOJ leadership. The Justice Department had had a hostile relationship with parts of the Manhattan federal prosecutor's office since the first week of the second Trump term. And Maureen Kamei, the daughter of the former FBI director whom Trump had fired in 2017, had been the main prosecutor on the Epstein case. She was fired with no explanation a day before the Situation Room meeting convened. She was well liked by her colleagues, and Trump's team at the DOJ believed they wouldn't get much help from the Manhattan office. "What if we got her to talk to Congress?" Vance proposed, referring to Ghislaine Maxwell. Blanche raised the possibility that Maxwell's lawyer might expect something in return for her candor. White House counsel David Warrington described the options available, without advocating for any of them. "There is the option of giving her a pardon," he said, "or she could also have her sentence reduced." At that, several around the table spoke up to register their strong disapproval. "Pardoning Maxwell, a trafficker of young girls, would create a huge PR problem," said Stephen Cheung. He predicted that in the wake of a pardon, the Epstein accusers would be fanning out on TV, telling their stories and ripping the administration to shreds. James Blair was also adamantly opposed to a pardon. "We can't offer Ghislaine Maxwell anything," he said. "A, I don't know why we would. And B, if we give Ghislaine Maxwell any sort of break whatsoever and then she turns around and says nice things about us, or says nice things about us and we give her a break, it will undermine the entire point of her saying good things. That will feed the conspiracy theory, period. If there's nothing for her to say that hurts us, we shouldn't have to offer her anything." The consensus was that option 1 was the best course of action. Wiles told the group she would handle the matter with Trump, and asked if he would send a Truth Social post calling for the release of the grand jury testimony. Just then, the Wall Street Journal story broke. A Situation Room staffer brought in printed copies, and as the group sat quietly and read the story, Wiles readied another denial for the president to post on social media. In late July, another Epstein crisis meeting convened in the Situation Room, with most of the same group. Wiles and Vance, Todd Blanche, David Warrington, Kash Patel, Pam Bondi, James Blair, Stephen Cheung, Taylor Budowich, and Caroline Leavitt. This meeting would coincide with Trump aides being caught off guard by news that a subpoena would soon land from the House Oversight Committee, led by Republican James Comer, which caught the White House off guard. It had been pushed by committee Democrats, with the help of Republicans Thomas Massie and Marjorie Taylor Greene, and it compelled the release of voluminous material the Justice Department had on Epstein. At the same time, in the face of DOJ stonewalling, Massie and Democratic Congressman Ro Khanna had filed H.R. 4405, the Epstein Files Transparency Act, in the House, and although they did not yet have the votes for the bill, the push had begun in earnest. It would become the next battleground over the Epstein files as the president dug in against releasing information. In the Situation Room, Blair told his colleagues they would try to make sure they were cooperating fully with the House subpoena, but the priority was to release information that demonstrated Trump was not involved in Epstein's crimes. Todd Blanche gave an assessment of the Epstein material he had personally reviewed or been briefed on, including a volume of child pornography. The conversation turned to how these files should be released to the public. The idea in the works had been to put all Epstein-related material up on a public-facing website. That way, they could overwhelm the MAGA sphere with far greater volumes of real information, in the form of a huge database. The website had been easy to build, and they were looking at potentially launching it within a week. They had already accumulated a mountain of material that Blanche had been scrolling through, and it included piles of documents from both civil and criminal cases. They planned to release it all. Under this plan, Blanche could then appear on the Joe Rogan podcast to tout the transparency from the White House. But as it turned out, this searchable public website would not go live on their initial timetable of the next week. And the version of the website they had originally conceived would never be released to the public. 2 weeks later, on August 13, they held yet another Epstein meeting in the Situation Room, convening at 6 p.m. for 2 hours to refine the strategy. Again, the group included Wiles, Bondi, Blanche, Patel, Blair, Budowich, Cheung, Leavitt, and Vance phoning in from the UK, where he had been having meetings, including with the Deputy Prime Minister David Lammy. Vance once again pushed aggressively to release as much of the Epstein files as possible, and with an eye on the public messaging, he proposed that he should be the one to appear on the influential Joe Rogan podcast. Vance had just gotten off the phone with Rogan, and he later told others that Rogan said he wouldn't have Blanche on his show, but he would take Vance. Vance argued in the meeting that if he were the one to do the Rogan interview, then only a portion of the conversation would be about Epstein. He said the rest of the interview could be about the president's recently passed legislation and what it would do for working families. The bigger conversation was how to handle any public relations risks for the administration. The challenge would be any embarrassing or damaging allegations about the president, even if they were unsubstantiated. If everything publicly available was on a big website, it could include all kinds of potentially humiliating material. One of the officials in the Situation Room raised the subject of a particularly vile, uncorroborated accusation against Trump that had come to light in unsealed filings from a 2015 defamation case brought by Virginia Giuffre against Ghislaine Maxwell, which was settled 2 years later. Giuffre, who met Epstein when she was a teenage spa attendant at Mar-a-Lago, became one of his most outspoken victims. She took her own life in April 2025. Giuffre had said in 2016 that, to her knowledge, Trump had done nothing improper. In the Giuffre case file were emails sent to a journalist by another Epstein victim, Sarah Ransom, who later sued Epstein and Maxwell herself. Epstein settled that case. In the emails, Ransom claimed she knew a girl in Epstein's sex trafficking ring named Jen, who said she had sex with Donald Trump, that he had a nipple fetish and had flicked and sucked her nipples. Ransom wrote that she had seen evidence when she shared a bathroom with Jen. They looked incredibly painful as they were red and swollen, and I remember wincing when I looked at them, she wrote. Ransom's credibility was not uncomplicated. She made other claims that she later retracted, saying she had only done so because she feared for herself and her family. In December 2023, a federal judge ordered the unsealing of some Giuffre case files. The document that connected Trump to the claim about abused nipples became public the following month. It was just an allegation and had not been made publicly by Jen, but the disclosure led to some embarrassing news stories. Trump's advisors in the Situation Room, who were even aware of the nipple claim, seemed to have only a passing familiarity with it. Many in the room thought this was all just discredited nonsense. But some argued that none of the credibility issues would matter if a government database gave Ransom's claim a stamp of validity. There was a vast horde of Epstein fanatics in the MAGA base, and they wanted the names of rich and powerful men to tear apart. An administration official had already searched for Trump-related materials on the still private test version of the DOJ's Epstein website, and the nipple material was among the first things to show up. Others in the Situation Room understood quickly that the partial emails could get fresh life breathed into them if they were included in a public-facing and searchable Epstein library that carried the branding of the Justice Department. "This is out there," one of the officials told the group in the Situation Room. "They're going to make a huge scene of this even though it's not true, and everybody knows it." Blanche argued that in context, the Ransom document, and her disavowal of some of her other claims, would make clear why the nipple allegations related to Trump hadn't been pursued for prosecution. Besides, these allegations had long been available online, so there was no reason to leave them off the public-facing DOJ website. The vice president said he thought the president would be okay with releasing the files, saying Trump had been accused of worse. "I think we should put it out," he said. "It would cause people to say we're going further than we need to." Wiles quickly responded that the president would not, in fact, be okay with it. It was a point no one wanted to continue arguing. One of the officials would later describe it as a surreal experience to be discussing Donald Trump and abused nipples in the White House Situation Room. Having chosen opacity over transparency, this was what the White House was left with. The nipple claim was, in miniature, the entire problem the White House had with the Epstein files. Piles of accusations were impossible to disprove, and equally impossible to make go away. Every door they opened led to another room, and in every room were more claims from more women. And now they were threatening to avalanche onto a president who wanted nothing to do with any of it. The discussion illuminated something else that was relevant and pointed to the way forward. The subpoena from James Comer's committee had specifically requested DOJ files and criminal cases. They would simply comply with the subpoena. The House demand did not seek material from civil cases, like the nipple claim, that did not originate with the DOJ. Those were separate matters and wholly outside the remit of the Justice Department. The subpoena was the only thing they had to adhere to. Soon it would become clear that what had started that month would bring relentless scrutiny of Trump's lifestyle in earlier days. This self-inflicted crisis would paralyze the White House for the rest of the year, every bit as much as the Russia investigation of 8 years earlier. Vance had predicted exactly this trajectory, and as the months rolled on and the crisis only deepened, his early and insistent warnings that the administration was squandering whatever control it had over the story proved difficult to dispute. As the Epstein crisis ground on, Trump received a welcome burst of good news from an unlikely source. Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard had been in bad shape with the president. She had been cut out of meetings, sidelined from major national security decisions, and was treated as an afterthought and a subject of derision by Trump and his inner circle. Less than 6 weeks earlier, Trump had berated Gabbard in front of a room full of people over a video she had filmed of herself visiting Hiroshima, one of the two Japanese cities destroyed by American atomic bombs during World War II. In the video, she warned of a nuclear holocaust brought on by saber-rattling warmongers. Trump, on the verge of joining Israel in strikes against Iran, was enraged. Gabbard, he said, was using her perch in his administration to build her own brand. If you want to be president, he said sharply to her, you have to leave this job. But Gabbard had now found a way to redeem herself. On July 23, 6 days after the Situation Room meeting where Blanche discussed the possibility of interviewing Ghislaine Maxwell, she stood at the White House briefing room podium with a dramatic announcement. President Obama and his most senior intelligence advisors had been part of a years-long coup and treasonous conspiracy to harm Trump, she declared. She had referred the matter to the Justice Department for prosecution. Trump was delighted. He had long wanted Democrats prosecuted over what he repeatedly called the Russia hoax, the special counsel investigation that had produced indictments of Roger Stone, Paul Manafort, and Michael Cohen, and brought subpoenas down on his family and his business. He would never accept that Russia had meddled in the 2016 election to help him win it. The criminal referral was flawed at best. Obama was shielded by the same presidential immunity ruling the Supreme Court had issued before Trump won the White House again, and the matter was now yet another hot potato landing in Pam Bondi's lap. But while Gabbard's effort would take several more months to start yielding results, it gave Trump something he badly needed, a distraction from the Epstein debacle. And it set in motion something he hoped would undo the stain of Russiagate on his legacy for good. Chapter 22. Almost immediately after Trump won the 2024 election, he began pondering what to do about Jerome Powell. Of all the institutions in Washington, none vexed Trump more than the Federal Reserve. By law, it was independent of a president's control, one of the few instruments of national power that lay beyond his reach. This was power of great attraction to Trump, power over the economy and power to create money out of thin air. In his first term, Trump had wanted to direct the actions of the Fed, and he had wanted to fire Powell. But he had been talked out of it and ended up doing relatively little aside from airing his grievances on Twitter. In his second term, he was determined to enforce his will over the Fed. And standing in his way was the same stubborn man he had tangled with in Term 1. During the 2024 transition, as Trump weighed whom to appoint as Treasury Secretary in his second term, he had met at Mar-a-Lago with Kevin Warsh, a former Federal Reserve governor he knew from his first term. In a case of sliding doors, he had interviewed Warsh in 2017 for the job that he later gave to Powell, a hiring decision Trump came to rue. Trump told others he thought Warsh was handsome. Before settling on Scott Bessent for Treasury Secretary, Trump had considered giving Treasury to Warsh or even attempting to install him early to lead the Fed before Powell's term expired. 2 years later, in early 2026, Warsh could finally see his chance for the top of the Fed when he was nominated as Powell's successor. But not before a thunderstorm of Trump-style vilification had enveloped the central bank as Powell and the president battled over independence. As he had in his first term, Trump canvassed advisors about firing Powell and about the likely consequences. During the transition, his advisors repeated the warnings he received during Term 1. The case would likely go up to the Supreme Court and he might lose. In the meantime, advisors cautioned the markets would probably have a meltdown. Trump reluctantly accepted their advice. But the problem of Powell continued to gnaw at him. The president had not always regarded Powell as an enemy. Trump had elevated Powell from the Federal Reserve Board of Governors to chair the central bank in the fall of 2017, on the recommendation of his Treasury Secretary, Stephen M. Mnuchin. Trump didn't know Powell, but at first glance, and that was about all he took before making the appointment. He was impressed by the former investment banker, who looked straight out of Central Casting with his trim suits and purple neckties. You're going to be great. I trust you, Trump had told Powell after informing him he was going to be the Fed chair. I know you're going to be independent. I trust you to do the right thing. Trump soon regretted the decision, complaining that Powell was sabotaging his presidency by raising interest rates. He was still grumbling to aides 8 years later. M. Mnuchin fucked me. In retrospect, the purple neckties Powell insisted on wearing should have been a warning sign. Powell, a model of rectitude, would tell associates he wanted to avoid wearing a color that could link him visually with one of the two political parties, Democratic blue or Republican red. We are non-political, Powell told a gathering of business journalists. We don't do that, and so purple is a good color for that. Trump had no use for purple. He wanted a Fed chairman who would serve as his vassal and whose priorities would have little to do with the actual job description of chairing the central bank, which was to manage the long-term interests of the U.S. economy, balancing the twin goals of steady price levels and low unemployment. Instead, Trump wanted the Fed chair to juice the short-term economy to boost his popularity. Back in the early summer of 2018, only 5 months after Powell was sworn in, Trump began a public campaign to pressure the bank into cutting rates. It had been a long time since a president had made such a concerted effort to interfere with the Fed, but the institution had always withstood political pressure from the White House, and since Richard Nixon, presidents had mostly respected the Fed's independence. But Trump would interfere more aggressively and more brazenly than any president before him. Powell would later tell others it was a shocking experience and such an incredible violation of norms. The Fed raised interest rates 4 times in 2018, with Trump growing angrier at Powell each time. Trump's rage only deepened through 2019. The attacks from Trump had bothered Powell at first, and he told associates he felt bad about it, but after a while he developed a thicker skin. He was a savvy political player himself, and he knew he enjoyed strong bipartisan support in Congress. In private, Republican senators encouraged an approach that Powell already instinctively believed was the right one. Just ignore Trump, don't engage. He wants you to engage, Powell would later tell others. If you engage, you're playing his game. Trump's approach to the Fed could best be understood in the context of his view of the presidency as an instrument of unchecked power and dominance. His concept of the central bank's role was quite at odds with its mandate. The framers had taken measures to avoid the danger of allowing a president the power to create money. Instead, they gave Congress the authority to coin money and regulate its value in Article I, Section 8 of the Constitution. Congress then took its own steps to ensure monetary policy would serve America's long-term interests. Beginning with the Federal Reserve Act of 1913, Congress had constructed layers of insulation to give the Fed independent authority over monetary policy, structures specifically designed to prevent any one president from stacking the board. These were the walls Trump wanted to tear down. In defending the Federal Reserve's independence, Powell had set himself on a collision course with the president. "My only question is, who is our bigger enemy?" Trump tweeted in the summer of 2019. Jay Powell sick or Chairman Xi? It didn't help that Powell exemplified the type of Washington establishment figure whose approval Trump craved even as he resented him. The policy wonk who would occasionally invoke higher principles. Trump would privately refer to such people as Boy Scouts, and he didn't mean it as a compliment. For his part, Powell had told associates he thought Trump would be navigable in a second term. In Powell's view, Trump was inheriting a heck of an economy with high growth, low inflation, and low unemployment. Powell figured that Trump was a survivalist, with an animal intelligence about him, and that he would just surf the wave of the economy. He did not anticipate Trump doing anything to disrupt a soft landing from the high inflation of the early Biden years. Ironically, it was Trump himself who would make it more difficult for Powell to lower rates. The tariffs Trump had imposed in the first several months of the second term injected great uncertainty into the economy and brought inevitable price increases and the potential for elevated inflation. Powell quickly had to manage both a sluggish labor market and inflation that was above the Fed's 2% target rate. Tariffs would not help with either factor, Powell thought. On April 16, 2 weeks after Liberation Day, Powell declared at an event hosted by the Economic Club of Chicago that Trump's tariff regime constituted very fundamental changes, and there isn't a modern experience on how to think about this. He said the level of the tariff increases announced so far is significantly larger than anticipated and warned of challenges to both inflation and the labor market. Trump erupted on Truth Social the next day. Powell's termination cannot come fast enough. With financial markets still on edge so soon after Liberation Day, 2 of the president's closest aides urged him to reassure the world that he was not about to add a new massive disruption by firing the chairman of the central bank. Susie Wiles and Scott Bessent privately told Trump he should do more to project stability. Why, Wiles wanted to know, had Trump threatened to fire Powell? "You know what causes instability, and we need stability right now," she said to him. Bessent suggested to the president that he assure the markets he was not firing Powell. "You've told me you're not firing him," Bessent told Trump. "You need to say it because it's hurting us, so if you're not going to fire him then you need to say it." On April 22, Trump finally did say it. He claimed he never did plan to fire Powell and he blamed the press for misinterpreting him. That he was finally willing to publicly rule out firing the head of the central bank, even though he so clearly still wanted to, was an indication of the pressure he was feeling just 2 weeks after pushing his tariff policy to the brink of a financial crisis. Trump had not lost his determination to bend the Federal Reserve, he just needed a new angle. In May, he told advisors he planned to try a different tack with Powell. Public pressure hadn't worked, so why not see if a private conversation might persuade Powell to push for lower rates? Trump mused about inviting Powell to the White House for lunch, but quickly thought better of it, telling an aide that if the conversation went badly, he'd be stuck with Powell. He decided an Oval Office meeting would be preferable. An invitation was sent to the chairman. It was hardly welcome, and Powell would later tell associates, "The perfectly appropriate number of meetings between a Fed chair and the president is 0. But he did not want to further inflame the situation by turning Trump down, and he knew exactly what he wanted to say. Powell was known as an over-preparer, but he didn't feel the need to prepare for this meeting. He knew what Trump was going to say, and his own response would be straightforward. On May 29, Trump had just finished his intelligence briefing when he was informed that Powell was waiting in the West Wing lobby. Powell had come alone. He entered the Oval Office and took a seat opposite Trump. Vance and Bessent took chairs on either side of Powell, and other advisors joined the meeting as well. Trump opened with a monologue, a recitation of the case he had been making in public. Economic conditions were ideal to cut rates, and by refusing to do so, Powell was putting America at a disadvantage. Everybody else is cutting. You need to be cutting. The Europeans are laughing at us. There is no inflation. Trillions of dollars are coming into the country. Powell sat there impassively for what seemed like around 6 or 7 minutes. When Trump finished, there was a moment of silence. Then he said, "Well, would you like me to respond, sir?" Powell asked. "Please," Trump said. Powell did not give the answer Trump was hoping for. "As long as the labor market is so solid, and at this point it's in really good shape, we and all other forecasters are expecting that there will be a wave of price increases from the tariffs," he told the president. "And it's because some of that is going to get passed along, and we have to manage the risk and make sure that that doesn't turn into an inflation problem. And it's in everyone's interest that we do that." Powell added, "We don't want to be in a situation where we cut rates too much too soon and the inflation turns out to be more persistent than we think, and now it's next year and rates are too low and inflation's too high. You don't want that. We don't want that," he said. "Our job is to make sure that that doesn't happen." "Oh, that's not going to happen," Trump replied. "And if that does happen, I'll be the first to ask you to raise rates." "We're watching to see," Powell told the president. "And if it turns out that the inflation is very contained or lower than what we expect, then that would matter in our decisions." The meeting was shorter than a typical Trump meeting, only around half an hour. Powell was polite, low-key, and he even cracked a minor joke. When Trump called him Jerome instead of Jay like everyone else, Powell said no one but his mother called him that. But as polite as he was, he also made it clear he wasn't going to let Trump bully him, and he left the room without making a single concession. Still, the meeting ended on a reassuring note. Referring obliquely to his public threats of firing Powell, the president said, "All those things I've been saying about you, don't worry about that. I'm not doing anything." Despite his conciliatory demeanor, Trump was frustrated after the meeting, and it didn't take long for his anger to again rise to the surface. On June 18, in an impromptu gathering on the south lawn of the White House, where Trump had summoned reporters to show off his new 88-foot flagpoles, the president went off on a rant about Powell. Breaking the fourth wall, Trump narrated his inner thoughts about the playbook of manipulation and intimidation he had attempted against the Fed chairman. "Now we have a man that just refuses to lower the Fed rate, just refuses to do it. I think he hates me, but that's okay, you know, he should. I call him every name in the book trying to get him to do something," Trump said. "I've been so nice to him, fellas, you wouldn't believe. I do it every way in the book. I'm nasty, I'm nice. Nothing works, he's like just a stupid person." Trump had demonstrated a shocking appetite for risk so far in his second term, but firing Powell would pose too much risk even for him. "He's not going to fire him," said a close aide at the time, adding, "He's just going to torture him." Around 2 weeks after his outburst on the White House lawn, Trump was meeting in the Oval Office with top aides, including the director of the Office of Management and Budget, Russ Vought, and James Blair. Vought and Blair were there to brief the president on a topic that had nothing to do with the Federal Reserve, but Trump was distracted by a foam board chart propped on an easel nearby. The chart, titled World Central Bank Rates, compared U.S. interest rates to those of the rest of the world. It triggered a Trump monologue about how it's so fucking ridiculous that Powell was keeping interest rates high compared to other countries. "I want to bust his fucking balls, honestly," Trump said of Powell. "What about that fucking building? Can we stop it? Can we stop construction? I just want to bust his fucking balls, fuck him." Unsurprisingly, Trump had taken an interest in the renovation underway at the Federal Reserve's headquarters complex in Washington. The project's scope was enormous, a full interior overhaul of the Mariner S. Eccles building and the adjacent Martin building, completed in 2020, both of which had been originally designed for a 1930s-era workforce. The renovation would have to preserve historic facades, stonework, and interior features, which added complexity and costs to a project already estimated at $2.5 billion. Powell had addressed the renovation during his testimony to the Senate Banking Committee on June 25, conceding the project had changed somewhat from the initial plans. Here was Trump's opening. One advisor later observed, "He's a builder, so he just knows life is fucking hell when you can't build your shit." Trump asked if they could stop construction. "I'll look into it," Vought said. "No, don't look into it," Trump replied. "Bring me a plan." It didn't take long for Vaught's general counsel at OMB, Mark Paoletta, to find one. Vought informed Blair that there was an organization called the National Capital Planning Commission that controlled urban planning in the Washington area. Vought said the president was allowed 3 appointees on the commission, including the chair. He thought they could assert that Powell was out of compliance with the Fed project's original plans because he had testified to Congress about features of the renovation that had changed. It was the kind of petty bureaucratic sabotage that had hamstrung the Trump administration in Term 1. Now it was Trump's turn to play the game. Vought sent over to Blair a 1-page summary of the research and scheduled a meeting with Trump, Susie Wiles, Mark Paoletta, and Blair for the morning of Wednesday, July 9. "Ooh," Trump said after Vought and Paoletta told him about the planning commission. "And I can just appoint new people?" The answer was yes. His appointees could take over the planning commission. "Okay, well, why don't you just go on the board, James?" Trump said to Blair. "It's like a 2-week campaign. You know what to do." "I just put you on the board. You have fun, you be vicious, you do a job." "Got it, sir," replied Blair, whose day job otherwise involved much weightier matters, including overseeing the White House political and legislative operations. "Pick who you want for the board and come back to me," Trump ordered them. The team hustled out of the Oval Office with a problem. None of them knew the first thing about the National Capital Planning Commission. Vought quickly determined there was a residency requirement and that board members were supposed to have some planning experience, a low bar that they immediately set about clearing. Blair, who lived in Virginia, could point to his time overseeing the Florida Department of Transportation in the governor's office. "That's planning," he reasoned. Vought found a member of his own staff, Stuart Levenbach, who could cover the Maryland requirement. That left the chairmanship. Blair ducked into the office of Will Scharf, the president's staff secretary. "Any planning experience?" As a matter of fact, Scharf replied, he had some from the Missouri state government. That was good enough. Within minutes, Scharf had been appointed chairman of a federal commission he knew nothing about, and told that his first board meeting was the next day. Trump signed off on the appointments that afternoon, and Scharf stayed up all night reading documents and preparing to chair the meeting. The next day, July 10, the Trump officials took their seats around a curved table in the offices of the National Capital Planning Commission, and Scharf informed the room that the president had named him the chair. Scharf and Blair said they were honored to be working with the professional staff of the NCPC, and that their mission was simply to improve and beautify Washington, D.C., a mission dear to the president's heart. For the next 2 hours, they sat through a mind-numbing discussion of land use plans, native planting concepts, and the endangered monarch butterfly, arcana that might have seemed an odd use of time for 2 of the most powerful officials in the Trump White House. Then around the 2-hour mark, after they had trudged through the formal meeting agenda, Scharf turned over to Blair to address the room. The mood quickly shifted from sleepy to savage. Blair, who had been courteous and solicitous in his brief opening remarks 2 hours earlier, now launched into a harangue about one project in particular, the Federal Reserve Complex. "Some have started to refer to this as the Taj Mahal near the National Mall," Blair said as Scharf, seated beside him, cracked a smile. Reading from a sheet of paper and his iPhone, Blair compared the building costs of the Fed renovation to historic costs, in today's dollars, for the Palace of Versailles, the U.S. Capitol Building, and the Q1163RL1160N, the Presidential Palace of the United Arab Emirates, which Blair and Scharf had recently visited during their trip with the president to the Middle East.